know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Talking about tequila shots by the sunrise. Estoy loco por tus eyes. At the roof in the hot tub. I gotta hear what you're saying now. No time for siestas. Gotta have a fiesta now. Flights to Tulum. You're in my room. Our love is on loan. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Cabeza es mi corazón. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Yeah. We ain't living with no regrets. Margarita with the mezcal. Tu belleza got me saying wow. Mi amor, mi amor, mi amor. I'm at your door. Mi amor, mi amor, mi amor. I'm begging you for more. Flights to Tulum. You're in my room. Our love is on loan. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Mi cabeza es mi corazón. Mi cabeza es mi corazón.
Every day ahead, hold you tight. Reach for those stars, trying hard to see the light. Sometimes you gotta fall before you fly. Can you pull me up? I had my doubts. Never mind, it's all we got. You made it out. Doesn't feel like us a lot. I know you wanna look me in my eyes. Say you tried. You should be there for me. If you still care for me. Said that you'd never leave. Then you should be there for me. Oh, sometimes you gotta fall before you fly. Before you fly. Said that you'd never leave. Then you should be there for me. Oh, stop playing a fool. You know why you got it done. I feel so used knowing what's free to come. Did I look back? I didn't look back twice. On all the sacrifices. You just call me up when you need me. You say that it's love, but I know you don't think about me 1 minute. No, you should be there for me. If you still care for me. Said that you'd never leave. Then you should be there for me. Oh, give love if you wanna give love. Do you wanna save us? Better say my name, love. I don't need the fake love. Only way to make love. You should be there for me. Oh, give love if you wanna give love. Do you wanna save us? Better say my name, love. I don't need the fake love. Only way to make love. You should be there for me. Oh.
Leave it at the door. I don't want no more of this. There's only room for good things here. Shake off what came before, as if it don't exist. Say goodbye to all the fear that's out in you like a sunrise. Looking up to blue skies. No clouds on this horizon. We are rising to be free. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll be here with you, so leave the past behind. Close the book and turn the page, 'cause all of that is through. There's so much more to find. Take a step on this new stage. Let's start anew like a sunrise. Looking up to blue skies. No clouds on this horizon. We are rising up to be free. Don't look back, oh, don't look back. 'Cause the past ain't got nothing there for ya. Keep your eyes up overhead, 'cause a new day is right there before ya. Let's start anew like a sunrise. Looking up to blue skies. I see it clear as daylight. It's alright, baby, it's alright. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. I'll show you the future, baby, come with me. Baby, come with me. Baby, come with me. Baby, come with me.
could be you, it could be me, it could be you and me. It could be you, it could be me, it could be you and me. It could be you, it could be me, it could be you and me. That's the way I feel about you. That's the way I feel about. That's the way I feel about you. That's the way you and me. Brand new, I got something that you never seen. Oh, oh. It's a feel, it's a vibe, all eyes on me. Oh, oh. It's all the way up, it's all the way down. A really clean look with a really fresh sound. Whoa, get ready, I'ma show you just what I mean. Whoa, I got the sun, I got the shine. Every cloud's got a silver lining. I'm more than a ride. Let me show you a higher point of view. Hey, everybody check me out. Got it all right here and now. Hey, you're gonna wanna stick around. Got it all right here and now. Can't cool me off, I'm too hot, hot, hot. Bottom to top, and it just don't stop. Hey, everybody check me out. Got it all right here and now. I feel like $100 million right now. Oh, oh. Nobody's gonna bring me down. Whoa, oh. I got the sun, I got the shine. Every cloud's got a silver lining. I'm more than a ride. Let me show you a higher point of view. Hey, everybody check me out. Got it all right here and now. Hey, you're gonna wanna stick around. Got it all right here and now. Can't cool me off, I'm too hot, hot, hot. Bottom to top, and it just don't stop. Hey, everybody check me out. Got it all right here and
In line to take my medication, yeah, it never fails to leave me in a calm state of mind. I wonder how I'd be if I would leave it all behind. Medicated to become what I know. Now I'm okay, but I'm starting to show. Can't explain what I want you to know, but I'm trying to find my way. Running out of breath, just pacing. First mile, fighting off my temptation to lie. Face down, broke down. Am I gonna be alright? Ooh, I think I need another. Medicated to become what I know. Now I'm okay, but I'm starting to show. Can't explain what I want you to know, but I'm trying to find my way.
creer, la gente está ofendida. Que porque no me despedí de la fiesta, dicen. Chayo, pero si yo me voy el último de la fiesta, yo siempre me voy con la chiquilla, que es la última que se va del party. Mira la gente, chayo, ya yo bomba de humo, dice.
No es una bomba de humo cuando me voy del party, porque mi gatita es la última en irse del party. Y yo me voy con mi gatita, que es mi punto débil. Pa' hacerme cositas a ciegas, soy su daré débil. Yo ya me estudié el tema. Diamante o rubí, las dos son gemas. ¿Cuál es que es tu problema? Que me vaya al último con ella le quema. So I like you, I like tu tuya. Dejo que tu mente me destruya. Esta noche porfa mami no me juzgues. A mí me gusta todo lo que a ti te guste. Tú y yo somos de novela, vela, perdiendo con vieja escuela, ey. Si me dices de romperla, vamos esta noche a romper la ley. Bien, y aunque te me hagas la santa, si suena pa' poner y mueve la falda. Y aunque se tarda, viene conmigo pa' finalizarla. So I like you, I like tu tuya. Dejo que tu mente me destruya. Esta noche porfa mami no me juzgues. A mí me gusta todo lo que a ti te guste. Tú y yo somos de novela, vela, perdiendo con vieja escuela, ey. Si me dices de romperla, vamos esta noche a romper la ley. Bien, y aunque te me hagas la santa, si suena pa' poner y mueve la falda. Y aunque se tarda, viene conmigo pa' finalizarla. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Si estoy bailando, ven, ven. Si viene el after, bam, bam. Si los chiquillos duermen, tú y yo bailamos, bam, bam. Dímelo facto, Seis Morales, LPGC. ¿Qué pasó, mamá? Someone like you para quedarme esta noche prendido a ti. Ay, ¿qué es lo que, mamá? Dame un kiss. Cuéntame un cuento tuyo como siempre. Dime qué es lo que te ha dicho la gente. Yo sé que tus ojos no mienten. Sé clara contigo y con lo que sientes. Yo a ti te prometo que si ves que mucho me prometo, no voy a hablarte más de nuestro nieto. Y aunque esté llorando, te voy a dar mi llanto de amuleto, pa' que te acuerdes de este sujeto. Tengo un problema sin solución, que a ti te gusta sentir mi dolor. Un pobre diablo mendigando amor, con miedo a que tú te vayas, mi amor. Tengo un problema sin solución, que a ti te gusta sentir mi dolor. Un pobre diablo mendigando amor, con miedo a que tú te vayas, mi amor. No te congeles, mami, porfa ya no me celes. Yo me considero tu nene y me hace sentir mal. Mucho hielo pa' que deshiele. Esto acaba mal, ya se huele. No quiero que desaparezca. Dime qué hago yo cuando en el party amanezca. Las ganas me crezcan de ti. Esta situación es violenta. Yo te necesito la lenta. Sí. Sola, 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 sola se va. Solo, 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 solo me quedo yo. Sola, 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 sola se va. Solo, 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 solo me quedo yo. Tengo un problema sin solución, que a ti te gusta sentir mi dolor. Un pobre
tonight is on. I can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night, party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night, party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. I know that you're gonna, you do what you wanna, just show me all your moves right now. Like that, alright, we're fine. Jumping up and down and we're spinning all around, just show me all your moves right now. Oh wow, alright, let's go. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night, party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night, party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. 3, 2, 1. Follow me, grab a seat. The best part's about to begin. Oh, oh, gather round, it's going down. We light it up into the wind. Oh, oh, L-E-T-S-G-O, let's go, start it up. L-E-T-S-G-O, let's go on the run. L-E-T-S-G-O, let's go, start it up. Up, start it up. The best is about to be. Follow me, grab a seat. The best part's about to begin. Oh, gather round.
A gente colocou o nosso jogo pra cima dos gringos.
Nosotros como latinos tenemos mucha energía y pues al ganar
A gente vai focar no agora porque é mais importante.
Mais o Gu, pressiona, não deixa a metadinha ser feita. E um de qualquer jeito aí, o levou dele, Edu! 3 kills do Edu!
Baby, I be running, yeah. Flash in the candle. I'ma go Rambo. I'ma get lit, no candle. Bedroom
Pra dentro da jaula!
looking like a scandal.
E o round fica pra The Union, que vence a série 2-0.
Put in way more work and way more effort than any other team here, so that gives me confidence that we work harder than everyone else.
A 2v5, it should be impossible, but they have done it. The ace for net, the round for the guard, and we're tied up, swapping sides.
I'd like to 2-0 the guard. I'd like to 2-0 every team in this event.
I think this matchup for us should be easier compared to before.
Nismo, it would have to be a 1v4. He's got a lot of time and the spike, and a couple of solo chows here. Hold on a second.
30 seconds.
Now to the 1v2. Here's the double peek. It's the second. Oh! Are you kidding me?
I'm a champion, I need some trophy.
sacamos todo lo que teníamos dentro porque son muchas cosas las que hemos pasado para estar aquí.
Foi o Mister de abril, ponto da Fusion, que vence por 2-0 pra cima da 0-0.
They won't get the best of me. I've been cooking all day. That was the recipe. I ain't choose the game, chose me.
A gente quer muito passar para essa franquia e eu acredito que a gente consegue levar esse campeonato, sim.
2-0 na série de Union, vence a M80.
I think we're going to demolish the guard. We're going to demolish every other team in this event, just mainly because I want to play the Union.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Ascension Americas, where we are having the greatest tournament, honestly, so far. I feel like we've gotten to have it all. We've gotten the close games, we've gotten the overtimes, we've gotten some stomps, and hoping as we move on forward into our bracket, we can have a little bit of more of everything. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Dan Dryad, and I hold shift. Dan, you're ready for some cold games today? You got your warm hat on?
Yeah, I mean, things are getting hot, you know, so I had to also be in that vibe for the matches that we've had so far. And I know you mentioned it, a lot of overtimes, a lot of close maps, but we've only had 2 O's, and I feel like that is gonna change today with the rematch that we have for first match between the Union and Fusion, and the rematch that is a classic for North America, that being the Guard and M80.
Yeah, Shift, looking at the bracket and how things have been shaking up. When you see the 2-0s, I feel like some people's gut reaction is the fact that, hey, some people are being stomped, some people are doing the stomping. I will say, though, the games that we had yesterday, we got to see such a great look coming out from our 2 teams that are advancing on.
Oh, absolutely. And look, we may have came into yesterday kind of expecting 2-0s, but we didn't expect it to be Fusion getting a 2-0 versus 0-0 Nation. They looked like a brand new spanking team fresh out the box. So I don't know where it was during the group stage, but it showed up in a major way during the upper bracket round 1. M80 also, I think they showed a lot of resilience in map 1 versus 9Z, and then the straight takeover that we kind of expected to see when they eventually got to their map pick for map number 2. So that 2-0 went a little bit more as expected. But today, I agree with Dryad that these matches have the potential of going the distance and at least being very close no matter how many maps we see.
Yeah, and looking at our first series of the day, Fusion going up against the Union. That different look that we got to see coming out from Fusion, we have to see that in spades coming out today, Dan, because the Union is definitely not a team to be underestimating here.
The Union is definitely the favorite team in Brazil, but at this point, potentially the favorite team to win Ascension, even over those American teams, that North American teams. So it's honestly a team that you need to be very careful of, a team that has been dominant, and a team that now Fusion is a little bit more familiar with. We remember that match that they had in the group stage. It was a 2-0 for the Union. It was a 13-7, 13-6, pretty much one-sided for the most part, with a couple fights that got close, a couple of those rounds, but I feel like the thing that makes the Union strong is how good their read is on everybody, especially a Fusion that likes to get a little crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I think the thing about this Union team is that they came in looking really polished to begin with, and they've only advanced on that when it comes to preparing for the teams on their side, like Dryad is mentioning. But the thing that's different about this bracket portion compared to groups is that it looks like a lot of our other teams are settling into now being in Brazil. So that home field advantage that the Union may have coming into this event may no longer be there in spades like there was before. Just comes down to, can actually this Furious team do anything to really sap this Union squad? Because Fusion is still looking like a team that needs to make some corrections, and you cannot afford to make mistakes against this Union team.
It was something, though, that Edu tweeted after the match that we got to see yesterday, talking about just how he was happy with the performance that we got to see coming out in yesterday's matches. So I feel like when there's that recognition of the team too, like, hey, okay, we weren't doing this great tour, but I'm happier with how things are going on, happier with how this work has been panning out, Dan. It would be really exciting going in today, seeing more of that work potentially come to fruition.
If you look at not only the matches and how they went down for Fusion, but the energy, the tweets, everything that they're putting up, you can tell how passionate these guys are and how much effort they've been putting. You can tell also by the tweets that they're making, especially Kamikaze, the coach, but all the players talking about this is the moment that we've been waiting for, that international win, first ever international win that they get. It's a big deal for Fusion, and they got it yesterday, but it doesn't get easier, right? It does get a lot more difficult, especially when you're in that upper bracket and going against the Union now.
Yeah, I'm at least hopeful seeing Fusion and how they've just been able to perform and improve just in Ascension themselves here, Shift, that this then could be a team that, even if yesterday's match, it was expected that maybe they would be the team that was 0-2'd, that what we're seeing here when we're looking at improvements could really show that, hey, this could be that first map here going that third map.
Yeah, so, okay, I know that this is a lot of numbers on screen for you guys at home, so I'll break it down to you guys in segments of 3. During the group stage, this team looked completely lost. They were only winning 38% of their full buy rounds. That was matched up with a very poor overall eco advantage. They were only 5-12 when they actually held an advantage in weaponry, which is not good whatsoever. And then that statistic also kind of carries on for them having a below 50% win rate when they're actually playing a full versus full buy. But you go back to yesterday and look at the same categories and how much more improved they were. 20 for 9 when it came to what they were able to do when they were at full purchase, improving from 38% to nearly 70%. In their rounds that they had an economic advantage, they were 15-3. That's some of the best that we've seen throughout the entirety of Ascension to this point. And then they also improved marginally so on what they were able to do when they got into those full gun versus full gun rounds. So they're managing their economy better, they're playing better as a squad, and when they're forced to be able to kind of pick up these must-win rounds when they're at an advantage, now they're starting to convert it. And it's just like, where did this come from? Because the results were tragic when it came down to what they did in groups, but then yesterday all of a sudden it was a totally different story, and that was their main reason for success, is when they had full weapons in their hands, they were more often than not coming on top of the round. And even just to add a little bit of insult to injury for their opponents, they were doing it almost flawlessly a lot of the time. We did not see a lot of 1v2s, 2v2s, things like that. It was a lot of 3, 4 men surviving for the side of Fusion, and that's great news and something that they will have to hold true going into today against the Union.
And that is when it is the most important, right? In a big match like this one, a rematch where you already get to know your opponent a little bit more, and you ask Shift, where is this coming from? Where did this come from? That crazy performance that we got to see yesterday, this is actually just another day when you see Latin America North, when they were competing against all those other teams like Six Karma. It was constantly insane plays, insane ideas coming from Fusion that actually got to be executed in the right way and end up the right way. And part of it is the success that we saw yesterday by these two guys, Darker and Verdi. And honestly, you can talk about anybody in this team from the performance that they had, but these two, they had insane performances when it came to finding success, finding that space that seemed like in the past matches for the group stage was lacking a lot more.
And I actually looked just as how these two players combined in particular, because Verdi, when they had played against Union last time, was just 4-12 when it came to the first kills to first deaths. He was getting farmed by largely Askia on the other side. But yesterday, he was 12 for 7. He had a 1.7 overall first KD rate. That is unbelievable. So when it comes down to how Darker is setting up Verdi to get into space, largely playing on either a Neon or a Raze, they were so successful in doing that yesterday. So you want to talk about how the team has become successful, where exactly that starts? It's with these two guys right here, because the improvement from Verdi statistically from between yesterday and group stage is astronomical. The easiest stat is to look at his overall ACS. He was only averaging a 204 in groups. Yesterday he had that 249. So it just automatically goes to show that if he's able to pull that kind of combat score in combination with Darker, this team can make some waves. It's just tough because the opponent on the other side of the field today is not 0-0 Nation. It's one of the cleanest squads we've had to this point. So yes, we're throwing some copium out there for the Latin American fans, but again, these are the must-haves if Fusion are going to have a chance versus the Union today.
Especially too, if you're comparing specifically Verdi's results back into the group stage, well, one of the teams they went up against was the Union, and it was a match that didn't necessarily go too well overall for Fusion looking in at this. There was a couple of moments, especially when we got on that first map, it was like, wait a second, but I feel like, Dan, things just really slipped, and then it was just like a snowball effect going on from there.
And if we remember something that we mentioned early on, kind of the silliness, the craziness that we see for Fusion, this was it, right? Where we didn't know exactly how the compositions were going to look for these maps, especially for Pearl, because last time in that final that we got to see between Latin America, they were playing Arena here. But they went even crazier, I feel like, with a Yoru and a Neon being played on Pearl. And I feel like some ideas were nice. There was that B-side going all the way back with that TP and trying to create that space with the Neon as well in that wall. But it got read so easily by the Union. And so my question is, are we going to be seeing something similar today? What are the ideas and how much are they backed up? Because this is something that Kamikaze, the coach, talked about constantly. We have many different things that we're hiding and waiting for the chance to show.
Well, they got to show it now and they got to show it early, I think, because the Union was dominating on all fronts on the map pool that they played last time. We had, like, I think Husky had like 8 double kills. He had like a couple of 3Ks and maybe even like almost an ace in a couple of the rounds. Like, he was just doing whatever he wanted to do.
Insane.
That cannot happen today. This guy's nuts. He probably could be labeled as one of the best, if not the best Jet player that we have right now in the VCT Americas Ascension tournament. So something has to slow him down first and foremost, especially considering the fact that we will likely see similar maps overall, since the fact that both these two teams, they largely share, I think, a kind of a map pool in certain regards. Obviously the Union, you could look at and say they are more fluent across the board, but I assume that we're likely going to be seeing a lot of repeats coming into today, simply due to the fact that, you know, Fusion did look better on a couple of the maps that they played last time around. But
yeah,
the big X factor here for Union is this guy right here. Askia was just unstoppable in the first time they played.
This guy is just insane, and it shows in every single one of the stats that you look at. But just so you know, that average damage per round and the kills per round, those are the highest that we have in Ascension right now.
Yeah,
Nobody's putting that much damage. Nobody's getting as many kills in a round as Askia. And that is so difficult to do, right? Remembering that this guy is a duelist. In a lot of cases, for any other team, any other duelist, it is that Jet going in, getting taken down, and sometimes not finding success. But it seems like for Askia, that is a must, and it is going to happen every single time.
Big match today going on for these two teams. The Union, of course, looking to continue that dominance that they've got to show us so far going on in Ascension. And of course, on the other side for Fusion, showing us that they can turn things around and they have what it takes to be putting in that distance. We do have a chance to get a little bit of an insight from our players headed into today's match, though. Check this out.
A Fusion eu achei muito legal, porque eles trouxeram uma comp diferente, a gente não esperava de jeito nenhum. A gente fez a preleção ali achando que ia ser uma comp e veio outra, e a gente vai ter que se esforçar para se adaptar bem, porque quando você entra assim sem esperar a comp do adversário, você pode dar uma pipocada ali e pode até perder a partida. Então a gente vai ter que trabalhar melhor a nossa adaptação para não tomar muito round.
Pienso que son un muy buen equipo de tabla alta en este torneo. Nos vamos a preparar mucho más. El partido de ayer se vio que estábamos ahí, pero por detalles o por ansiedad no podíamos competirles aún más. Y nos vamos a preparar el doble, nos vamos a salir con esta cara que salimos el día de hoy contra 0-0 Nation. Y vamos a intentar y vamos a tratar de ganar contra ellos y pasar a la siguiente ronda.
Eu acho que o campeonato ele vai se resumir a isso, porque ninguém se conhece. Os times das regiões eles se conhecem, mas no campeonato inteiro não. Então, quem se adaptar melhor vai se sobressair, claro.
No, obviamente el trabajo no está hecho, apenas estamos empezando playoffs, pero cada vez más van a ver la mejor cara de Fusion, lo que traemos, todo el esfuerzo se va a ver reflejado y ojalá poder llevarnos ese spot en las franquillas de Américas.
A gente não está pensando muito ainda nesse passo da franquia, porque senão a gente vai estar pulando um step. A gente está focando no agora. A gente quer muito passar para essa franquia, mas a gente vai focar no agora porque é mais importante. E eu acredito que a gente consegue levar esse campeonato, sim.
Something that we talked about in our show is the fact that we haven't seen any series go that distance and get that 3 maps. Considering the strength from the Union and what we've gotten to see improvement-wise coming out from Fusion, Dan, do we think that this is going to be the day?
I feel like this is it. This is it for sure. It's a Fusion that started very, very slow towards the beginning. Everybody was even talking about them being the worst team in the tournament, honestly. And from what we saw yesterday, the little improvements, I think it's clear that this has the potential to go all the way. The players have even talked about it on Twitter, saying the first match, we didn't get to show as much. The second one, we made less mistakes. The third one, of course, happy because we get that first win. So now it seems like it is that next step, right? That next win, and it is a rematch.
I feel a lot less optimistic about this going to 3. And I think the thing about it is the one simple sample size that we had when it came down to yesterday doesn't, for me, overwhelmingly put out of reach what happened during won more rounds yesterday than they did in the combined 3 matches that they played in groups. That doesn't just stick for me. If it does, I become a believer. But at the moment, I still feel really antsy about if the Fusion team could actually put together a similar setup that they did yesterday. Because I think flat out, not only did Fusion play solid, but I also think 00 Nation didn't play that well yesterday. I don't expect that to come out for the Union. I think they're going to come out firing on all cylinders, and I don't feel as optimistic about this match in particular going to 3.
That's interesting though, because putting opponents aside when we're looking at Fusion and what we got to see, a couple of the criticisms was how they were playing like as a team when we got to see that they had this full weaponry, and it just didn't really necessarily look the cleanest. But Dan, I thought when we saw yesterday's game, regardless of who they're going up against, that stuff like that team coordination and playing off of each other, that doesn't change depending on your opponent. And I thought that looked solid, which then gives me that hope for today.
It was a big topic of conversation, the way that the plans were and the plans looked towards the beginning of the rounds when it came to the full buy rounds and the eco rounds for Fusion towards the first matches, that group stage where you'd see them kind of spread across, playing a default, playing a lot slower and not really working out. That was kind of players getting picked apart, not really having the numbers advantage to work with until they went into the eco rounds and they were playing a lot much more together, more coordinated, and that's when they found success. It seems like yesterday that success also was found by mixing it up a little bit more, going for these executions in a lot of times all together, playing those 4-1s across the maps that we've seen very often. And so that gives me, in the same way, like you say, Sierra, big hopes for what they're going to be able to do today. But I do also want to agree, right? It's still the Union that you're going against.
Yeah, and I think the thing too, we got to remember that yesterday, this Fusion team came out with a lot of unexpected looks. We were expecting them to be playing fast pace with a lot of upbeat tempo. That wasn't the case. And 00 Nation had to take both of their timeouts for map number 1 before round 9. So that's never great news. I don't think that that's going to catch the Union by surprise today. Going into the upper bracket after seeing them play 3 different maps, or 3 different series rather, where they were playing with like a lot of speed and a lot of vigor, and then not having that happen, Union's going to have a chance to look back at that and say, okay, if we don't get an execute in the first 30 seconds, we have to trust that our default and our more consolidated play is going to come out on top. So pending that Union does not get put into a spot where they feel like they need to take a timeout early to adjust to whatever Fusion wants to bring out, I still feel really solid that these 5 boys right here are going to get the job done.
And of course, it's going to depend so much on what the maps are going to look like. Are they going to be the same? Are they going to be similar to what we had for the first match between the two? Or is it going to be completely different? If it were to be, especially that Pearl that caught my attention the most, I feel like it's a Fusion that had some right ideas but needed to be executed better. When you think of the Yoru, the first thing that I think of is even last year, it was an Evil Genius actually playing a Yoru with a lot of cool ideas towards that B-side, trying to create that space with it. And when you think of Neon, you're thinking more of last year's exit composition. So it is kind of trying to find that mix between the two that is so difficult, right? Nobody else is playing this composition, but there were some kind of inspirations that you can see Fusion was trying to grab from different teams, from their own ideas. And against a Union that wanted to slow it down and shut it down towards that B side, when you know Askia is going to be there with an operator, and on that defensive side, that's a whole other point.
Yeah, and that's a really strong point, because I did not particularly feel that the Yoru and Neon that you're relating to worked out in combination where it did yesterday between Darker and Verdi in particular. I just felt like they were playing too isolated away from one another. They weren't enabling each other to find success, where yesterday, seeing Verdi just get away with murder, it felt like more often than not with free entries into sites, largely thanks to the great pressure that Darker was putting on. That is the recipe for success. Need to see that formula come through immediately as we get to our map selection here, Sierra.
And this is going to be absolutely huge, considering this is the rematch from groups where things went disastrously wrong, and things kind of actually shaping up the same to be starting things off. And Dan, we're gonna be going back to Pearl.
This is exactly what we were talking about, having our theories about if we're gonna see that Pearl again, how the compositions are gonna look like, but it's actually looking very, very similar to that first match. Pearl and Fracture, both maps that got played between the two, and both that went the side of the Union.
And the Fracture yesterday is great news for Fusion because that's where Verdi and Darker combined to have the most significant actual pressure on the map. And then Ascent as map number 3 again, I think that's a good one for Fusion. They looked great on the offense yesterday. That's going to have to be the case again today if we do get to 3. The problem here is, what is Fusion actually going to pick on Pearl? They have tried everything under the sun when it comes to trying to run some combination of double duelists. They were able, like we talked about, to try to force their way on to the Neon and the Yoru. I didn't like the way that looked whatsoever. I would like to see them pull out a more dedicated Sentinel this time around. You know what you're going to get when it comes down to the Union. They love to lock things down with that combination of a Killjoy with either a KO right next to her or the Sova. So I think this is going to be one of those situations that Fusion needs to play a more straight up meta comp rather than try to do something weird like play double duelist.
And I absolutely agree, mainly because of these duelists and the way that they work. If you played out Yoru or that Neon, or the combination of the two, even thinking about the Reyna that they played in LATAM for those finals, you're thinking about putting a lot of pressure on that attacking side, especially towards B, to be successful. And that is something that the Union is not going to have to worry about, most likely playing that Jet once again.
Ugh.
We're going back, though!
No, I'm not a fan. Not a fan, Sierra. Not a fan of this.
Hey, redemption arc. I feel like that's the redemption arc for Fusion. We saw where it went disastrously wrong with that Neon and the Yoru. As fun and as unconventional it is. So Dan, they could be doing that run back and hopefully prove us wrong.
That's what they talked about. They said we had some cool ideas, but when it came to that second half, when they went on that defensive side, they couldn't really show us much. So that is going to be what I'm going to keep my eyes on, the improvement that this team has, and a composition that remains the same. But it's yet to be proven, right? Nobody else is playing this.
We're keeping it fun. We're keeping it flashy, heading back to Pearl for the rematch here. And now it's time for Sully and Upmind to let us know how they feel headed into our first map.
Thank you so much, our lovely ladies on the desk, and Shift, who is a hater, not believing in the Fusion whatsoever. I'm not gonna lie though, he's got a valid point. The Union are on a hot streak, and it is truly on the Fusion to bring them back down to earth.
The empirical data is there. The Union have been perfect, whether you look at their Brazilian league play or here during Ascension, sure. But Fusion, they're on one at the moment. And here on Pearl, I mean, they have a bit of a different look, but they're looking to absolutely shock the Union.
The Union starting on the defense here. We expect nothing less, just quick aggression out here towards A, and very similar look to what we've seen the last 2 times that they've played this map. It's get Askia deep out towards B long, and this early aggression here on the A side.
Askia pushing up. He doesn't have a lot of help in terms of the utility. It's only the KJ on this side, but he has found a lot of pixels. Askia picking away at 2, but he has 3, 4 more players running towards his direction. And there's the support. Pank picking up the 1. You still have Pank getting pressured out, playing on the vicinity of the smoke.
And there are 3 players already flanking. Fusion don't have any Sentinel to watch this flank.
Burst on through, and you still have Askia. Askia, again, hasn't been forced to move around whatsoever. Safe in the back, and he ends up getting free. He runs into a molly. He's fine for now, and Rafa cleans up the job. Theory goes down in Union. There's a clean start.
Askia already popping off with 3. He was one of the most fun, explosive Jets to watch during the group stage. Like, there were so many times he was popping off, and on this defensive side, you can already see the way that the Union will play this map in particular. They'll get very aggressive. It was Goo that pushed very deep in towards A, Askia to get control towards B. 2 of the main focal points when it comes to the aggression of this Union defense is getting Goo in positions where he can anchor. Surprisingly, he has the most first kills on this Union team, despite this team being known for aggression and Askia being known for entries. Surprisingly, it's Goo that has almost every single person on this defensive side.
Yeah, you're mentioning a controller player, but Goo!
There it is, you see it.
Yeah, he opens up with a double, just like you mentioned, NPK. Behind him cleaning up, everyone else being able to clean up. They Zenny flawless on the ground, but Union, again, they have a lot of weapons on this defensive side. Like you mentioned, Askia alongside Goo, they've been very important in the early round, but Actually, throughout this tournament, we've seen players like Rafa, players like NTK be able to unlock some of their support potential. Pank, of course, he's been a great anchor on his own, but NTK, Rafa, still 2 players to look out for in terms of that support for their defensive players. Finally, a rifle round coming up. Askia pulls up the op already.
And you will need a lot here from Fusion to show the changes and the adjustments and how good they've become on this defensive side. Once again, Gu will early on get aggressive. A great flash setup here as well. And this is what I'm talking about. Gu is always looking for space.
Oh, but he gets shut down immediately. VTED takes down the one. Everyone else from Fusion maintaining their positions. Birdie out over towards that mid side, taking away that KJ util. That's going to force Union to play someone over towards this mid side. That's indeed what Pink is doing, at least readjusting the hold.
He's found quite a bit of space here as well. And Fusion, unfortunately, with the lack of B control, doesn't look like that's where they're headed. NTK hoping to trade his teammate out, but once again, Union pushing this Fusion offense back. And it was one of the clashes that I was watching. Fusion were very good yesterday against 0-0 Nation and taking map control. Granted, I think 0-0 Nation played a much more passive defense. And going to this game, it was, would Union make the same mistakes that the Brazilian brothers did? And they aren't. They're pushing the issue and not letting Fusion get comfortable on this map.
One of the biggest criticisms of 0-0 yesterday, they didn't push the issue. Askia with an op 3 rounds in, that absolutely pushes something here for Fusion over towards the mid side. It's Fusion finally making their first step potentially into the round. They're finally pulling up into mid. You still have a player over towards long, but no! That dude through the smoke picking up Pank, and Askia couldn't do anything with the op. It all breaks apart for Union. 2-man advantage for Fusion. You still have Rafa up close, but Theory shuts him out.
Just NTK, hoping to save this rifle, maybe get a couple of exits if he is lucky. But Fusion, in this one in particular, despite losing that first man, are able to recover. And it is because of, I think, the space that Verdi was able to establish that gets him all the way up over towards B-Link. And a big gap in the Union defense. The interesting thing is that this Union setup, they don't frequently drop that alarm bot early in towards B-Link. So that could be a gap in this Union defense that Fusion should be keen to exploit. They will get their first round with the rifles. It's another thing is Union will early on again push the issue, fight for map control, look for that early 4 versus 5 that they can establish, or 5 versus 4, apologies, where they have been very dominant, 90% win rate in their 5 versus 4s in this event. And for Union to lose this round is a little bit unprecedented, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Some of that potential has been neutered going forward because I actually think that Union buy is going to be just a little bit worse for where Askia has to rebuy the op. Tech pause coming in at the moment though. Get to kind of readjust kind of the Fusion attack you were mentioning. Again, at least Union's defense, what they need to change. We've seen Fusion's attack change throughout this entire tournament. They become a lot more explosive in a sense, or at least we expected them to be explosive. But they look so much better now.
I think the key difference is not that the Fusion have become more explosive, it's just that they're actually being explosive and putting util behind in a lot of their entries. Verdi, for a time, is not, getting traded out. He's going in by himself. There's no util to support him. Like the last time that they played Pearl against Union, he went 1-6 in first kills and 1-4 on their attacking side in particular. And I think it was a lack of understanding of how to set this guy up, especially with this composition. Like it's a weird comp looking at it just like with the naked eye, but it makes sense. There were a lot of times where Darker was using his Euro ult, trying to get, space, be kind of this drone pinging out players. And at times, Fusion looked like a really well-rehearsed team with this composition because of the fact that they were playing extremely smart off of Darker and that ultimate, right? He was pinging out players and they were able to capitalize on that a lot of times, but eventually it was Union that did make those adjustments. They understood how they were going to play this map and were, again, pressing early on, taking map control away from Fusion. And now I think we've seen a new Fusion that are actually putting proper util and really good timings to set Verdi up. It's not that, crazy rush. It's the contact until they find that map control that they want, and boom, Verdi, who has been extremely good at entries, and he's always someone to take duels, when he's got util behind him, he's guaranteed to find a kill most of the time, if not get traded.
The big thing, at least going into the rest of this game, is how Verdi and Darker are actually going to be utilized on the defensive side more than anything, because yes, of course, things are very important here on the attacking side for this team. What if they just can't get the scoreline that they need? Fusion just didn't have have the defensive side success on this map. Not this map at all against the Union. They only won 2 defensive rounds in general in their series against the Union. And in their game, Verdi and Darker just didn't show up on that defensive side. They weren't put into places to succeed. At least in my eyes, it has to be a little bit more of a step up from Edu, VTED, Theory, in terms of actually trying to maybe, again, push the issue onto the Union, just the same way that we're looking right now from Fusion.
I think you said it perfectly. This attack for Fusion is the key focus here. Last time, again, only 2 rounds against the Union on their defensive side. And those 2 rounds make up only 2 of the 18 defensive rounds that they've won. They've won 16 defensive rounds against 0-0 Nation. And that is really the only sample size you have on this defensive side from Fusion. And so this attacking side, we get back underway here in round number 4, will have to be one that we keep an eye on. Fusion, what adjustments have they made? We've now got the guns out for both of these sides. And you can still see aggression from both of these sides, at least for Union on the A and B site.
And look at the amount of pressure that NTK already has on that front side. And Meathead thinking about the interaction, but he has to back out immediately. Oh, goodness! Theory. He thought he was free to go. He even let Darker go off on his own over in mid.
And you can see the adjustment that Union have made. They know that Verdi was able to get there before, so this time around, Pank putting util and putting pressure, finding a first kill.
Look at the movement over towards B, though. You have to focus up on Verdi here. Askia around the corner. Could have the off angle to expose this, but NTK reveals the positioning of Verdi. Verdi still walking into this crosshair. Not really knowing where Askia is. Askia hearing the footsteps. NTK. He didn't even see the Yoru. He just lets it go by anyways. And they still kill Darker, beat Ted and Edu. Last 2 just looking to tap away essentially at this round. But again, with 45 seconds left, it's not actually completely out of the realm of possibility. You still have Meathead on his own, potentially in a one-on-one over towards mid.
He's gotten pretty decent space here as well, and Pank has been a very solid KJ anchor, so I'd be surprised if he ends up giving his life here. Yeah, very smart, just drops this turret, and they are playing the retake. Union, as aggressive as they are, don't tend to overheat in these situations. And this should be a guaranteed round here with 15 seconds left. Edu hasn't made any space over towards A, and they will just be saving these 2 rifles. They will have enough credits to make the buy happen. Meathead can drop a rifle over to Theory as he's still 150, no need to buy the armor. This round was, again, unfortunately, I feel like Fusion falling back to old ways. You could see the idea from Verdi. As soon as he spots NTK, he is trying to punish, create an open lane for his team to get in, but he goes in kind of naked. No util behind him to support. Doesn't even use his relay bolts to try and earn himself some space and just gets blindsided by Askia in that corner. So that will be Fusion, dropping that 4th round, coming off the technical pause. You still have a buy to try and make something happen. Ult's starting to come online for both of these sides. Hunter's Fury not too far for NTK, who has been farming that early A orb.
Fusion needs to win this round, though. This half is already going to get way out of their hands if they end up losing this. Towards the mid side, it's going to be 3 players already rushing straight into Pank's crosshair. Pank might have a few more. Verdi going down. Pank needing to back on up into the smoke. Very safe, but not Askia. Askia is right in the thick of it. 70 HP, is able to dash away, but Edu, now right on top of this take. 1 more player over in B, and Rafa gets overwhelmed. Out of nowhere, essentially, Fusion is able to bring back the round.
Pank needs a punish here, and he doesn't get anything. I think this should be a savior from the Union. If Pank could get something, there's a possibility. But Fusion splitting apart this defense. Union maybe overextending with Askia. He's a player that will be very, very pivotal in these defensive rounds. And his aggression and his ability to find a frag and get out very quickly. But he gets punished by a quick play over towards Link. Yes, the first kill does go the way of Union, but Fusion are very quick to capitalize on the space that Verdi took. There's a missed fault line as Pank punishes, but still, a great flash from Edu, forcing Rafa off the angle, and Askia thought that B-Link was covered because Rafa was there. He ultimately gets punished because of it, and just Rafa being alone at site, it wasn't going to be enough to hold it down. And Fusion, a much more coordinated hit. You saw the fault line covering 1 angle, the instant capitalization of Verdi getting that opening, or not the opening, apologies, the opening space at the least.
That was still a big play from Union over towards B long that broke down, that could have essentially changed the round entirely. Askia getting essentially called out.
That round does at least bring us back to a possible Fusion good half, right? You were talking about it. That was the round that they needed to pick up. It resets them. Now they've been able to maintain it. They're leaning very heavily towards A, I think, to get Edu onto this ultimate.
Gonna be fast. Pretty much everyone from Fusion on this side. They're gonna have to take art control at the same time. Here comes Verdi.
Are you kidding me?
And Goo has the angle, taking down Verdi. 3 players are on this site for Union. They have such a tight defense at the moment, so Fusion.
Look at that, trying to punish this ult orb grab. That's perfectly read here from Union. They don't stop him, as Edu can reset this hit here.
Yeah, they do have some map control over towards the mid side.
There's a smoke, hold on, a smoke over towards B-Link that just completely voided
Hank.
Fury and allowed him to cross through.
Yeah,
and I don't think he knows.
There goes Theory. Takes down the one. There's still another one over towards Spawn. But Askia, he's cutting down the space too. It's a push and pull. Askia, all the way in Spawn, picks up the kill onto Meathead, can go back into B. But B has already been taken.
I think Edu here will have to make a decision. Where do you pop that ult? And he's gone in towards Defender Spawn, but they're not pushing it. They're just getting the spike down.
Oh, Darker goes in to try to shock Goo, to try to split the goalpost too with Rafa over in heaven. Can't do it. Theory and Edu. Last 2 remaining. Theory is very disconnected at the moment, but with double snake bites, definitely has a chance. Theory, he's running into a flank, and Askia didn't hear him at all. That's a gift for Theory. But here comes now the man advantage for Union. Edu picking up 1. Rafa does pick up the kill onto Theory, and now it becomes basically impossible for Edu.
This is brilliant!
1 more to go for Edu. How has he done this? Rafa goes down in a heap, and Edu pulls off the clutch.
I cannot believe the awareness from this guy, Edu. The Aftershock splits these 2 players up, and NTK just trying to punish, I think maybe thinking his teammate was with him. And this is just split-second decision-making. I don't know how Askia, first of all, doesn't hear Theory, and this is an immaculate 2 versus 4. You'll see it here in the replay. Edu giving time to drop this Aftershock and keeping Rafa off his back and allowing him to isolate the fight onto NTK, who I believe should have ultimately just waited there for the fight. And that round means absolutely everything to this Fusion team. It's reset Union here entirely.
Now watch out, Askia. Pretty much has the only real piece there for Union in the round. Knives go out, they get shut down immediately. Goo trying to do something crazy, but a decoy in his face. Goo, however, makes it a bit possible, at least in terms of the rest of this round. Picking up 2 and NTK picking up another one. Oh, but Fusion!
You're kidding me, what?
No. What is happening?
The Eco Warriors just got ecoed. And by Sheriff's, a double from Goo, and then the rest is history.
It's a Wild West.
They played so split apart. And, I mean, okay, it was a very nice double, triple swing in towards Art, but then the rest, Goo just getting so lucky to find that. I mean, this is not some tactical prowess from Union. This is just 1v1s after the first double spray down. I won't lie, Fusion played pretty smart in this round. But Union just able to dismantle them, and I would definitely call a tactical timeout if you are the Union. That's a crazy round, and not a round that they were expecting to pick up, so now they have probably got to adjust their game plan moving forward.
Yeah, that one's just a head scratcher. That's a big mental reset from realistically both teams.
Yeah.
The Union, they don't want to lose themselves in a situation like this. They got to reset, got to make sure that they remind themselves that those rounds are the type of rounds that they should be repeating. But also Fusion, I guess it's more just like they just lost themselves. And those are the types of situations that we saw potentially over in LATAM. But in this tournament, their mental have been on a completely different level. The overheating have not been there.
And now Union it always takes them a little bit time to adjust. You saw it in the interview. They were talking about how, yeah, it's a weird composition. It just took us a little bit to adjust. There were 4 rounds in a row from Fusion the first time they played this map. And now we're looking at a different Fusion. So now Union coming off this tack pause. It was the 4th round where they called a tactical timeout. And that's when things started to pick up here for the Union. And this time Goo's gotten aggressive in a different spot. And I think Fusion are just trying to bait out Util, expecting some kind of peek. But in reality, Goo has gone the other way. We've got 3 ultimates on both of these sides. And you'll see here how Darker will use his ult and how good Fusion are at punishing with those pings. Edu as well, who just uses ultimate, is only 1 off it, so there's a lot of promising moments here possibly for Fusion.
Yeah, here we go, the human recon. Darker.
No, but this is a fake here. This is something that Union are used to seeing, is this Darker your ult that is the catalyst for their entries.
So he runs all the way over to B to potentially get a wrap in instead. But there goes a big shot from Askia. The TP is all the way over towards A, and it's not going to matter. Union, they have to hold down B at the moment. Fusion have no other option. Askia just continues the firing range. Second kill onto Edu, easy. Darker, he's already been revealed to, a knife catching his position. He knows at the moment about Askia. Meathead has the angle. Again, I already said it before. I'll say it again, still basically an impossible situation for Fusion. Darker, however, does TP out onto site. But Gu has the angle. Union picks up the clean one.
And you can see the idea that Fusion had, which was, this is something that Union are conditioned to off of the last map that they've played. It's Darker's ultimate is always going to be where the hit is coming from. And especially in a composition where you don't have that like initiator drone, you're going to use Darker as kind of your info gather. But Askia holding his ground, not falling for that kind of play. I think unfortunately Fusion not throwing any util behind Darker or even an extra player kind of sells or didn't fully sell the fake. And so Fusion will call attack pause, and I think that's something that they're going to recognize in this timeout, is that if we are going to use Darker's ultimate, we have to put some players there. We have to put some pressure. Otherwise, Union will not rotate.
Yeah, that was honestly the most surprising thing about that, where they completely called out that ultimate. Like you said, they were conditioned to it. They did their studying. Now we're looking at a Fusion where once again they are stuck at a bit of a deficit. They've always found themselves at a deficit, or at least on the other side of the odds per se, throughout this tournament, or really throughout their history, whether it be the LATAM finals, whether it be, of course, the group stage of Ascension, whether it be the last round where they destroyed 0-0. Fusion have always seemed to surpass any sort of obstacle that does come ahead of them, but this one is seeming a bit too tall in a sense.
No, not right now. Not right now. They're looking pretty good. You can definitely see the changes that they've made. There's been exponential growth from day one of the group stages to day one of playoffs, and even to now, a lot more coordinated again. They won't have the bye to suffice a full fight. But we have 4 ultimates, and Verdi in particular loves to go crazy with this Neon ult, and you'll see here, they'll probably set him up here with Edu's ult.
And the smoke in his face, Askia has to completely reposition.
KO ult.
There goes the wall again. Askia has a bit of help with the KO ult, but even then, the stinger in the hands of Darker. The ultimate is about to go away. The overdrive is about to come back. NTK has the cross.
And they've elected to just cancel and hold for the retake. Maintain his backside control, but as that smoke fades, Verdi goes down.
No, there goes the ultimate though. This Viper's Pit is gonna help out Fusion so much for the lockdown. And
that's a punish.
That gives Union the sight back potentially. There goes the shocks. It's taking away Theory bit by bit. 42 HP left on Theory. Theory needs to run away. This round should be theirs. The classic is there. Oh, the Molly could have absolutely helped Theory though.
They're gonna knife him. Oh man, Fusion. They committed so much in this round. Viper's Pit, the Neon ult here as well. But Union play this pretty spectacularly. Just backing up, knowing that they had the ultimate. Rafa as well, slowing the push down. And the key thing is, yes, it cancels out Verdi's ultimate. The main thing is that it just prevents Verdi from getting aggressive and earning space, which is probably the biggest thing and why Rafa is able to maintain this control and get back into the retake ultimately extremely quickly, because there is a threat if Verdi has that ultimate and they combo it with the Rolling Thunder, he could get a lot of space. But that's not earned here in this round because he pops that null command. And Union, just again, very cautious, patient, using the lockdown to get back into sight. We'll have the full buy here for Fusion, who still have that Rolling Thunder to work with.
Revealing area.
Fury at the same time for NTK, but here comes a big push coming out from Fusion. It's going to be 4 players here, and there, like you said, Hunter's Fury coming out early to try to punish Fusion, to try to funnel them essentially, but it just doesn't work. Verdi instead beelining it towards spawn, almost tried to find Pank. NTK is still alive. Rafa over at mid, trying to rotate back into A, gets shut down by Theory. Fusion covering up almost every option here for the Union. Nobody coming out from the short side. Everyone from the Union forced to come up from spawn. They are all over towards the pit position though. Do they find Verdi? Verdi in a beautiful position. Do they actually peek him? Askia is able to pick one back off of the op. The op is probably going to be very important for the rest of this half. Hopefully they keep it. Still going to be Edu holding down the first contact, but they still don't know about Verdi. Verdi is coming in all the way towards spawn. Still the man advantage for
You see the barrel too.
The man advantage was always there for Fusion. They always had the actual map control. finally, when Union start to cross their way into sight, they go down.
What an exceptional post-planted exec from Fusion. And one of the strengths of this team has always been understanding the macro gameplay when it comes to the ultimates and how teams will utilize it. And this round, they were prepared for that Hunter's Fury. Players sat back very deep to break this dart. Not this dart, the early dart. And they were expecting it. They were ready for that goo push. They set Verdi up with a fault line to take goo out of the mix. And that early entry, knowing again that there was going to be a Sova ult playing in the back site, pop that ultimate, get onto site very quickly. And Fusion kind of coming alive here in the later parts of this second half. Or apologies, this first half. We'll see how close they can get on this scoreline. As again, this is their stronger side. Their weaker side has always been their defense.
Oh, Pank! Pank! Pinging off some headshots. 2 easy ones for him over in mid. But those are the ultimates. Well, Verdi at least. Huge ultimate in his hand. V-Ted. The only one left with an ulti in this round. But again, the Yoru ulti, excuse me, would have been everything for info in this round. Would have been everything for an exec. Now Meathead, Theory, Edu forced to do something dry.
Look at the control that Union have at the moment. NTK tucked in towards A main. Someone as well watching this sewers flank, that alarm bot as well. Just a quick recognition for Pank to play off of. This round seems difficult for Fusion to get back into. It will take some of these individual plays, specifically Meathead in this position, to try and get set up. But I mean, these fault lines are just not connecting from Edu.
Bit of an off angle there, though.
30 seconds
off
left.
Up, good stuff. Union bit by bit.
I do believe if you're Theory, you should be the one saving here. Edu has got some wiggle room in terms of cash, but I think he'll want to stay alive to be able to drop Darker, but they might not get away with anything. This could be a very costly fight, and it is.
Wow.
NTK finding both of them. And the finances, we'll see how they are able to gather up a buy. Again, this is a light armor meta, but I'm just concerned about Theory in particular.
Stuck in the mud. All the way down at 2K, gonna be pretty much forced to be on a Stinger or a Spectre.
Jeez, Pank.
This was everything, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's just been adjusting this KJ setup towards B-Link. First, there was no pressure there, which Verdi was able to collect upon, and then Pank started applying pressure. He had an alarm bot, Nanostorm pushing, looking for the first pick. That didn't work. That worked once, and then he got punished ultimately, so he just hit here again. For this last round, he's playing the same setup. But Fusion will use the Dark Ult, and this is the adjustment they're making. They're putting some util behind him.
Is he using it as a flank, or is he getting it as this information? He's jumping through Art. He finally jumps out. Goo alongside Verdi. It's Goo getting taken down by Verdi. There goes Theory taking down NTK, but you still have Rafa. Rafa looking for a one-tap, but can't find anything. So overwhelming by Fusion.
And left onto just 2. Asuka and Pank who needs this kill.
It's only Pank now for Askia. He could have done so much there with his knives, but that is the chip away from Fusion. Things were going to look very ugly going into the second half if Fusion weren't able to pull that off.
It's a very great way to close it out. That was a very clean round from Union. From the ult pop and knowing how to play with it, I think ultimately having a perfect game plan to go in towards Art, right? The fault line as well to punish Church, and the flashes from Darker to set his team up. It's not the best half from Fusion. It's actually the same from the first time they played it. And now on the defense, where they only were able to muster 2 rounds against this Union squad. Again, they've only won 18 defensive rounds, and 16 of them came from just yesterday against 0-0 Nation. So this isn't a team that is favored on the defense whatsoever. And so, what changes have they made? Are they more comfortable with getting aggressive? We will have to see as Union start 5 leaning B.
Union stack on so much pressure early on here on Diffusion. They already have combined the 2 duelists, though, to maybe add some mobility, some extra mobility. But B is going to be a complete retake setup, surely, of Theory.
I'm really not a big fan of this from Fusion. Rotating towards A, I would honestly just gamble this towards B as soon as that contact's made. This is a Union team that pride themselves on their post plans. We've seen on Pearl how many times they get into setups and how many times they win.
Here comes Rafa, already cutting down the retake. At the spawn of it, there goes at least Fusion.
That's
maintaining
a great
the mid
fault
side.
line.
The fault line is absolutely insane because Verdi finds a red carpet to find 2. It's NTK alongside Pank. All the way over and long. There's not a lot of util here. Edu doesn't have everything. But here comes the shock dart. Shock dart doesn't connect. It was only the one shock dart to cover it up, and they even give themselves a chance here with the 2v2, but it's over.
Absolutely dismantling that post plant Fusion. They get the trade immediately as Rafa tries to get aggressive, but that fault line in the back, that was perfectly read. That's where Union will typically at least post guaranteed one player in these postings, and I imagine it's something that we'll see more as this half goes on, but what a ridiculous fault line. And for a team as good as Union in these post plans, Fusion came in this with flawless fashion. I mean, we've seen Union win 84% of their post plants in this event. They've been one team that if you give literally 5 seconds to set up, they will guaranteed win the post plant. Doesn't happen here. Union will try their hand once again at aggression towards B, where Fusion, typically a team that will sit back and play a little bit more passive on their defense.
Very Verdi on that off angle. Now readjusting. Gonna have a crossfire with the other duelist. They don't check Verdi though! Verdi getting 3 for free. Not a single person checking his corner, and now Pank and Goo make it only Pank. Left now in the round, Pank. There's something insane here, actually coming up from behind Theory. I still even knew about it, but Azeni flawless. Puts Fusion back in the game.
Fusion, just again, looking like a much more well-coordinated team with their util. Granted, Verdi was literally just, I mean, they had the better guns. You couldn't expect much there from the Union.
Right.
And Fusion off to a flying start in this second half, already matching the last time they played on the defense, which was 2 rounds against a Union offense. But for now, with the guns back in the hands of the Union, it's something that was a mistake I felt from this Fusion lineup, is playing a very passive defense, not looking to take map control, not looking to fight, but they are this time around. And I'm glad they didn't show their hand early on the defensive side. They put Darker in a pretty aggressive spot and a really nice lurk area as well.
Oh, they know about him now, but the TP wasn't safe. Back over towards spawn too as a fast A rotate.
He's gotten that early info here. We're gonna see some shifting here from Fusion in a second.
It's so difficult from Verdi, he's all alone.
And they just cut his info off. Verdi's kind of on an island right now. I love the ult pop, and we'll see what he can do.
No, did he just stun himself? Poor Verdi, and now Theory gets exposed. Same thing with Darker. It's all a disaster for Fusion. E-Ted and Edu. Last 2 remaining to actually pick up the pieces, but yeah, Union essentially one by one finding a couple of gifts. Now Pank.
For any damage here, Edu. He does get one. Maybe charge up the ult here as well for a little bit. But Fusion, you can see again how this defense will play. They're not a team that will get aggressive, fight for early map control, and that was, again, one of the weaknesses I felt against the Union the last time they played, even against M80. In the one round that we saw where 0-0 Nation actually elected to get aggressive, that being the last round of Ascent, that's where Fusion, unfortunately, fell flat a little bit.
Right.
Giving up a lot of space to the Union early on in these rounds. Granted, this was just their bonus, so I'm hoping things change here once they get the rifles actually out. No ults to account for just yet. But we're seeing, I mean, there's at least a slight modification. Darker pushing up to that pillar, it kind of bodes, in my opinion, a little bit well for maybe the style change we'll see from Fusion. But again, giving that space to Union, a team that's very good at contacting, making those fast pops and explosive entries from Askia, is not going to go well here if you are Fusion.
Now that's, of course, if Fusion actually dedicate themselves to playing the full retake. If they do opt to actually hold that fast take, God knows how many players are going to go down early in the round. Union, I'm putting out a bit of a different look. Yes, they do put out the contact over towards B long once again, but everyone is an A.
Default last 3 rounds have been that contact with a drone, and Rafa just walking up.
An easy contact, but Meathead actually has a chance to fight here. Picks up the first. Askia all the way out in the open. There you go, Meathead.
Spike down here for the Union. Again, a team very strong in the post plant. 4 players already arriving here from Fusion, and Goo's going to look for space here. I like this quick recognition. They've split themselves up, and they won't give an easy spray down. You have to play the ones here.
Now everyone else from the Union focusing up on site now. This is a huge reposition for the Union. This is just a second angle for them to crossfire on site. And Pank! Do they need anything else? Do they need anyone else? Pank picking up 3 easily, make it a 4th. Everyone on the retake getting swept away by Pank.
Pank just dealing it out against Fusion. 4 in the final round. He's the only one that's actually fighting on site because he's got his nanoswarms down. And it's NTK that was sitting up for a lineup. Goo looking for space, trying to play alive with his Gravwell. And Pank doing everything he can to keep this team at least in this half, even with the first rifle round coming out for Darker. And he has been an underrated player for this roster. And Fusion trying to play the retake on the sides, again, giving space to this Union team. It allows Rafa to find that first kill.
Birdie. Tried to do something crazy, same thing with Darker, but again, it's just Fusion throwing everything at the wall. Around where they only have pistols, but Union, this is the good, nice look out of them, good situational look that we didn't see from Fusion in that first half. Everyone together, nobody pushing out in any extra angle. All 5 players just committing to the mid situation. Now Fusion left with only 3, Meathead, Theory, and Edu. Not a single one of those players are over towards the B side.
The Eco Kings. Unfortunately, I think be out of this round. This next one will be very crucial to Fusion in staying afloat in this map. And I think ultimately in this series, Fracture, a map that if you are a Brazilian fan, you must be very happy it's in the map pool. These are the only 2 maps so far that Union have played in Ascension, Pearl and Fracture. And there's a lot of film on them. Fusion have definitely done their homework the last 2 times that Union have played. Haven't changed too much, but it will be this next rifle round that could decide the fate of not just this map, but again, of this series, given the way that Fracture has gone every single time Union have played it. Not a team that just dominated Fusion, a team that also dominated M80. And it's a map that a lot of teams have struggled against Union on because of how aggressive they can be and how many lanes there are on Fracture. So again, next round kind of means everything here for Fusion.
Theory.
Okay.
He's giving themselves a chance for the rest of this game. Eco-wise, maybe forcing Union to reinvest a little bit, but they are going to go down finally. Like you said, big round coming up. Union win this one out, they can essentially go up to 12.
And there's some ultimates here for Union. A lot of ultimates in their favor, and this is the crucial round, and they've got so much to play with. The lockdown already initiated. But NTK, 1 off his Hunter's Fury. Goo, I think only 2 off his Cosmic Divide. This next round is not looking very, very good here for Fusion in terms of the ult economy. We'll see what the Union will use. Fusion are a team that are very good at recognizing the threat of ultimates, and that's why they've called this tac pause, to try and sort out how these ultimates will go down and what their protocols will be for it.
Yeah, but again, incredibly important timeout. Figure things out here, the rest of this game is very possible. But here on Pearl, again, we haven't really seen the full effect of those duelists, right? The full effect of potentially that aggression that we were calling upon. Union, however, again, playing very safe. Not exactly a team to really freak out, to really actually try to push it all the way down onto a take whenever they are on attack. We haven't seen anything too overwhelming from the Union, from Askia, even though we do claim Askia to be this great jet. He's not exactly this, I guess you could say, like, spearhead for this team whenever they are making these group takes. He's not exactly being the huge star. He's there for the refracts. He's there for the trades. Players like Rafa, players like Goo, they could take that on a lot more, but here on the defensive side, it was Pank.
And it was 2 off the null command for Rafa, not Goo's ultimate. And Fusion will actually take space, looking to capitalize on a lot of early aggression here like they did in their eco. Goo's got to be careful here. He's got the smokes, and he's down. That will make this a lot easier for around here for Fusion right off the bat.
All this empty space here for the Union. Fusion, they're not actually looking to close down on it at the moment. Verdi, he's just watching the edge of this. They don't actually have a smoke fully covering that Hunter's Fury. It's only potentially hitting down on 1. The Hunter's Fury maybe just a little bit off the lockdown, giving them a little bit more space, but Fusion have already gone down to so many players. The Union now down to 2. Askia, NTK, looking to fight all the way back. This is a huge hit for Askia. Askia starts it off with 1. NTK around the corner, but it's all Askia. Askia could all go down to the blades of Askia. 1 more to go. Theory cooking up, whipping up a way to get back into this round. NTK and Askia find angles right onto Theory, and it's Askia with an ace.
I cannot believe how they get back into this round. Fusion did everything right. Punished aggression towards B-Link off the Hunter's Fury. Scaled their way back in, used flashes to get into the site. But this is all it takes, an individual to step up when the time is needed. And Askia has been a hero so many times for this roster. And he's the difference maker in a lot of these rounds. The difference maker for the Union. At times, in series, in maps. And that was possibly the series flipping round. And Fusion, not a lot left in the tank. This buy is everything they got left, and they've already gone down a man.
So unfortunate for Verdi, but they did have the second option there, Edu. Faltering, not able to get the trade. Everyone else over on A.
Null Command left over here. Cosmic Divide is all for the post. And Union are not a team to let go of these post plans easily. Again, 84% win rate coming into this matchup and throughout this event. And they are looking to close this one down and find map point.
Darker help out with his retake here. He still has the ultimate. He can still clear up some space. And indeed, he puts on the mask and gets on in. But Askia and NTK both finding the two other individuals here on Fusion. Darker doesn't have an inkling about NTK. Union has their number. One more for Union to close out Pearl.
13-7 was the way that Pearl went last time between these two teams. And unfortunately, it's looking that way again. 4 Guardians bought out here. And a perfect scale up, by the way, as well from the Union. No Yuto just quietly walking into the site. And Meetits stood no chance there in dealing with that art play. Viper's Pit for Theory. Not using actually a judge to clog up mid. I don't think he's going to pop it early, which is surprising. No command for Rafa still, too.
A lot more patient of a look for Fusion over towards Art, though. It's going to be the Breach alongside the Neon. They have so much potential here in this position, but how is the first contact actually going to work out? Meathead on top of the box. Askia doesn't see him, but Askia almost gets all 3, and he breaks open Art at the same time. Surely it's all over. No, Darker coming around the corner. He gets 1. Could have made it all possible, though, and now it's all Theory. Theory, 1v3.
The Guardian in a dream. Viper's Pit left over. If he can even get onto site, an alarm bot just already waiting for him.
Been spotted, still has a Viper's Pit potentially to use. But the util is all here for the Union. Double nanos, nade, a knife, multiple stars to go. Viper's Pit does help out, and it does come out in Theory. Finally gets funneled. The Union take away the first.
And again, similar fashion to the way that the first map played out when they played Pearl. 13-7, Union showing utter dominance here in this first map. But it's, again, the map pick of Fusion, a map that, unfortunately, I think ultimately had to go the way of Fusion, and ultimately doesn't, even despite the changes, the new look on their offensive side. It was the defense that we were more concerned about, and I think those concerns held up.
Yeah, but again, are we exactly surprised? This has been the exact same map pool for this team throughout the entire tournament. The Union have played Pearl and Fracture in every game so far, and they're doing it again in this BO3, and it started off in literally exact same way that it has. I mean, even against Fusion, Fusion only won 2 rounds in their second.
Yeah, there's a lot of film on this team, and so I'm surprised Fusion maybe not ready for all these plays. I think ultimately it comes down to Union and their team play. There's a lot to break down here, a lot to sift over if you are a LatAm fan. I know Dry is probably going to be mulling over this one, so we're going to throw things to the desk.
Is that true, Dan? Are you involved a little bit?
No, I'm gonna be honest, looking at what happened before, and I know that we talked about this going to a map 3, but I don't think it was because of Pearl. Pearl, it belongs to the Union, and nobody can contest it.
Yeah, coming out into here, I feel like, too, with the fact that it was set up that this is this rematch, we got to see that same Neon Euro composition coming out shift. I feel like that almost set a bad precedent right out of the gate, that we were going to see that exact same map score coming on by, as Union are just on a different level sometimes, it felt like.
You know, I'll give a small bit of credit to Fusion because the offensive side did look a little bit cleaner when they started to get into the deeper depths of the first half, talking in full gun rounds in particular. But still, it's just like defensively, it's just so hard, I feel like, with that combination of agents to make anything proactive actually come to life outside of just playing people essentially face up in 1v1s, which we often saw be opted by Fusion, especially through mid-map. It just wasn't really fully working out. There were a couple of good moments here and there where Verdi was kind of just unchecked or was freed up into some tight spaces, but that was all on retake, and that's not something that Fusion really felt like they really wanted to do. It looked like they were trying to like take over the outsides of the map, and I don't know, I just don't like the look of how Verdi and Darker play this away from one another. They looked so good yesterday playing a combination of one another, so to see it be almost complete opposite today just feels like a bit of a reversal back to things during the group stage, which really didn't work out all that well for them.
I feel like too, when we were looking at how things were playing out, that when Fusion was getting an idea right, when we got to see some of the great things, I'm thinking of doing that crazy 1v3 right to start things off. That seemed like it could be such a great thing in momentum shift. And then all of a sudden the next round coming out from the Union, Dan, we get to see this Sheriff Thrifty that then all of a sudden Fusion are just on the back foot again and having to readjust. They lose that momentum, they lose that spark that could be the catalyst to move things forward.
Like you said, they lose that spark and they lose the momentum that for Fusion, they get some insane rounds and they have gotten them throughout and since that group stage, but then they lose it just like that. Is actually a problem that the players, the coach have recognized in the past, losing those big rounds that really allow the momentum to shift and go the way of this team. And it's unfortunate because we see a crazy play from these guys and then they lose to a Thrifty on the other side.
The other thing on top of that, not just outside of the momentum shifts, but the keys towards what we were trying to build up as far as how does Fusion win this matchup, it's to be better on entry, even from the offensive side where they didn't look particularly poor, but Pank went 7-0 in first kills to deaths. So when you have your Killjoy locking things down with that much amount of success from the defensive side, things like that are going to continue to be a problem for you. And again, I just didn't think that this agent composition was ever going to crack the code of what the Union have historically always done so well on this map. I could at least give some applause for trying it again and maybe making it a little bit more polished, but defensively, it just was not there in any form for me when it comes down to what Fusion needed to do to establish map control just from the get-go.
Well, we did say that if there was going to be a day where we would start seeing these map 3s coming out, it could potentially be today. We'll have to see if it could be that first series if Fusion has enough in the tank to try and take this next win over on Fracture. We're going to be taking a quick break while we get that queued up. Be back soon.
Since the beginning of the team, we talk about playing this tournament to be on the VCT Americas is our first objective, because winning the VCB doesn't mean nothing if we don't win here right now. We have to win here to make our biggest objective. I'm Rafa, I play EGL and Flex for the Union. Pank is our sentinel, so everyone expects he has to be a little bit defensively, but I think his best play style is play more aggressive, like a sentinel, who the people don't expect that, like a Killjoy taking 1v1s and something like that. I think he can surprise the people.
He is so solid. I guess this is his play style.
RVN is like our controller, so he's the guy, he's more defensive. He's really good, calm. He can make good decisions during the rounds, so I think he's our pilot, I don't know, something like that.
He's so solid too, and I guess the play style is like Pank, but still more defensive.
NTK is the best in aiming. He's a really good play initiator, but he's really good taking 1v1s too. Askia is our duelist, so he's really aggressive. He can like make 1, 2, 3 kills really fast, so we try to put him in positions to do that.
He's really fast doing things, like aiming and shooting, but he's too constant. And Rafa is our flex and IGL, so he's like our brain. He things for everyone.
Yeah, the best part about the comp here for this one, I'm gonna hold that thought as we just jump right into the action. The Union collect 2, make it 3, make it 4, make it!
I think my career, I really had some ups and downs, you know. I play other FPS, so I win in games there, 2 champions. So here in VALORANT, I start 2 years ago. So I started with a team we're not performing really well. So the Union made me a new player, something like that. VALORANT made me a new player. Really have fun, play the game. So I think now I'm just having really fun. I think with the team, with the guys playing. So I don't know. I think it's this.
You still has the opportunity to just inch out of the angle and indeed capitalizes on one. You're serious? Another one. Rafa!
It's a big change. If we win this, we go into Americas. So the best experience I can have for me.
For me, it's the most important thing. To do all kinds of things in life, you have to having fun with this, so you can put all of you, you know, make the things with love, you know. So for me, it's the most important thing.
Well, things not going quite maybe how Fusion would have wanted them when we got to see the run back of Pearl yet again and the run back of the same composition we got to see when they went up against the Union in the group stage. But maybe going on into our next match with Fracture, that's where we can start to see the turnaround. It was a really fun match to watch over on Pearl Dan. And there was a couple of rounds that we wanted to go into a little bit deeper before we get into our next match.
Yeah, something that we talked about towards the beginning was the pressure that Fusion was going to have on this attacking side to make sure that they had enough rounds if the defense was not going to look strong. But look at how difficult it was. That 7-5 was clearly not enough for Fusion because of the pressure that this defensive side from the Union was bringing to them, giving them no opportunities and always pushing them to this B side where Askia was going to be and was going to become a nightmare for them. You saw towards the beginning of the round a push with the KO knife towards A. That's going to delay any sort of aggression early on for Fusion. Towards mid, you have 2 players, one towards Link, being panked. That Shift got the chance to talk about the amount of first bloods that this guy was getting, and then a double from Art. That is not giving you any space to work, but on that B side, that was getting denied by the Jet by themselves. So it's so difficult, and it is the many kind of different things that we got to see from the Union that continue to make this team the strongest one, even as on the other side of Fusion tried to adapt playing faster, tried to catch the team of the Union off guard. It was just not enough for the rounds that they needed. And so that puts us in an interesting position thinking about what is going to happen on Fracture, right? A map that is kind of the opposite, where you're looking at that aggression happening on that defensive side more often than not.
And I think the thing too that gives, you know, the Union a bit of a leg up here is just, even in that clip that you rolled, and this happened a number of different times, is their ability to be aware of what ultimates are available on both sides and how are we going to use that. And more often than not, it did come in the form of playing for retake, and that's something that we're definitely going to start to see when we get Fracture on the board, a map that's definitely going to stretch out this defense a touch. But we know what we should expect when it comes down to what the Union likes to play here. They love to play Breach, they love to play Sage, they love to play Brimstone. So those 3 in particular, I think, have a really good opportunity to continually try to build up that retake pressure that you're going to be likely to see here, especially when we get to, both sides of both these two teams, rather, on the defensive sides for Fracture.
You also see two different approaches in a couple of rounds when it comes to these ultimates between the two teams. A Union that uses the ultimates in the way that you expect, right? On those big rounds that you want to secure, on those rifle rounds as well, where you want to have that entry with a breach hold, when you want to create a little bit more space. But on the other side, a Fusion that we've seen in a couple of rounds investing ultimates into these eco rounds. And honestly, a lot of the times, as we got to see on Pearl into one of those replays, investing something like a Viper Spit and not working. This is kind of familiar now for Fusion, wanting to take that risk into the eco round, seeing if they can turn those thrifties their way. But it's definitely not easy, especially once again going back to that aggression that the Union like to bring on the defense, and how most likely it is going to happen on this map.
I feel like what's really interesting, though, in this rematch is this is where we start to see a little bit of a shift up from the teams, because it's going to be Fusion starting on the defense this time around. And this was something, too, that when we got to see the last time these two faced, Fusion did not necessarily have the greatest time on that defensive end.
No, they look terrible. I mean, let's just put it the way it is. It was a 6-0 stomping by the Union on the offensive side with really no effort that you ever saw from the Fusion to kind of lead us otherwise. It's another one of those situations, though, you kind of look across what we're going to expect from the Union. They're going to put Askia on the raise, and he likes to just burst on in towards site and almost be the bait for the rest of his team. So that's another moment where if you're looking at this from Fusion, you should know what to expect here. And their usual composition of bringing in a Fade and a Killjoy in comparison of the Sage and Sentinel on the other side should allow you to at least to give up a little bit of space in order to reclaim it and contest the spike plant a bit more regularly than what they were trying to do last time around, which was trying to be aggressive, use utility to take over space. The problem is when you're on Fracture and you have a team like the Union on the other side, they're going to read what your play is supposed to be and then hit you on the other side where you don't have the numbers. So I would like to see Fusion play a bit more reactionary here and get an idea as far as where do we think Union are going to hit and how can we possibly contest a spike plant rather than trying to contest at the front door of the sites themselves. Give a little bit of space, contest on top of the site, and play with more numbers this time around, because defensively speaking, last time for Fusion, they were just empty. They were completely amiss pretty much all the way across the board, and Union didn't have many problems breaking down these sites.
Even on the attacking side, it felt like for that time that they face each other, the Fusion could have done a lot more. And part of it, the reason why they were getting shot down so many times was because of Pank. And we just talked about this guy. He is insane on the Sentinel role. He's insane at strongholding one of the sites, one of the areas of the map, and making sure nobody is going to pass it. We got to see it on Killjoy, on Pearl, but on Cypher here for Fracture, it is no different. He has some really cool setups, some of them very unique to this team, and it's gonna shut down the aggression that Fusion sometimes like to bring to them. And now that is gonna depend so much more on how Edu is gonna play, most likely that Fade once again, and the Prowler that I feel like was lacking in so many scenarios to create that space, to break those trapwires, to detect where they're going to be, so Verdi can be a lot safer when he's going into sight.
The one thing we can take just as a bit of inspiration, though, for Fusion was, as mismanaged as some of their post-plant holds were the first time these two teams played, they did figure it out. And a lot of it did come from the fact of put a little bit more pressure onto Pank. Don't allow him just to get his free setup, and then we're dashing on into things like trap wires and cyber cages. Let's see if we can bait out some of that utility first and then hit aggressively. And to be fair, that's something they did yesterday. So again, I want to see the team from yesterday, from a construction standpoint, from mentality standpoint, put pressure on this Union defense first, and then use your characteristic aggression to hit at the right moment to where you can catch these guys off guard. Because the Union, with the last time they played, was very happy to play retake, and it felt like Fusion was committing way too much too early to where their post plant was very, very soft. So that has to change coming into this matchup today if they want to find a way to get to a third map.
Well, that's where things get interesting for me. So do we think then, in that first match that we got to see on Pearl, that we saw enough of this team from yesterday, despite the fact that Fusion did take that loss, that we believe that maybe going on forward into today, Dan, that we could be seeing that team from yesterday, we could be seeing something that is a little bit more closer, more cohesive from this squad?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that the first map was Pearl, and this is a map where the Union is incredibly dominant and especially as we've gotten to see throughout Ascension. So even though there were some kind of adaptations and a fusion to look more solid in so many cases, it was not going to be enough. I mean, the Union, excuse me, just looks so coordinated on this map, but on Fracture, it can be a different story. And fusion throughout Latin America, when they were playing Challengers, this is a map where they were constantly good at, and I feel like Yas is going to go down to how this defensive side is going to look like, thinking about the many points that we talked about when it comes to those ultimates and how they're going to get utilized early on. When they played this match, there were so many ultimates that were actually being saved for 3-4 rounds. That cannot happen. That is your win condition to get ahead.
I'm just still so worried when we're looking at the fact that Fusion is starting on the defense and the fact that it didn't go so well the first time around, that this then shift could just be that land side to just really set the stage and set the Union up for all the success in this map too.
I think if you're the Union, you expect that flat out. I mean, you went flawless in your group stage. You looked clean on every single map that you played, which, to be fair, was a pretty good number. So, I mean, you have to be coming out feeling like you're the best team right now in VCT Ascension, which means that you should be beating the number 2 LATAM team, especially a group that did not win a single map throughout the group. So, I think it's one of those things that your confidence is going to be super high here for the Union. I don't expect them to try to do anything different. This is not a matchup where you look at the coaching staff and say, oh, we have to do something weird to catch Fusion off guard. Like, it's on the onus of Fusion to have to make problems occur for the Union, because at the moment everything has been so comfortable. Even in map number 1, the same storylines that we've been talking about all through groups once again were occurring. Good team play, good chemistry, good cohesion in terms of how do we want to hit, when do we want to hit, and who's going to be able to do what. On top of that, you also have a major playmaker X factor in the form of your Jet. This time, it's going to be on Raze, of course, so trust the fact that your star potential will carry you in tight moments, which it did last map. There's no reason the Union should feel uncomfortable coming to this map too.
I definitely feel like after that first map, no reason to feel uncomfortable. So I'm really interested and intrigued to see where Fusion heading on into today's map is going to be swapping something up, because how things fared over on Fracture last time on the defensive, Dan, something has to change. There has to be some sort of crack here.
Something that Kamikaze once again talked about, he tweeted about, saying on that second half, we could have done a lot more. We lost a lot of big chances to turn things around, make sure that it doesn't snowball to the side of the Union. So yeah, exactly. Now when you start on it, I feel like it does give you that benefit, potentially winning that pistol, getting that momentum that we even got to see in that first matchup, as it was a Union trying to adapt to what Fusion was going to bring, and that kind of X factor that we don't really know about how it's gonna play out. Also, depending on Mitted, the IGL specifically, this guy has been insane, has quite a lot of experience, has proven he can find success for Latin America North for the first time ever, and now he has a task to take us to that map number 3. It's gonna depend so much on how it's gonna start off for Mitted specifically, and looking at the performance that he has, it's been good, right? It's been even better than some other IGLs, but you need to be able to handle that pressure just right.
That's the flashback to the tweet right at the top of show coming out from Edu here. The last sentence on that being that it's a pleasure to be in the backpack of the best IGL at Mitted. So yeah, of course, when there was a couple of rounds where there could have been something more, just a little bit swap up from the team, I'm very then intrigued shift headed into today. He said in the calling and where that is going to be that difference maker.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that will come onto the defensive side, flat out. That's one of the things that, again, was puzzling them, and when you've got a player like Mitted, who's the one who's supposed to be controlling the space, you have to know what your information you have before you can make a call. And I will say, outside of the fact that Mitted needs to make good decision makes, but it starts for me with Darker. His ability to get his utility to connect was key for them when they were playing up against 0-0 Nation. That's going to have to be the case again, as it looks like our agent select's coming through, and yeah, nothing's really changed here. Everyone's playing the same composition that we've expected, so it's another one of those, well, for the Union, it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Fusion, it was broken. You started to fix it yesterday. Can you keep improving upon that? Because I still think there were some vulnerabilities when they were playing on this map yesterday.
And how good is the read from Fusion going to be this time around, especially with the stage that plays on the other side? So unique to the Union, so good, but also there's only so many things that you can do with the stage, right? The way they're shutting down plays. And we saw Fusion trying to adapt throughout it, which now they're going to have the chance to do so on that second half to see if they can make it a little bit more competitive.
Well, if we're going to get the Fusion from yesterday, I'm excited for what's to come as we head on over to Fracture. Or is it just going to be the Union that is yet again going to continue on this 2-0 streak? We're going to toss this one over to Sully and Upmind to find out.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys have broke this one down perfectly. The way that Union are playing Fusion will need something new and unique, because the way it's going, it is feeling like a 2-0 right now.
I mean, Fusion, they have to be scared, shaking in their boots. The Union, they've been perfect on Fracture, whether it be, of course, during Ascension or in Brazil. Fusion needs to be scared.
And it is because Union have been a very well-drilled team on this map. We've seen them play it 3 times and dominate every single team. Apologies, 2 times. This is the 3rd time. And Fusion will try to switch things up with a little bit more aggression towards this B side.
Oh, and Verdi starts it off with a bang. Big shot onto Pank. Everyone else from Union running for the hills, running over towards A. But it's only one person on A. Fusion are going to go for a retake, surely. Unless this Nanoswarm can actually delay some time, there's still players rotating in spawn.
And look at the wall that's been thrown up by Rafa. They're going to try and isolate a fight towards defender spawn.
Askia spraying away, everyone else spraying away in the middle of spawn, but not a single bullet getting hit. Everyone from Fusion still alive, and everyone on this side of the map.
I'm a big fan of the way that this is going for Fusion. They've been able to retake all the way towards Sands and spawn. This is a good point here to focus on A main.
Not a lot of utility here to use here. If you're Union, here comes MTK, still has double flash, but he finally goes down. Good stuff from Edu. 2-man advantage from Fusion. They've really chipped it down now for Rafa and Goo. Now start to scratch their heads. They have no idea when the defuse is coming in, but now it finally goes through the smoke. It's all on Goo. Goo lines up one, but it's only the one.
And a lot different from Fusion in this pistol round. The last 2 times that we've seen them play, they aren't aggressive in these early opening duels, but they actually push deep towards B and don't overheat. I love the fact that Theory just pops that Nanoswarm and buys time, allows his whole team to rotate in, and you can see how methodical they are. First, they break the wall in towards tower, and working as a team, right, using the fault line, using the brim smoke to take space back away from the Union. A much more aggressive opening from Fusion, and it's something that we'll have to maintain throughout the rest of this map. That's the first time they've ever taken a round as well off the offensive side of Union, which is already boding pretty good.
Exactly that. We didn't see a single defensive round from Fusion. In the last game against Union, Union had a perfect attacking side to wrap up their game. What was it, 13-6, I think. Now Union, for the first time we really get to see at least some of their cheekier plays. They all have to pack up with pistols, really have to shock Fusion going into the take. Verdi's on the front side looking to cut it all down. With one contact, he throws out a nade, and that already evades the take here from Union.
Capitalize on ult towards for NTK. Pank as well has gotten some space towards Arcade, so they might try and rework under. Yeah, they are going to try and I think get the orb here for NTK. Union love to kind of use NTK and Askia as the 2 big catalysts. NTK specifically with his util setting Askia up for a lot of great dives, which we'll see later on in this half. And this is a Union team that on this map of Fracture, the reason why their offense is so good is not only because of how well drilled they are with their exit, but also just, this is a multi-lane map, and it is extremely hard to predict where Union will get aggressive. And so Fusion, I think in this map, it's again gonna have to be them getting aggressive, taking a lot of early space away from the Union, and that space and that map control will allow them to make good rotates and predict where Union will play. It's that unpredictability with Union's 4-lane hits that have made teams struggle, like M80.
Cutting down the lanes would be nice, but at least getting a better picture of what's going on in those lanes is going to be the big part there for Fusion.
Union will be a team that will constantly switch up where they're putting pressure, and as they will get the rifles out here on the board, Fusion, not a lot to be too happy about. It started off this way on Pearl as well, but this defensive side will have to be not flawless, but it will have to be a lot better than the last time they played it, that's for sure.
Uh-oh, Pank. For a bit of a different look, he's going to be the only person popping out of A main.
Look at the setup. Darker's already got a fall line. As soon as Pank swings, he'll get punished here.
I mean, once Fusion see that there's only one person here, they might send out an early rotation too.
And they should expect the play towards Dish. And I look at the quick recognition. There should be a timed smoke here, as that orb gets picked up as well. NTK farming these early rolling Thunder orbs. Meated, not in a spot where he can get a kill and pop this ultimate. Maybe if he's very quick about it, but for now, Union are kind of split apart. This is the first time we're really seeing a 3-man exec.
Oh, Fusion are just reinvesting into this with the repositioning from Darker, but however, Meathead gets exposed, and Verdi can't do any more. Darker, with his reposition, he no longer has an eye now on this take from Union.
Planted.
Cleanly into sight. Now these SMGs of Fusion are going to have to do a lot of work.
Yeah, this wall has just been such an issue for a lot of teams trying to make a retake happen on the A site. Union, I have to say, I think this one's a done deal. They're just so good in these post plants. Unless Fusion can crunch in this A main, the reason why Union are so good on this A site is because of the setups and the crossfires that they have. You can see here already.
And TK is going to be that first pick, but like you said, there's layers to this. Multiple players here from Union lined up to try to take this battle. Double on site, double over towards A main. No chances there for Fusion. Not a single one of the SMGs gets a kill back at the end of the round. Union are clean with their buy.
A very nice exec from Union. Again, a very well-drilled team, even making a 3-man exec happen towards Dish. They had 2 players for that A main, late control for the post plant. And NTK and Askia, once again, setting their team up early. The fault line on site, and Askia to find that entry, avoiding the eyes of Verdi. But Fusion will have their rifles on. We have seen them get aggressive in 2 rounds, the pistol and that 3rd round. They're actually vying for some space, but not this time. They'll take into account this NTK rolling Thunder, I think, and don't want to get caught out by it.
It's still forward positioning, to say the least, from Fusion. 3 players currently crawling their way down tree.
And you should expect now an A hit here. No util drawn out yet from Edu. So this is where Union thrive, but losing Roth early is definitely gonna hurt.
It's just the one for now. Pank, that would have been such a good gift there for Union if they were able to pick the one back.
And look at Meathead, he's already in rotation. He used his orbital strike. He could deny the spike here.
Is he close enough? No, he's not. The plane is gonna go down free. They can cut down an angle, though, with this orbital.
2 ultimates on the board, 2 massive ults. Fusion have got the orbital strike, and Union have got the rolling Thunder for this post. And look at where NTK's playing. He wants to push them back from spawn as they enter.
Oh, Goo! He almost gets exposed, but there goes the C's. Does not connect onto Goo again. Goo getting pressured, but he's still able to get a kill. Can he get a few more? Orbital strike now coming up for Goo, and that's a massive orbital. That's a massive ultimate. Still an advantage here for Union, and it is Goo putting his stamp of approval on the round so far. Theory is trying to bring it back, but what is the swing? All the way out in the open. NTK gets exposed, but Pank finishes it off. Sweat off the brow of Union.
It was actually Meathead using his orbital strike to push Pank off that angle, but it wasn't something that they smoked, and Pank playing a crossfire with Goo right underneath, just annihilating players as they come out tower. And that crossfire between the 2 of them, Goo and Pank, keeping players back, and there was no ults used here in the post plant by Union whatsoever. They still will have the rolling Thunder, and now in addition to Goo's play, they'll have the orbital strike to work with. Fusion, I think, had everything right there. But again, Union in those post plants, adjusting quickly, adapting, and getting aggressive.
Askia, bit of a showcase in terms of his satchels and everyone just getting.
Yeah, this util from Union, the way they use this Sage, they maximize every piece of her util. Rafa's got a lineup with Goo, the Brim and slow work volley in front of defenders spawn, and kind of, I think the slow even creeps towards drop, just catches players there, and that's why Askia is able to get a very easy entry, just isolating a fight.
Or at least like as confident as he was. There goes Rafa again. He still has a slow orb alongside the heal, but he's just fighting, pushing the situation a little bit. There goes finally the round back for Union. It's big now for Fusion.
4 ultimates for Union to work with. Looking rough here in this next 5 ultimates. God.
Oh my God.
Not even just 4 or 5. And the way they'll combo them is we'll see that rolling Thunder probably get used with Askia and his showstopper. And Fusion are a team, again, that understand how teams will play these ultimates. But you're up against 5. It's very hard no matter what to counter, because you can layer that util perfectly. Even if you were to get his lockdown,
right,
you can either pressure with the rolling Thunder, or you can take it out with just the orbital strike.
Are they going to depend on some of this early information too, Edu? As a Nightfall ready, but everyone from Union going all the way over towards B. Now they can get that under control.
Fusion just playing a full retake. In theory, we'll be able to get the ult torp here, so they have a lockdown to work with in this retake. And Union.
Oh, whoa.
An empty site here.
Yep.
And Fusion will quickly play the retake. There's a lot of punish that can happen here. There's still a full kit from M80. And even a full, not even full kit, apologies for Darker, but he at least can delay with flashes.
Ooh, double showstopper, and it's actually Verdi to win the battle. Goo takes a gun back with Darker alongside Verdi, not moving an inch. There goes the nade to try to deny, but it doesn't happen. NTK now fighting too, has one more to go over towards Tree. This could already win the war here for Union. As Edu gets taken down, both Verdi and Darker, their positions are known, and now their exact positioning is known off the neural theft. They need to run for the hills. So Union's ultimate indeed does overwhelm at the end, but it was actually just NTK's picks at the end that really made it all happen.
Despite knowing that Rolling Thunder was going to come, I think Verdi had a good response to this showstopper. Again, anticipating the combination between him by NTK and Askia. But not enough there for Fusion as they can't maintain that site control. The pressure that Askia applies, pushing Fusion back just a little bit, and that's enough to get Union onto the site and get the spike down. And they still have got an ult left over in the form of Goo and a Rafa's Sage Res. But this back fight is kind of everything here. Two players are isolated on site between Rafa and Goo, both fighting in arcade. And so that fight between Pank and Adu, specifically Pank coming at the perfect moment to support. Or apologies, Pank and NTK, not Adu. Both fighting and taking those two flanks out will force Fusion into a tactical timeout as they have got some ults they can utilize here as well.
Oh, this one's a big one coming up. And Fusion down the barrel on the side where they weren't able to break through on the Union. They at least have the 2 rounds back. But it was good to at least see the battle back from Fusion. You know, the small little moments in that round. I love the fact that Verdi, he essentially takes away all of the attention from the rest of his team with the showstopper, essentially. That one showstopper can really group up a kill.
And there are good moments from Fusion. We saw it on Pearl. We saw it again against 0-0 Nation on Fracture. It's just we're not seeing it here against a team that doesn't really make mistakes. Union are just such a well-drilled team, and we'll see more trap plays kind of come from them and the setups that they have. That last round was kind of just a sneak peek as to what they've got cooked up. We're going to see more of that Rolling Thunder, Askia combination with his showstopper, even just sending him full into sights. Here you'll see a fast A play. This Molly slow orb lineup will catch these two players drop, and if Askia is able to get the entry in, he will catch these players as he comes out sand.
Now, like you said, unreal lineup.
Catching Theory.
That should lock these players over and drop. Askia coming in, now looking for the angle, and there picks up Theory again. Fusion. No. The actual pieces in the middle of the site to actually be able to hold this down. Union still have double ultimates at the moment. Oh, hoping not to use it. Hoping to actually hold it down for when Fusion actually get their guns back. But Edu, he's held on to this position the whole time. Ends up finally going down. Round back for Union. Big round coming up for Fusion.
We'll have the bye here, Fusion. Again, still that lockdown to work with. This next round does feel like a make it or break it for this half. The huge momentum swinging round between these two teams is up next, and Fusion would love to be the ones to get the better of it. Once again, Union just very well drilled in these Zigzags. Not a lot you can do with just pistols, unfortunately, so they would have been happy with any kills, any extra damage, any ults, points they can gather up. But Union play that one extremely clean, and so this round will be, again, the momentum shifting, the game shifting round. Is Fusion vying for some aggression? There's maybe a combo here that could happen if there was one of the ultimates here, but neither.
Yeah, but there are so many players here. 3 players here. Verdi knocking in the first. Meathead getting in another kill. NTK getting pressured out. Still has a little bit of util to get himself the heck out. But he's the only one here. Needs to somehow get the spike back. He does.
We saw finally the combo between Darker and Verdi.
Oh no.
As the res comes through.
Oh, Verdi! He almost lines up all of them. NTK once again having to do a cleanup job.
And they pop the ult. Oh, that's a feint though. They were hoping to get a tag to know if there were any players still arcade. I wonder if Fusion will still commit to this B site. And it looks like they have. Still 2 players here. And now that's a really well-timed Prowler as well. We'll get the info. And NTK, he's actually been given a 1v1. Look at this. Darker's not looking the right way. There's no one to support here.
This is going to work out. Edu. Again with the trade potential, but the cage actually isolates Darker potentially. Surely they know about Darker. Darker with the stun, and he's down. This has given Union a bit of a chance. Edu, he's been isolated, but can he actually get an angle in on NTK? NTK, he's been revealed. He has a little bit of util to use, but with 25 HP, he needs to run for the hills. They don't have the angle. They only need one bullet to get him, though, and they finally get him. Pank, this is an unbelievable angle. The trip. Can he actually get the bullet in onto Edu? Fury is down incredibly low. Pank now has to dance. He has the tower to use. Defuse is finally going in, though. Alarm bot in his face. He gets revealed. Edu off the spike, but what a jump peek from Pank. Pank causing panic. Edu losing his mind, but still bouncing in a couple of bullets. He's all the way down to 20. Pank, this is all yours, my friend. And oh, the real paranoia, the real panic is this. He runs all the way to tower. Edu holds firm with the defuse and calls Pank out.
Oh, it's sticking it to half, just enough to get Fusion over the line. If that wasn't at half, if he was maybe a half-second quicker, Pank, he played that perfectly as well. Ridiculous movement and not to overcommit to the fight there in the 1v1. But this opening engagement, Verdi, we're seeing some life here from Fusion off of that tactical pause. Looking to initiate early fights, a great flash from Edu, apologies, not Edu, to set his teammate up though, was Darker. And just barely getting there, but not quick enough there, Union.
Pank looking to be a hero again. He's been shut out completely. He was the only one on A.
And expecting a little bit more there, but instead the focus comes to Dish.
Yeah, everyone else coming out of Dish. 3 players coming out. Here comes Askia. Askia on the front side, able to get one, but they still have another player on site to deal with. Theory takes down Rafa, but they still don't know about the man on site. They still don't know about Meathead. Meathead, he even has some support coming out of main. Askia, he's now been completely isolated.
And they know Askia's here. They heard the double blast back, and they're just trying to flush this guy out of position, and they will.
Oh, and Theory finds Goo at the same time. NTK now in a 1v4.
Got the spike.
It's looking pretty disastrous to me. Fusion with a golden opportunity now to really cut this scoreline. Some cash left in the hands of Union for Fusion. This was a massive round to take back as they were about to get reset. NTK still with an ultimate to use. He was trying to isolate yet another 1v1. Darker low, 2 players on full. Not a lot of util for this team. NTK!
No!
Stop it! Not again! Meathead trying to be the myth for
no way!
But NTK closes it out!
I just can't understand. Fusion had that round in the palm of their hands, had 2 in a row. And I cannot believe they let this round go. And this is just 1v1s given to NTK. That was the only one that should have been given up. Darker had util, and so did Meathead. Well, I don't think actually Meathead had util, but still, Darker had something to get them an isolated fight on him. But NTK, how good is he in that clutch, and how big of a round was that to win for Union? That might have honestly just ended Fusion in this half.
Exactly that. I said it in the middle of the call. Fusion, they were on the brink of a reset, and now down to the pistols, down trying to fight with every little pixel that they're given, little piece of map control that they're given. Birdie was on the front side for the first contact. He had a showstopper, and he wasn't able to use it. Still a kill does come back. Edu trying to create some sort of chaos, but it just doesn't happen. And now we move on, basically. 2 players left here for Fusion. And Union have firmly found themselves the advantage once again here on Fracture, but not exactly the way that we are anticipating.
Askia's just gonna go hunting. They've got cash. Pull that extra rifle out. And Darker on 1 HP.
1 HP.
And what a story for Union to start off this second map. A 1v4 clutch to just end Fusion on their defensive side, who have, props to them, gotten 3 rounds on the board. But losing that 1 versus 4 is going to be heartbreaking, not just for this half, but probably for the rest of this map.
Absolutely.
And they've been dark horses the entire event. Dangerous, but never enough to be deadly. And they had signs against 0-0 Nation, but up against a team that doesn't make mistakes, that is extremely well drilled on this map in particular. Fusion needed to come in swinging. They did that, but now they need to be the closer here in these final 2 rounds.
Pretty feeling the pressure. Askia!
A little bit late.
Askia tries to get past Verdi, but Verdi takes him down immediately. Rafa. Nobody knows he's here. Rafa. He may have the easy kill on site. There's still the race to deal with. There's still the man in tower. But Rafa can't find Darker. They may have isolated Darker. But Darker continues the frag fest as Goo goes down immediately after. Verdi looking for another one. But Union once again put at a deep disadvantage.
So ready and so aware of these ults, Fusion. And honestly, this round probably keeps them in this game, to be completely honest. Union just expending 2 ultimates here to try and set them up, not using the NTK Rolling Thunder combination, but Verdi's still very aware of that possible entry. And that's the second time he's punished Askia on his ultimate.
Oh, and a C's too. DK fighting away, Pank still helping out. This isn't possible, is it? Made a little bit less possible. Verdi hanging in a couple of shots through the smoke, but Pank almost starts off the party.
Though very, very risky to go swinging like that.
Last round before the switch.
Especially after the 1v4 that NTK pulled up. I don't think you want to give them any 1v1s in that situation. Fusion, though, will have at least a couple of ultimates coming into the front here as we move into the final round of this half. This one, again, a very well-played round for them. Darker maintaining control. He actually fights on site. And despite the last Rolling Thunder getting used to clear sight, I think they just make a gamble and hope that Darker can stay alive, and maybe the players can peek through smokes like Verdi did just then and there.
The Rafa attacking Sage Op, getting pulled out by Union.
This is a pretty big gamble here, though, from Fusion, and it's a calculated winner. They just shut down the B play.
Well, exactly that. Rafa just putting himself in a good position over towards B while everyone else fights over on A.
They will get Theory his ultimate. They were fighting for that ore, playing the stack, anticipating maybe some contact here from Union. As I think Fusion wanted to just, get the orb and deny Union to trying to keep them from keeping Theory from getting the orb. Yeah, that's a lot of keepings.
Big layer of surprise has been revealed, though. Rafa missing out on his shot on a rotator, but this leads now into the take from Union. Meathead on the front side, shutting one down. Orbital strike to cover it up, and the lockdown at the same time. What a combo coming in here from Fusion to really halt Union in their tracks, and Meathead continues his streak, getting a third. Rafa finally with the op, shutting it all down, but there's yet another disadvantage for Union.
And there is no way Fusion let this one go. Surely, right? 2 versus 4?
Surely.
On site, and Darker's got util to support as well.
You know about the man on top. They barely saw the barrel, I think. Goo spraying away.
30 seconds left.
And pressured out by the aftershock, but this is actually a little bit possible here with this angle from Goo. Goo just needs to nail his shots. That doesn't happen.
Thank you.
And Rafa is gone. Okay, Fusion. What a streak at the end of the half to really keep them in this game.
And to give them momentum and I think just mental confidence that this series isn't over. That was the half that they needed to put numbers up, and they certainly did. 5 rounds to their name, and a pretty decent defensive side. Despite the 1-1 versus 4, they played a very solid defensive half. They put aggression where they needed to be. And this last round as well, having to go so well for them, is certainly going to help them in terms of moving forward and kind of resetting into this second half here. Fusion have a lot of work to do, but the way that they're looking here in Fracture, a refined and refreshed look we saw on their offensive side against 0-0 Nation, you have to hope that they can keep that going.
And the Union stepping up against the team in the Fusion. Towards that B side, there might be a big gap. Look at this, 3 players over towards Arcade at the moment. Fusion, almost everyone up into tree, and this reposition from Edu.
And they absolutely know this is going to be a B hit here from B tree as well. They've walled it off. They've peered into A main.
They've got under control.
Full dish control over here towards A. Both players ready for anyone to come under, but they don't. And I think this contact here, how quick is Goo to drop a smoke and back away? And where does he drop the smoke?
They're still sending another rotator. Pank going all the way over.
Oh, the timing! He double checks! And he's dead.
Goo is gone. Great stuff from Fusion, but may have been a tinge of luck, but they have pulled away the rotation from Pank. Everyone else is on the B side currently. Pank currently has an angle, already looking to start things off with a bang for Union. Just couldn't get the shot in. 2-man advantage for Fusion for the Eco Kings. Rafa, Askia, NTK. Pretty much all 3 coming in from the same side. The other one is trying to come out of sand. Beats Ed. Does take one back. Verdi does the same. NTK is getting chipped down currently on HP, but he finally goes down. But Fusion win yet another pistol. They're actually on a red carpet to tie this game up.
And there's two ways that Union will always play that pistol round, which is either they'll rush Rafa down with a slow orb and his wall to get control of the tree, or they'll do that triple push towards Arcade and get the wall up. And I'm not exactly sure if Fusion spotted the wall or if they were just playing, you know, anticipating the fact that they were going to go towards Arcade and maybe anticipating a duel towards tree instead. But they make a very well-timed rotate to catch Union off guard, even catching Goo out in the open, who so far, despite being dominant in first kills overall, has not had the best of games in that department. And on this offensive side, you're expecting him and Oscar to put a lot of work in together as that duo to get aggression and get space.
Full stack of util there, completely overwhelming Askia, forcing him to run all the way to the hills. Same thing with NTK. Yeah, again, this Fusion team. Again, the levels that we may have seen on Fraction or on their attacking side. Goo trying to return the round back, but this is good here from Fusion, retaking entirely A main as a group, taking away a big lane from Union potentially on their retake, as there was 2 players in that area too. They needed that rush back. Bank with 8 HP has no chance. So Fusion really have tied up this game.
He's got an opportunity to maybe get one more exit, which would certainly damage Fusion's economy. And look at the buy that Fusion came into this round with 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal. A much more typical buy nowadays is picking up these rifles. And especially in such a game that is stacked so heavily against you, you're going to need all the bonuses you can get moving into your bonus round that you can capitalize on and try and make something happen. I think it's going to go down to the spike at the very end so he gets the full credit bonus.
Pay attention.
Fusion, lethal in their exec so far. We've seen a really nice A hit from both A main and Dish, and working and understanding where they need to focus their attention. They planned it for A main, they retook A main. In the pistol round, they went from A main with a really nice coordinated exec after manipulating Union's rotations, after understanding how they would play that pistol. Now the rifles are out here for Union. And this will be the test here for Fusion, similar to how Pearl went. Once both sides had rifles, that's where Union started to pick up the pace here.
Fusion already starting off.
And I like this
full
from
A
Fusion,
side.
playing a very nice pack mentality, trying to punish.
But it's Askia that's going to find Theory completely on his own. Everyone else from Union, though, readjusting, not knowing what the dish setup is going to look like. Fusion, almost everyone dropping down. And this just ends up becoming a meat grinder. NTK and Goo, Askia, all 3 picking up frags. Meathead, the last one. That pack mentality you mentioned just led into a funnel.
And Meathead has got an opportunity to maybe pull some guns out of the hands of Union, but it doesn't look likely. Fusion just getting slammed in this round. Is Union fully prepared for that take? They spot the KJ lurk, take him down, and how quick of a reaction is that from Meathead or probably not Meathead, Goo to drop that sky smoke and keep Verdi from getting any distance on that blast back. He just gets caught out in the open, punished by a fault line over here towards main. And then that Prowler, Goo just very quickly drops it, and Verdi, for whatever reason, doesn't get the space that he wanted. Just shut down here on the drop.
Last player standing.
And Fusion typically have some pretty nice coordinated execs. They really rely on Verdi to get space, using Darker as his catalyst to set him up. Didn't happen here. There wasn't that combination of util to set Verdi up in an explosive take on A.
Now Fusion trying to take away some early contacts. There's some util over towards A main. There's a solo over towards Arcade, but everyone from Fusion, everyone else at least, going up towards Tree.
Look at Rafa and his wall here. They're going to deny any control towards Jenny, but he's also going to have a really nice elevated angle that he can use. First of all, these trap wires.
Hank needs to back up completely, and the smoke is going to allow them to cross in. What is this smoke, though? What is that lineup from Rafa? Headshot positioning perfect off the wall, and Pank through the smoke, getting another kill in the Darker, and no Theory! Theory tried to shut down the actual stack. The molly does hit, actually, off the body of Meathead. But this has just become a disaster for Fusion.
And they are corralled here. Fault line for NTK. I don't think it's been, all right, I don't think it's coming up. He just used it.
And Rafa gets another one. Just becoming light here for Union. In these last 2 gun rounds, Fusion not really making them sweat, not making them really second guess at all. Starting to look like a cakewalk for the Brazilians.
Union now within 4. This next one is the swing. If Fusion can get an eco, it would be nice, but I feel Union are just continuing to dogpile on momentum. In the second half here, they got the guns, they were able to stop them pretty effectively again. You can see the Union approach to these retakes, which is maintain back site control. That wall that Rafa's throwing is so difficult to work around if you're an offensive team. And it allows Union a very quick access point to make the retake happen. There's no setting themselves up, just taking back space. It's just they already have it. And that pace is what a lot of teams have struggled with.
And here Union even slow down Fusion even more. This such a deep wall and a slow orb right behind it.
And it slows any rush that could happen, especially in these eco rounds where Fusion are very keen to take that aggressive look. That wall will just shut you down instantly. And the protocols that they have as well, the cam, the info over towards
there.
Arcade, a slower probably gets dropped there if a spot happens. Over here, the combination with the fault line and everything, that will slow things down even more.
Clearing out. Blinding.
And no matter if Askia goes down there, NTK holds down whatever hold that happens after Aftershock alongside the Flash at the same time. Fusion.
Headshot.
They still have Meathead.
Smokes down.
Meathead picks up Rafa. They don't know about Pank. Pank is probably the most dangerous member of this entire hold. What a cheeky little tripwire right in front of him. And of course, that's a prime angle to pick away 1 or 2, but make it 3 for Pank. Double digits. Now for Union and Fusion are running out of time, running out of cash.
I love watching Pank play and how smart he is at anchoring his sights. Like, he was incredible on Pearl. He was top frag at like 18 kills last time, from what I can remember, apologies. And just here again, just having really good timing on this swing, not even using his cam, just understanding how this team would approach it. Union just have got incredible players, and that is what's made them such a formidable team on an individual level. They compare to our North American teams, M80, the Garden, on an individual level, and plus the confidence and the coordination. Fusion match on that level individually, but they don't have that extra depth of team fighting that Union have brought every single game.
Now Fusion,
they don't reach the trap wire here.
They're trying to adopt the same style, but Union maybe closing down space before Fusion really have a chance to get comfortable.
The ultimate, he might pop it here.
Yeah, but 3-man flank. Finally pops it, but Meathead has to go absolutely huge here. They have a lot of space to work with. These 3 players flanking. They can make it all the way up the tree, no problems. Here comes Askia with a showstopper. Can he clear the angle? Can he clear the corner? There's 2 players here. Do they know about Meathead? They don't know about Meathead. Meathead, he's gonna get 1 for free, make it 2. Huge from Meathead. And Meathead continues the kill streak as Rafa and Pank, last 2 remaining. And Fusion have given themselves a chance. Union put everything on that 3-man flank, and they get nothing out of it.
Jesus, Fusion. What a way to keep yourself alive. A fault line from Darker, all the way from Arcade. Stunned Askia and gave just an extra second for Theory to make that rotation. And why Theory's so important is he's the bait. He's everything. And why would you expect a player to be tucked in a corner where a fault line was just set? Meathead keeping his team alive. He's one of the players on this team that everyone highlighted coming into this event. And he stepped up here massively when his team needed it most. To stay in this series, but to stay in the series, you gotta keep these players alive. And Meathead finding the 4th, thankfully. And keeping 3 players up. Fusion were not out of the woods economically, but now they're in a pretty comfortable spot as Union have got another bye here. But this is the round that everyone has to keep their eyes on.
Look at this play again, as it did everything for Fusion to even stay in this game. Again, their economy was in shambles. They would have been reset.
Jeez, and look at the stack as well, the Nightfall. Verdi with his showstopper as well.
Under, right.
They were just so quick to spin back and help support. Aware of the possible flank, and Fusion punished Union. Not a word that we say, or not a phrase that we say all that often, is Union getting punished. Now within 2 here, and some ults to work with. Just the 1 here for Meathead, but Darker not far off his.
Rafa has pulled out the op once again, and he almost found a bit of a party in front of him over in A main.
Going for another dish hit with, not the showstar, apologies, the single blast back from Verdi. And we'll see how good it is here. He used it early in B main to try and establish that control and get an ult orb. but now he's pivoted back towards A, and it is only NTK on site. That's a very well-timed wall, though, from Rafa to support this dish play now. Look at this. He's got a slow orb as well, and that's what can keep, apologies, Birdie from getting aggressive.
Right, and the rotation coming in at the same time from Union to try to call them out. Pank almost making the right call over towards A, but Fusion...
Is Verdi setting a solo fake up here? It's interesting because they've just dropped so much util.
Is he going to satchel in?
30 seconds left. They can't make a pivot back if they want to use Verdi. He's just looking for lurks
30
now.
seconds left.
Darker already picking up the ult art. They're making noise all over this map, and a rolling thunder straight up into sight. Is this going to be a lurk?
Askia, what?
Unbelievable, Askia! Finding Theory out of nowhere, but now Verdi, again, he's making his flank. He does pick up one. There's still a couple more to go, but it all comes down to the hold on site where Pank and Goo have it all, and Union steps closer now to the winners finals.
I can see the idea here from Fusion is they wanted to have Verdi be the uncanny flank because typically he's the one that's going in off of that rolling thunder. It's always Darker setting him up for success. But this fault line missing Askia was the deal breaker. It was just a hair too far forward or a little bit too far to the right in the perspective of Darker. And Askia able to find a nice double, falling off as well. He gets so lucky to get that second headshot. And now there's got to be something that Fusion can do. This is a technical pause, not a tactical pause, so they don't have time to speak here. They have time to think things over as a team individually.
What a tough time to do so. Union throwing out them in terms of ideas from Fusion.
Kamikaze will surely be thinking what he wants to say. I imagine there's going to be a tactical coming right after, as soon as his technical is closed, just so Kamikaze can figure out what he wants to say to his Fusion boys and see what he can do to get them back in, because that round just felt very disconjointed. Like, the idea was there, but no entry. Askia on B. It already felt like it wasn't going to go according to plan, and it doesn't. And there's no tactical timeout. They're getting right back into it.
Right.
And this is everything here. Not a lot of credits left over for Fusion, and the lost bonus isn't in their favor either. This is the round that will make or break this series.
What does Rafa have here in terms of support? It's just going to be Rafa hitting in the first shot, dropping in a slow orb, and backing the hell out.
I think he's going to drop a wall here, a smoke, maybe even a fault line as well, spin back to NTK.
Got the first shot. Rafa needing to back up. He's stunned up, pulling up the wall. He's not safe. No, the wall. It doesn't extend all the way. And how does Verdi get another one there? NTK out in the open, and he's gone. Askia still waiting for a contact in A main, but his teammate is coming instead.
And Pank needs to get here quickly. They need to maintain this A main control. It's pressure that will be applied, and the spike is not going to get planted in a comfortable spot. Askia's been given a chance to slip through due to the timing of that orbital strike.
Askia can walk on in, but instead he just utilizes the nade to try.
Punishing!
To pick away the spike. Well done with Goo being there for the ping pong. And now Meathead in Theory. Last two remaining, trying to take on all of Union. And Theory does shut it down early, but instead now, a 1v2 for Theory as Meathead goes down! And Theory has no chance. Union, one away from the winners finals.
And such great coordination between Askia and NTK. NTK knows where that nade is going to force his opponent out in the open, but why is no one watching that area? Fusion, they were smoked off towards drop from one smoke of Goo, but nobody swings out, nobody looks to cover that area towards tower. And yeah, there's a smoke here that allowed him to make this swing, but there's a player on the drop that can watch it as well. Fusion not having their protocols set up for this post plant, and it's a very costly one to lose despite having everything going their way. And the fact is, Askia maintaining his A main control, preventing the orbital strike from getting set or the molly to get set. Union had everything going for them in that round.
That goes there.
Fusion, a scrappy bye, and what could be the last round of their upper bracket run here.
3 coming up into Arcade. Union, they have so many options here. 3 players here in the middle of this B site. They already get covered up a little bit. Pank forced to inch his way up a little bit if he wants to cover up Arcade immediately.
And there's a Rolling Thunder retake as well if NTK really needs to use it.
Oh, footstep heard.
Look at the crosshair setup as well. Orbital strike has gone towards tower a couple of times from Fusion. Ferdy begins to move.
Oh, and Ferdy doesn't even get his showstopper out, and instead Askia returns the favor with his own, and everyone else from the Union bites down on Fusion. One more to go, and it is Edu to try to keep his team in it, but it's not gonna happen. The Union make their way to the Pacaembu, and Brazil have a spot in winners finals.
6 maps won and only 2 maps played. Lotus and, or apologies, Pearl and Fracture have been the only 2 maps that we have seen from this roster, and they have won every single one, undefeated, making their run in the upper bracket and going to the upper bracket finals. The Union are looking like a different beast right now. They are so well coordinated, and whatever worries we had going into this game, Union, I think, completely dispelling them despite having so much tape on them right now.
Yeah, again, the Union have been dominant on these 2 maps. I mean, again, we saw the exact same thing happen throughout the group stages. We saw the same thing against Fusion. Again, this team that much more prepared than this roster, but Fusion did show their glimpses. It's not enough. Didn't show the changes that we truly wanted to see from yesterday against 0-0, and they have their chance now in the losers bracket to potentially make their way back.
The current tournament favorites, Union sweeping LATAM under the rug. Both LATAM teams currently in the lower bracket. Our analyst desk will have everything ready for you to break down this match.
I gotta say, guys, I was a lot more worried coming into this match than maybe I should have been, but regardless, it's still gonna be the Union continuing that dominance here in Ascension. What a performance coming out, Schiff.
Yeah, you know, we got to give our flowers to Fusion in this second map. They really did give a lot of headaches to Union. The problem here is that the Union's just a very special team, and special teams are going to make special plays. And very regularly, the difference maker in 2 matchups, or 2 teams that are matched up very evenly on a particular map, is that someone's going to take over, and we saw that across the board on pretty much all 5 members of the Union at any given moment in time. So many different clutch ability moments that come through that really are the difference maker in my mind, because flat out, yeah, did the Fusion make a couple of execution mistakes? Sure, but they weren't insalvageable moments. There were definitely rounds out there where they would have loved to have had back. The 1v3 in particular, I think, will definitely stay in our minds. It's just too many moments overall where the special individual plays for the Union came out in 1 key rounds for them, flipping economy, flipping momentum, taking away ultimates that looked like they were going to be hitting really nicely for Fusion. It just was one of those maps that's just like, darn, woulda, coulda, shoulda. So it's tough scenes for Fusion because they did play this map pretty darn tight.
And that is the most heartbreaking thing about Fusion, is that a lot of these matches, a lot of these maps, they leave you with that feeling of, what if this round went the other way? What if this little play went the right way, the way that they wanted to? That is always the feeling that I have with Fusion. And for this one, although it was in the defense and they came in getting some rounds, it was once again not enough against the Union. And I feel like, honestly, we were talking about it. Are they gonna play like yesterday? Are they gonna play absolutely insane? Verdi honestly had some great moments, but it's still just a heartbreak to be in that lower bracket.
Hey, but they're not out of it. So Fusion, I feel like they've been a little hot, a little cold sometimes, but we've gotten to see them progressively get better and better with time. So hopefully the lower bracket run is going to be, I think, Jeff, maybe exactly what this team needs.
Yeah, and I'm actually, I guess I wasn't really paying attention too much to the KD. I thought Darker played a better game than 5 and 17. It definitely felt like his utility was making good use for Fusion to follow up on. So I was actually kind of surprised to see him just staying on 5. I knew that he wasn't killing all that well, but I wouldn't have put him that low on overall KD. So when it comes to things like team influence, the stuff that we're really looking for Fusion that they're missing out on in groups, it still showed okay here. I don't think you could look back at this map overall and say the team wasn't playing well. It just came down to those you can't have it moments. You know, the clutches that came through, I think they only got credit for 1, but it felt like there were way more than that. The ability for the Union to follow up off of the small mistakes, that's what we look for out of a great team. Their ability to expose you and turn, you know, a small mistake into a massive moment. And it just happened to be that those small mistakes came in rounds that were difference makers in terms of things like economy, ultimate advantage, stuff like that I already mentioned.
And I know that for Fusion, they're not eliminated yet, right? They have the lower bracket run, and there's a chance that they can have a deep run there, but it does come to a point where you start to question, are they going too far when it comes to the ideas that they have, not only the compositions, but some of the executions that they have, some of the plans that they have at the beginning of the rounds? Are they not only cooking but burning the kitchen? Is it really going the other way in the way that you don't want to? And I think about, of course, the composition on Pearl that has some good ideas but needs more time at least to see it really prosper the way that they want to. Or even on this map of Fracture where we got to see a Verdi on Race playing by himself, trying to go on a flank where everybody knew where this guy was going to be, ends up being completely surrounded and taken down. It is understanding when this team has to back up, has to take a step back and really think about how they're going to move forward, because that is what's going to be needed for that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think we lost Shift here going on into things, but while we get him connected, Dan, there was something I wanted to talk about and circle back to, because you mentioned the fact there is the what if factor coming out from Fusion. What if something in the rounds went a little bit differently? And there's one really big round that I know that we're on the same page here thinking of it.
I mean, we were talking in the green room and we saw this 1v3 and I was like, actually, I'm not confident Fusion wins this. The 3v1 that should in paper go your way no matter what team you are, and it actually ends up being lost. But the important thing here is that we get to see kind of every single version of the Union, right? The Union that gets insane clutches, a 1v3 clutch, a 1v2 clutch constantly, and the Union that, like we got to see on that last round, likes to go in a flank, has a set place towards the beginning, and even if it gets shut down, they're still bringing new things to the table, even if it doesn't always mean let's bring a crazy composition in.
I feel like there's so much we could say about this team. So it'll be exciting to see them continue that lower bracket run. And of course, congratulations to the Union. Shift coming back just in time to hear that we're sending to a break to get the next series ready. We got to give it to your timing. Up next, though, we're going to be having M80 in the guard. Definitely not a series that you want to be having technical issues for. So glad you're back, everybody. Be tuned because we'll be back soon.
Out of game, I'm afraid of ocean, deep ocean. Deep ocean for sure. I could swim in the ocean, but like not deep ocean. But inside the game, a jet player peeking me, because then he can just dash away. Then I have to go round 2 with him. That's not fun.
I guess in game, I'm afraid of not losing, but losing without giving my max. So I guess this is in game, and out game, I'm afraid of snakes.
I think in game is like losing the control of my mind. In a way, I can't get back out of the game. So sometimes you need to keep the equilibrium, something like that. Out of the game, I think I'm afraid of scorpions.
Dentro de la partida, capaz quedarme sin ideas. Ese sentimiento de no saber qué hacer es un poco difícil. Y por fuera de la partida, capaz el pregame, un poco los nervios, pero nada del otro mundo.
In game, I'm not really afraid of nothing. Out of game either. I think I have a very confident personality. The way I carry myself is a lot of confidence. I'm not really scared to fail in life or in game. So
what I'm afraid of in game is being readable, especially me being the IGL. Sometimes it feels like my strat is kind of too simple. But oftentimes in reality, it's not as simple as you think in your head. And that's a battle for me that I struggle with. Out of game, something I fear is not putting in the most effort that I could. And that means like in my daily regimen, like not going to the gym in the morning, not getting sunlight, like all that stuff kind of comes together during the match. And that's why I try to make sure I'm on top of everything so I can feel very confident going into it that I did everything I could.
in game, I don't know yet, but I think I'm afraid not to play good. Out game, I didn't think of that yet, but maybe just like lose. Yeah, I think like that, lose. I don't want to lose, yeah. I'm scared of losing.
¿A qué le temo dentro y fuera del juego? No es temer, sino respeto a la ansiedad, nervios.
Dentro del juego le temo a no mostrar todo mi potencial y no hacer lo mejor, no dar lo mejor de mí. Y fuera del juego me da miedo fracasar.
In game, I'm afraid of like losing and like our team falling apart. Like after all of this, like yeah, I guess okay. I'll say it. I'm afraid of losing Ascension and like not knowing like the future, I guess, of our team. And outside of the game, spiders, because my mom, she like made me terrified of them because she's scared of them and she would always like yell, "A spider, spider."
I'd say fear in game, getting eco'd. It's pretty scary. Out of game, I would probably say, well, it's not now, but when I was a kid, I used to be kind of scared of like zombies. I don't know why.
Your skin, I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up.
is on. I can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night and party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. I'm mighty fine right now. I'm mighty fine right now. And all my girls are posing for the gram. The groove I'm all about. It's all around me now. Yeah, more than my feels. It's been too long. Tonight is on. I can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night and party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night and party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. I know that you're gonna, you do what you wanna, just show me all your moves right now. Like that, alright, we're fine. Jumping up and down and we're spinning all around, just show me all your moves right now. Oh wow, alright, let's go. I can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night and party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight, staying up all night and party till the sunrise. If you're passing by, come and join us right now. Can't believe we're out now, dancing in the moonlight.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you
I think the outcome for M80 is going to be way different this time. I think as they come into the LAN environment, they're a lot more nervous and they're not playing as the same. So I think this matchup for us should be easier compared to before. I think they can pull out surprises. They did change their fracture comp from KO to Sova, so we have to be prepared for anything.
For the guard match and for us, there's never really a clue as to how you can tell how the match is going to go. Both teams kind of adapt to try to counter the other team, so it's never really going to be a stomp.
In my opinion, we put in way more work and way more effort than any other team here, so that gives me confidence that we work harder than everyone else. So I'm just confident in our time spent practicing.
I'd like to beat the guard again. I'd like to 2-0 the guard. I'd like to 2-0 every team in this event. I personally think we're going to beat the guard. I think we're going to demolish the guard. We're going to demolish every other team in this event. I would say it's important for us to beat the guard here, just mainly because I want to play the Union. However, if we don't end up beating the guard, I'm still down to beat them later in the event.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT Ascension Americas. Though, I'm not gonna lie guys, with the matchup that we have ahead of us, I kind of feel like we're back in Challengers here. M80 in the guard, I mean, they went all the way out to Brazil ship for this.
I mean, hey, why not? Fly to your home facilities, fly to Brazil, fly wherever you want. I'm here for this matchup every day of the week and twice on Sunday. It's been tight every single time we've watched them play. Sometimes it's been M80 getting on top of the guard, other times it's the guard coming on top. The only thing we know is that you're going to expect to see tight maps. Whether it's 2 maps or 3 maps, we're going to be seeing some real tight affairs here because both teams have very similar map pools. They're very fluid across the entirety of the map pool as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of cool flexibility. And I also, the small early prediction, wouldn't be surprised to see somebody pull out something very weird for this matchup since it does matter a ton towards potentially making it into VCT.
I thought you were gonna go with the more a typical standard prediction of, hey, this could actually be our first map 3 of the entire Ascension tournament so far. Nah, I'll do the basic take. I'll do the basic take then. But Dan, I feel like too, reckon everything here that being able to see M80 in the guard play, this will be really interesting just because with how things were left off between them before.
And it's so interesting too, not only because we know these teams from challenges like you guys were saying, but also because this is a whole new environment to deal with, and we got to hear the players just talk about it, right? A guard that when we think about the experience that they have playing on LAN, playing internationally, if we think of last year in Masters, and then they went on that online grind, playing for challengers, making it all the way to the grand finals multiple times, and then M80 that does have some LAN experience as well, but it's not to that same level. And I feel like in the first day when we got to see them losing against the Union, it did show that. So are they really feeling comfortable enough, or is this going to be a factor that's going to play to the strength of the guard? Because if you were watching the guard against 9C match, they were feeling pretty good throughout the entire thing.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Out of all teams, I feel like the guard would absolutely thrive in this environment. But I am excited with what we've gotten to see most recently out of M80 here, Shift, and how well they were able to play in their last match, because we're talking about them getting off a little bit of the dust and stuff. So this is the time, and they are pumped up having beaten 9Z to try and move on to face against the Union.
Yeah, both these two teams carry a very similar statistical line when it comes down to where the advantages or disadvantages may be when it comes to things like full buys, even ecos, disadvantages, advantages. They both carry very similar stat lines. I think the thing about it, and kind of like Dryad was mentioning, there was that little bit of a roll in and kind of get warmed up process for M80, but you can hear it every time we get these little video clips. M80 wants to play the Union real bad, like just not only for the whole region to say, yes, we are indeed better than the Union, but I think more so for themselves to prove at the moment of, hey, we are better than these guys. That first match was a fluke. So that's a little bit of extra onus, but I don't think anyone's looking forward to the upper bracket finals just as of yet. It's all about what happens right here in this one.
It really, really is, especially too, since we've talked so much at length at these teams and how there is these history of these teams. I feel like this will be really interesting because this isn't like this has been a really one-sided affair between these two teams in the past. These are matches that have gone in either or direction, Dan. So I feel like that means going into today, it makes it so much more even than this was if this was just something that was a clear M80 sweep across the board.
But I'm gonna be honest, everybody talked about how close these two teams are, how close they were in North America and Challengers, but there's been a clear domination from M80 in recent history. And I know it's not a long history, it's only 2 times that they won, but it was 2 times in a row. And the first one that we saw back then, when you see that guard win, it was that season 1, or that split 1 week 5, so far back. After that, it's been M80 honestly being the most dominant team. And even though the guard is always good for one map, there's still kind of the narrative, right, that M80 is the best team and they should be the favorites today.
It will be really interesting too with this new environment now being introduced to these teams, despite the fact that in the more recent history that this has been a little bit more M80 favored, where exactly this is going to be. And this is actually a really fun matchup on today of all days. It is, of course, the 4th of July. It is the America's Day for the people here. But now we have Canada versus the USA. So this is something that Alan tweeted about, looking, Dan, to get revenge.
I mean, happy 4th of July, everybody. It doesn't get more American than this, more North American than these for the specific matchup. And you see the similarities between the two, kind of talking about it. Hey, it's 4th of July, one team trying to go for that revenge, that being the guard in the past 2 matches that they lost against M80. And of course, an M80 trying to keep that streak going, trying to stay on that winning side, as Koala Noob says.
100%. So it'll be fun now that we got, of course, both of the teams that here in the Challengers we got to send on forward to now have the Canada versus the USA, and some really strong individuals here that have been showing up, because we got to see in yesterday's match that Nismo was just absolutely on fire. But of course too, there is powerhouses when we're looking on the other side.
Yeah, here's the thing about this is these are your top 2 players, period, in Ascension. So yeah, it's going to be fun to watch them square up against one another. But on top of that, there's also the X factor that Nismo is starting to really show his flexibility. He did it yesterday. He's done it, of course, over the course of the group stages. Him being able to flex onto arrays if necessary and kind of play a more frag entry role has also kind of opened up M80 to a new level. So there's a little bit of that going on, but Trent, from the same point of view, just as clutch as Nismo, if not maybe even more so. It's one of those things that you look at his performances over the course of every single stage that he's played, whether you look just at Challengers, here at Ascension, or even before that, he's always had the X factor for this team, and definitely one of those things that, yeah, we're looking to see these 2 guys square up and maybe see multiple 1v1s between them on top of that.
We have a lot of head-to-heads that we always talk about, both internationally and in North America for Challengers. But I feel like for ACS, it doesn't get closer than this between the 2 best players when it comes to ACS that we have in Ascension right now. Going crazy is Trent and Nismo. And I know we already talked about Nismo, but I think Trent has just always been that guy. It's unmatched what he can do, and especially in recent history, in that second split, in playoffs, he became a lot more flexible than before. A player that we used to know a lot of for that Sova, for that initiator role, and now we get to see on Viper when it comes to Haven, we got to see on Fade, we get to see a little bit of Race. He's giving us just everything that we could dream of.
Especially too, you're talking about Trent having just been that guy. I feel like too, for both of these teams, this is going to be the match where there has to be that, yeah, A factor. You have to be on your game, considering there is all the history. We've talked about the fact that teams will have certain tape on one another. They'll be reading the strat book. They'll be going on through. Not only do we just have all of this tape, but that tape then having been from each other, I feel like that adds an extra little level as we head into today.
Yeah, I think the thing in particular that we need to keep an eye on, not just us, but you guys at home, well, watch the rounds that are full gun rounds versus full gun rounds, because that's often where these series have been determined. Yeah, of course, both teams have been able to showcase moments of Thrifty's and eco disadvantages still coming their way, but every single time we've watched these two teams play in the past, we're looking at 13-11s, 13-10s, really, really tight maps in which more often than not, the win condition lies in a critical round where there's 3 or more ultimates and both teams are at full purchase. That's when we're going to start to see the depth of the guard when it comes to their ability to adapt at IGL, whereas we also like to see for M80 moments of very clinical and categorical aggression where they're going to stack you and hit you with like 45 seconds remaining into a round with everything that they have. Sometimes it works for either team, other times it doesn't, but those are the critical rounds that have often been the determining factor of these matchups in the past, and I expect nothing less for this matchup in particular here, trying to get to the upper bracket finals.
The fact that there has been maps that have been so close between these two teams, minus a little stat I'm pretty sure the guard kind of want to forget about over here, but I feel like that makes things really interesting then as we speculate then, Dan, how this map pool is going to be shaking up, because we know that the map pools are deep. We've gotten to see very, very recent tape in a best of 5 and how things were going down. So I feel like that raises a lot of question marks for today.
And this is something that M80 has talked about in a couple of interviews that we had for challenges. The guys were saying we have a 7 map pool. It doesn't get better than that. We are able to play anything that is brought to us, any selection that the enemy team brings to us, especially when it's the Garden, when you know them that well. But I feel like part of it also comes from something that is very unique to M80, and is the amount of set plays that they have. It's insane. You see it across Ascent, Haven, you see it on Lotus, you see it in every single map. They have some crazy ideas that sometimes involve a lot more aggression, and this is the way that we know M80, the aggression that they like to bring, the way that they set up their duelists for success. And the guard on the other side, and something that Chef was saying, how are they going to be able to read this? How are they going to be able to read those set plays? And I feel like that also connects to a guard that is used to this because of the matchup, and that we got to see on that match against 9Z, where 9Z also had a lot of set plays, and for the guard it was like nothing because they're used to it.
I think on top of that, I know that we kind of used the graphic to point to both Trent and Nismo as possibly being a key head-to-head, but don't sleep on the Jet versus Jet battle. Often this series is also determined by what happens between Koala Noob and Tex. I'm thinking back to the Grand Finals, and Tex did not have the same kind of takeover dominance in that particular series than Koala Noob did. He's often, again, what we talked about from the last series, that one player that could be just a difference maker by himself. He's going to win rounds individually. We haven't necessarily seen that level of Tex in quite a while, and often in the 2 losses that we've seen the guard take versus M80, he hasn't been as much of a staple factor as we're used to seeing in his come up and his establishment throughout the early parts of this Challengers year. So that could also just be a flat out, very face level thing that we can look at, is what happens between the 2 main duelists as they square up very regularly on Jet against one another.
That is also a really good point when we think about the history back then, and we think of challengers and these duelists, how they were gonna play out. There's some duelists that we get to see kind of making it all the way to the end of their round, but a dude that have had those times where they struggle just a little bit more, and I feel like for the guard, that is going to be the key, where you see a guard trying to set up that duelist for success, trying to set up the whole team for success, and in M80, that in a lot of rounds, because the aggressive style that they like to bring, they're also able to bring those set pieces with only 2-3 players, and that is going to be it, while everybody else is able to kind of get that information across the map.
The one thing that I really like about the guard, though, just in general, that, I mean, Shift, you're highlighting that Tex just hasn't quite been that, whoa, Tex right now. Is more like, yeah, Tex, you know? But I feel like the guard is a team that's really good at everyone can be enabled and kind of be stepping up to where maybe it's something that hasn't been quite as noticed, whereas I feel like that is something that could really start to be quickly highlighted and potentially exploited when you're squaring up against a team like M80 that not only is such an explosive powerhouse, but is also so aware to how little Tex can be in those moments.
Yeah, I mean, you could slice the pizza starting at any point in time when it comes down to it. And I think that this is going to be a matchup that we can point to 18 million different things of where this could be a win or a loss for either team. I think just more recently, you look back to what the history has been. And yeah, kind of that clinical aggression that M80 has kind of taken as a moniker of success, even in moments where Nisbo's been able to go into things like a raise. That was a very unexpected element at the end of the Challenger season. And that has kind of kept the Guard a little bit maybe bewildered at times, where they don't necessarily know where to expect the aggression to come from. Where in the past, when the Guard has been better than M80, it's because they've dictated the control and tempo of how the map is playing out. So I think it's one of those things that it's going to come down to, can the Guard establish that early presence and force M80 into more difficult spots, because the trend lately has been M80 getting away with whatever they want, essentially.
Well, we have the rematch of the rematch on the horizon here. We're going to be taking a short break, so you can make sure your popcorn is ready. Make sure to be back soon. USA versus Canada, the Guard versus M80, a matchup that we've gotten to see play out a few times as these teams tried to journey to make it into Ascension Americas to prove that they're that team to earn their full-time spot. This is a series, Dan, we've gotten to see play out so many different ways, but where is it going to play out where it truly matters?
In so many different tournaments too, in the regular season, in the mid-season face-off, during the grand finals, and now here in Ascension. I can't wait to see who's gonna come up on top. Two teams that we've talked about constantly in North America, about how good they are and how the expectations are on these two. These are the two favorite teams to make it all the way to that Americas League next year, and it is for a reason, right? We talked about the stats, we talked about the individuals, the talent is there, and we've known about it since last year. So now is a chance to see who comes up on top.
You're talking about talent that we've gotten to see play out, and I feel like the Guard is the epitome of that. They had this core, this team shift has shown us so much, and this is a team that could be deserving so many times through and through of this spot.
Yeah, I think the two biggest point outs that I want to kind of mention here are Valorant and Jonah P. I know I spent some time talking about Tex, and of course we know what we're going to get from Trent, but those are the known qualities of this squad. What we need to see here from the Guard is good communication and good dictation of space between Valen and Jonah P. When the Guard wins, those two players are incredible at being able to set up their playmakers in Tex and Trent. So it doesn't just come down to the fact that Trent is your current top leader when it comes to overall statistics. It doesn't matter that Tex at one point in time was arguably the best duelist in North America. For me, it starts before they get involved, and it comes by the way of Valen and Jonah P. If they can get good initiation and good control on these sites, depending on what maps we see, that is the recipe for success for this Guard squad. So I'm putting a lot of stress to see what those two can do.
They definitely got work cut out ahead of them though, because M80 through Challengers has been one of the teams that we've talked about the most, and they're the team to prove that they were the ones to be talking about taking it all the way. And I mean, for good reason, Dan. This team is so explosive. How they can just come out of the gate and obliterate teams is like nothing else at some points.
And these two teams are able to do so, but M80, once again, the team that has remained the #1 in North America is the one that you want to keep your eyes on, and you start to wonder how that experience from the Guard is going to play out today, how it's going to shape. We got to see them talking a little bit in a circle, just making sure that the energy is high, the vibes are just going the right way for this one. And I'm excited too to see the clutchers that we have on these two teams, which is insane, by the way. The clutches that we've seen, you can think about it from Valen on one side, you can think even about the duelists making it all the way until the end of the round, but you know, in those maps and with how close these two teams are in terms of level, you're gonna be seeing a lot of those.
Well, this is the moment. We've seen how many times these teams have played, how things have panned out with their map picks and bans shift. How about though in this series?
Yeah, the Guard getting rid of Lotus, it may seem strange looking at their overall record, but you have to remember the last time they played M80, they got stomped there, and they just watched M80 absolutely destroy 9Z. So that's one of those things you stay away from. And the interesting thing about Haven and Ascent, and why I think this is the one that goes to 3 without question, is for Haven, the Guard have never beat M80. But for Ascent, M80 have never beat the Guard. So if we do get all the way to Pearl, that would also be a map that over the course of the history has always gone the way of the Guard. So this is going to be about patterns and trends. Granted, the sample size for some of those are relatively low, and on top of that, some of the results have been tremendously close, looking at worst at 13-8 tally on Ascent. So this is one of those that, again, you could barely put a piece of paper between the two of them. These are two really tightly matched teams. I'm expecting some fireworks here, no matter how many maps we get.
Just in time for the 4th of July with those fireworks. So
easy play on words.
It should be fantastic. But that's what I think is most interesting with the maps. The fact that there is these maps that the team has never beaten the other on. They have that tape. They have that information now, Dan. So how does that play out? Are we going to see that history repeat itself? Or is there going to be enough on tape that they can make that change?
To me, it's not even what you have on tape, is how you're gonna adapt, how that mid round is gonna look for both of the teams, especially the one that has a little bit more to prove for this match and to move forward in the upper bracket, that one being the guard. You need to keep an eye on what VALORANT is gonna do in that mid round, Haven on that second map, and that third map. And I think Haven is a good way to start us off. Nothing really changing as much. This is that one map that I mentioned where Trent is gonna be on that Viper, in a meta that has become more and more visible, especially in North America. So a guard that got to implement it at some point, and they got to keep it for this one.
Yeah, and it'll be cool the fact that we've gotten to see how this plays out, Shift, with these teams, with these squads.
Yeah.
If this will now change up.
The thing is, the comps rather are not going to change, and there's really no reason that you do change that if you're M80. Both times you've played the guard, you were a single round away from sending it to overtime. It's 2 different 11-13 losses. So again, it's not anything major when it comes down to who holds advantages or disadvantages over the overarching approach to the map. Sometimes it's just one good decision or one little small mistake, largely coming in those full gun rounds versus full gun rounds, that is the dictating element of how this match may play out. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Again, I'm just waiting to watch some good freaking Valorant today.
Well, we're about to, because it's the North America face-off now. Sully, up mine. This one's gonna have some fireworks. I hope you're ready.
Thank you guys so much. A North American rematch on soil in São Paulo, Gus, which is the most interesting thing. How blessed we are to have two teams coming into this for a rematch in top form.
We are blessed to be seeing not only, of course, an M80 who have had to really climb their way back from the very beginning of this tournament, looking scrappy, looking like a team who had land jitters, to now getting both teams at their true top form, both the guard and M80 facing off on land. Again, like you said, this is a blessing.
And for what it feels like, M80 are kind of coming into this with a mentality of, dude, we don't care. We just want to rematch the Union. But Guard have been a very impressive team, and that's one that is going to be hard to topple over. The way that the Guard have been playing up until this point, the group stages was flawless from these guys. They look like a very well-oiled machine. Whatever Josh RT has been doing behind the scenes, it has been working since Challengers.
I mean, they've been the cleaners. They have been the closers. Pretty much every team has had some sort of struggle series that they could talk about, but the Guard made their way past the group stage with total ease. M80 coming into this, like I had mentioned, they started the tournament with land jitters. They had never been on this stage before. In fact, this is the highest level game that we have ever seen in Tier 2 Valorant, in North American Valorant, period. This is the first time that we're seeing two teams of this caliber in a LAN environment in our region. And again, M80 coming into this tournament, they weren't exactly fully mentally there, and they needed the Union to show them that.
A new stage, and both teams have absolutely stepped up to it. These two teams, I love the way Shift put it. You could put a paper between them, and that's how close they are. I don't think everyone will remember the statistic, but both Nismo and Trent being our two ACS leaders in Ascension, arguably the two strongest players on their teams individually in terms of what this event has been, are separated by a measly 0.5 ACS, which is something not to scoff at. It kind of just shows how close these two teams are, and when it comes down to it, it will be the individual I think will be the difference maker in a lot of these decisive moments.
Right. I mean, you talk about history with these two teams, right? I mean, Haven alone, you already had 13-11s the last two times that we saw that map. I think the only way that we've actually differentiated this series is in that third map that we haven't really seen these two teams face off on. But God, truly speaking, we've seen at least both teams come back to that form that we expected them to be at for this tournament. The Guard, they came at the gate swinging. Again, like I said, they've been the closers. They've been the cleaners.
And they have that experience going all the way back to Reykjavik. Rookies to Reykjavik, I think was the call. And they're no longer rookies here. Tex, I think, was the only person that there were questions of were there going to be jitters. I think certainly we saw a slight display of it during his first map, but afterwards I think the experience of his other four teammates certainly come into the forefront of, you know, this team. I mean, these are two teams built around family, especially this Guard side. Trent has said it himself. He's had offers from franchising teams, but he's spent more time with this Guard lineup than he has with his own family this year. That is not something that should just be taken lightly. It's a bond that can't be broken, and this Guard team has come a very, very long way since the VCT circuit in 2021.
Overall, we're looking at two teams that they had perfect chances to make it to franchising already last year. M80 and the Guard, they're looking to fully take control of their destinies just with this one match alone.
And this one will be close. 13-11, 13-11. The two previous map scores of Haven. Guard never taking M80 down on this map. We'll see if that changes here today. They will start with an approach towards this A side, but what we've seen lately is the Guard not execing fully in these early opening duels. Again, this will be a massive battle, and it will come down to some individual plays in these decisive moments which we're seeing approach towards B.
The Guard barely even put out a look over towards that A side, even though they did contact short. M80, they're fully ready for this. The patience is unreal. The stun coming in from the back of sight. The Guard needing to back out immediately.
And quickly, M80 immediately adjusts. That fault line they know will send these players back, and you can quickly see EU in a spot where he's looking to punish off of that turret towards Garage, expecting that's where the redirect will go, but they don't see anything. And M80 have almost got this stack completely right. Plenty of time, though, here for the Guard to pivot out if they want to.
It's an unreal shift. They have so much potential over towards that A site. Immediate jet smoke alongside the flashes, alongside the shock darts. A lot of options here on this A side, and the Guard are walking right into it.
Nismo has a flash already over towards default. As soon as Koala Noob makes a contact. Spotted.
If Koala Noob gets a contact, Tex sees that, immediately backs up, but they actually make noise over towards long.
No. You need to back away here. M80 have just way too much control on this backside, and the Guard have recognized that.
There's nothing C.
Just John QT here on the B side. He'll be looking for at least a lurk here as the Guard kind of swing their way towards C. This is a good post plan here for the Guard.
Ned can just cut it down. That's all he's here for. And not even. He's not even looking to cut down the rotation. Instead, he's going to look to really surprise M80 as the take goes down. There's another player over towards Garage at the moment, but the retake is already happening. M80, all 5 players coming out of the back of sight. Tex holding down 1. Here comes the rest. Jonah P looking to take down Nismo. There goes the spray in coming in from Valen alongside Trent. And Xander is still stuck in the smoke. The Guard completely funnel M80.
And they are so ready for that fast retake. The Guard, they've been so successful in their retakes, or apologies, their post plans. They are second only to the Union. With a 76% post-plan win rate, they've been one of the more dominant teams in Ascension. And getting that spike down, they just play together, play the numbers, are ready for apologies, M80, who come in very, very hot. 5 players kind of swarming in through the backside. But this round was decided ultimately because of a massive mid-round call from Valen. Yeah. Recognizing the fact that there was a heavy stack towards the A side, that all the information was fed towards M80, and that will be the deciding factor. Not only just the individuals, but these quick, instantaneous mid-round calls that we'll see from both these teams. They are no strangers to one another. They've played 3 times prior to this, and they understand each other to a T. So when we're looking at this matchup, it's what decisions are made once the info has been collected. Both teams love their set pieces, and it's after those set pieces have gone, what happens between the 10 players.
This side, we're going to be seeing the Guard with an insane amount of execute potential. Its attack has been strong in the past. M80 have seen pretty decent retakes, but the most that we can really talk about is their mid-rounding.
Toxin screen down.
And up close, Xander, he's got it, Koala Noob not too far away. And this is aggression that M80 will show later on in their rifle rounds. Xander in a good spot where he can maybe get something. Xander up close, just a quick right click. Gets shut down by Tex immediately after. Some kills could be had here, though, for M80.
That's for sure. One goes back. Okay, nice. That was clean through the box. What are you?
30 seconds left.
Putting in his own little glimpse in the round. Picking up 1 kill back again. The Guard.
I think it's an A hit here.
Needing to reinvest a little bit going into the next. This is starting to look good, actually, for M80.
They can get maybe 1 extra kill. I think you'll be pretty happy here if you are M80. But walking away with this Bulldog and Guardian is already a pretty big boost to their
hunt
bonus
a little
round.
bit too. Close to the pit just a little bit, but M80 coming in from the A link. They're going to be completely out in the open. We're again the Guard. They do have crossfires pretty much ready. 2 players playing anti-flash. Is very safe, other than the fact that Net over towards mid. It's going to be that full clean contact, and they have a clean angle on him, but Net does survive.
A 2-0 sweep here for the Guard just to open it up. Again, that mid-rounding decision coming from Valen calling off the C hit after losing players. I think they understood the danger and how quick M80 would have rotated in this round. You can see 3 players. They leave just Jonah P to make the contact, buy time for his players to rotate, but keeping a fair bit of players here alive is going to be a big bonus here to the Guard. Again, moving forward with a Guardian and a Bulldog to close down the distance in a lot of these long angle duels. One of the other things I'm excited to see is how much Guard will talk in this matchup. They've been a very loud team this event.
This is the first time we've ever seen NA versus NA on LAN, so absolutely, where is that animosity? Koala Noob getting shut down early, and again, this is the big gun round for M80. They put Koala Noob in that Hail Mary position, and he's not able to do anything. EU, the only one here on A, potentially looking to hold things back.
Koala Noob was playing an anti-flash, expecting a quick play out towards long, and he got it, but he wasn't ready for it whatsoever. EU does get some contact, and he has elected to play on this site, but now things slow down, and it's up to the Guard's decision. Do they continue to this site? These last 2 rounds might send M80 a wrong message about making a rotate.
And EU might be making the wrong decision himself unless he can get one back.
He had a
but
recon
Tex
bolt.
just
I
gets
don't know
the
why
angle.
he didn't use it there. He definitely could have gotten the info that way. Now just Nismo.
Do they know about Nismo? Nismo not getting cleared. Nismo moving around, able to get one. How many more can the chef get? He only gets one out of that. John QT he ends up picking up the paranoia at the same time. Tex takes him down. A light round for the Guard, but again, this was the big buy from M80. They're gonna get reset, and this is gonna lead the Guard on a bit of a cakewalk. Xander does pick one back, and this is a very important save. Still the
Hold on
Guard.
to rifle. If he's lucky, he'll get away with it on 15 HP. Guard might go hunting for this as well, just to remove any unknown quantities for that next round. But still, the Guard, again, just shutting things down. Finding that first kill into Koala Noob, and then you'll see how they will slow things down despite getting that first pick. Guard are a team that love to make mid-game adjustments, and very quickly, despite getting a kill, some teams will just instant hit that site, but not the Guard. We'll see this multiple times throughout this series, and what they've been doing throughout the entire Ascension tournament is slow things down after that first pick and that mid-round decision from Valen. Often catching a lot of teams off guard. You can see EU as well wanted to go for a re-clear. I mean, he had a recon bolt, but he just goes for the swing by himself with no util support behind him, which was a little bit strange, but the idea certainly there. M80 actually investing a little bit back into this round. Koala Noob had a judge. Now he'll sell it, and I'm curious as to what he's going to buy because he's nowhere near the knives just yet.
They're going for pretty much the same buy, maybe even the same play. Not at all, actually. Koala Noob's all the way over towards C. I'm looking for a much different position. M80 still with 3 over towards the A side, but the Guard, they're making their first C approach for the first time again.
Pretty fast here as well. This doesn't look like there's any fake whatsoever. Just trying to be very rustic, no lurks on any part of the map. And M80, they've actually slowed things down for now. That Nanostorm as well, gonna buy some time. This is the Guard drawing util, drawing rotates. And I think Jonah P's been able to get onto his ult here. I don't know if he was 2 off or 1 off. It'll update here in a second, but it looks like he is only 1 away from that ult.
80 have not relinquished their positions over towards long, and if anything, they're finally pushing up. This might be at least good timing for one, but this is going to lock the players over towards A potentially. This smoke alone, if they can make the shift back over towards B quick.
Xander's just re-cleared over towards sewers. He's got a paranoia that he can launch here as soon as that alarm button goes off, but he's actually going to make the rotate instead. We'll see if Nismo drops a fault line.
This is going to be so unreal for Koala Noob. How many can this man realistically get? The alarm bot.
Jonah's got a flash, though, so they should be pretty good going into the site, I hope.
This should be perfectly fine, truthfully.
They literally already pinged out the alarm bot as well. There's just a ping on the minimap.
And the Guard are taking their time no matter how you look at it. Again, Koala Noob not relinquishing this position. The alarm bot is going to catch him first. And indeed, he does get one. And the paranoia is right there at the same time. And he even still has support from EU if he does have the shock dart to use. Trent. Too late. An unbelievably close spot. But if that stun doesn't come out, he could really put on some fireworks. Good stuff from Nismo, though. Good call out from Nismo. 7 seconds left. 6 seconds left. The Guard, they're just going to give up the round. And M80, the Hail Mary buy, keeps them in the game.
What great understanding from M80 to layer the util and to understand that the Guard probably have got lurks elsewhere on the map, like that fault line to catch Trent off guard after a recon bolt gets sent out towards A late in the round from EU. And you'll see this. This is what separates M80 from a lot of the North American teams, and especially the Guard, is how good they are at using their util and coordinating it off of one another. This smoke is extremely well timed. Recon bolt gets sent out. Apologies, over towards the B side instead. But understanding how this Guard team is going to play is going to be key here for M80 and making those mid-round and those late-round adjustments.
Get out of my way.
One off the ult here for Nismo. He wants it.
There's a lot of pressure from M80. Double, triple over towards Long. And now make it only a double. EU alongside Nismo. And like you said, the ult point comes out. Nismo with the rolling thunder.
Oh, Tex!
Tex, that was actually a left click. That's unreal. And now Nismo down and out for the count. EU not able to do anything over towards the long side. The guard somehow coming out of it with an even man advantage.
And M80, maybe not fully expecting this guard team to come out swinging like that. They did put 3 players there, but they walk away with 3. And now a retake setup here. That's a very well-placed Paranoia that might give John QT some space.
Hail Mary. Oh my goodness. From downtown, that Paranoia comes in, but still. Oh, okay, good guiding light right in front of EU, and EU can't do anything. Xander, last one in a 1v3.
Spike planted.
Still has a smoke, still has a TP. But the guard, they're already going to start
Tex.
making it difficult. Good jump coming in from Tex, already getting the early info, and Xander might already save.
We'll have a buy still here, though, from M80, no matter what. So, our 6th round will be a full buy between these two teams, but guard looking to deny that early ult grab from Nismo, who has been playing the mid area like this, like, A-link area on B, and guard reading into this round pretty well here. Putting 3 players there, the updraft from Tex looking to punish as he goes onto the ult orb. A 4-1 start here for the guard on Haven. Again, a map that doesn't typically go the way of the guard. 0-2 against M80 at this point in time, and we are expecting a very close one. His rifle still again left over for Xander, a buy in the books for M80, and some ults starting to come online here as well. And there it is, the first op for Quality, but a tactical timeout called. This should be something the guard are anticipating as we have our 2 op leaders on the server between Tex and Quality.
But what exactly can you anticipate when you're looking at Koala Noob's op on defense? This is one of the most mobile players, one of the most mobile pieces that you're going to see on any defensive side. Koala Noob makes this gun look a lot of fun.
He's collected 18 kills so far in Ascension as our #1 op kill leader. We'll see Tex probably pull it out a little bit later at 13 kills. He's our #2. So once again, these two teams very evenly matched. They have very similar play styles, and once again, the discrepancies will come in those mid-round decisions, and you're gonna have to pivot around this operator now.
Right.
If you're the guard and trying to figure out, okay, how do we remove this? It's gonna draw more utility out. And for M80, I think Happy's given some words of how he wants his op to be played with. And maybe we'll see some aggression from this as well. Quality loves to play this A anchor, and it gives a lot of more freedom for the rest of his team to make these like 4-player stacks. He's like, what this 3-man hold on Garage and C. So I'm curious to see how they'll pivot this op around and how guard will anticipate it.
They're going to be a massive combination of util where Koala Noob is going to stay with this op. Oh yeah, absolutely there is. It's going to be an Omen alongside the
and they're all walking down towards mid. There's a recon bolt here from EU.
This is going to be a massive combo, but again,
no,
the
he's
guard.
gone for a spam on an Odin of all things.
Spam coming in from EU. M80,
he's trying to
have
force
someone.
them back towards a window where maybe there's a punish from Xander. Yeah, that was the goal, but it doesn't get that actually. Jonah P just heals everyone up with his regrowth.
The guard ignore it. M80 take full control of that mid side, but this is pretty much going to be full A, isn't it?
And EU is going to have to do absolutely insane here. He's got some pings already as to where he wants smokes, and where he's probably going to drop some shocks.
Recon alongside the shocks, alongside the Odin. This could be very good here for EU. Here comes a shock to try to take down the planner once again. He still has a recon bolt if he wants to spray away. He has to go away though. That smoke may go away in just a little bit. Again, EU looking for a ping. Here comes the swing from Trent. Here comes everyone for M80 dropping on down. Koala Noob gonna do anything, and it's Jonah P. Jonah P lining up 3, and Nets comes back and finishes off the round. M80 was in front for the bulk of the post plant there, but the guard takes it all the way back with Jonah P standing tall.
The crossfire between him and Valen. Valen's sitting towards defender spawn, I think in front of a smoke that just dissipated, and it pulls attention away. And the guard dominating these post plants so far. M80 have had no success in these retakes whatsoever. They're 5 for 5 when they get the spike down in this matchup. And M80, they've been one of the better teams when it comes to the retake. If you exclude that Union game, they have an 86% win rate, but they are not looking sharp here against the guard. And once again, they'll be on an eco. Another look towards mid.
Koala Noob finally has his touchdown position was trying to get here earlier, but it was actually Xander that took up the position instead. He sits over in mid. Nobody, the guard currently touching the mid side as they do make some contact over towards C long.
Getting Jonah P onto his ultimate. They are just abusing these Seekers to send misdirections. And this guiding light as well is certainly confusing M80 as to where the hit is going to be. But for the first time, the guard are leaning in towards a C hit where they might get caught off guard.
Oh yeah, mouth of the beast here. Everyone essentially for M80 on this side.
Look at that. They've just baited the fault line out. And M80 just checked. They see absolutely nothing. They're going to make this rotate. And in a second here, John QT is out of rotation. He's even pulled his turret away, anticipating an A hit. But Koala hears nothing, so I'm surprised they make this play.
Yeah, this is an unreal redirect.
I've got your trail.
Coming in from M80. Totally calling out the opposite direction. It's insane to think that just 15 seconds ago, 4 players were on this site, ready to hold down the guard. Koala Noob, same thing over towards the mid side. Could have had a big impact on the retake, but hold on now. Tex, a little bit too much dip on his chip. He ends up going down immediately. Valen is the one actually shifting in the middle of sight. He does have a friend here in terms of Jonah P, but Jonah P needs to back away. There's not a lot of util on him, but Valen, he has the one smoke. Net even has a turret to use. Koala Noob getting up another kill, and they still have an Hunter's Fury. There it is, the Hunter's Fury to pressure everyone out. Can they line up the kills? Koala Noob getting up another one. There's 2 players still left. Net spraying away, but everyone gets chipped down from the guard. How does M80 take that one back?
And you really just cannot play down towards long when there's an opponent's Hunter's Fury. There are just so many easy angles to clear out with that. And the guard giving a lot of space to M80. The flank from Net is just a fraction to Lake. They find that first pick onto Tex, which gives Koala this Vandal, and that's all he needs in this situation. Working off of the Hunter's Fury, pushing and peeking with his team. It's just one angle that this M80 team has to worry about. And with Sheriffs, all it takes is a single headshot. And that was around to get, apologies, M80 back into this half entirely. We were looking at this next round if they lost it, but they win the previous one and it puts them back on pretty even footing. And they're getting aggressive towards A, establishing control and taking it away from the guard. It seems that's what Happy wanted from them.
Yeah, this is as deep of M80 I've ever gotten over towards A main. Koala Noob. Right next to the entrance, but he also has a friend there trying to burst out. Everyone else from the guard bursting into mid.
Let them pop this Viper's Pit over towards the B side. Nanostorm to buy a couple of extra seconds, but this retake is a little bit difficult, although M80 are very hot after getting this A aggression.
Koala Noob right behind. There's the info too, but nobody's in bottom mid. There is one currently looking, but they don't know about Net at the moment. But Net gets revealed by Koala Noob. Jonah P with a peek. 3v3 now, one person from M80 coming in from the bottom of mid. Here comes Nismo with the flash. Trent takes out John QT, but you still have Xander stuck in a 1v3. There goes the kill on the Tex, but Trent still has his Viper's Pit alive and thriving as Xander is getting chipped all the way down. There's no snake bite here for Trent, so you're not going to see Xander go down immediately if he does try to go for the defuse, but pick goes down. The guard are able to pick up a 6 to M80. An even retake goes completely the way of the guard.
And Trent has been phenomenal on the Viper. I remember when he was dancing in between the wall in his last matchup against 9Z. Like, just going in between. The way he's been playing Viper on this map of Haven, it seems like he's mastered it. Like, we all loved seeing Trent on Sova, but he has been very impactful in Viper, and his Viper Spit doing everything. He fights backside, continuing to contest so that his 2 teammates, Jonah P and Tex, don't have to worry about getting swung from the backside. And M80 once again will pull out the operator. Koala Noob posting up once again, not on this A site, which is interesting. This is typically where we see those jet ops.
Standing ahead.
Instead of anchoring garage, they're not gonna expect that op there whatsoever. The guard, however, all 5 over towards A. They're just walking up with the Viper wall. There goes M80, finally getting revealed. 2 players over towards short, but they do not move. Instead, they start to close in.
Xander's got an assist here if Nismo needs to help him. You can pop a flash, set a fault line, punish any aggression here. So if you are Valen, you kind of have to be careful. But look at the guard. They're expecting a re-clear here in a second. And that's what they're looking to punish. Net as well has just re-cleared mid. He's got his ult here as well to make a play happen. So M80 playing essentially blind in this round. And yeah, there has been a re-clear effort, but Xander actually spotted nothing. And so space given here to the guard towards A, where they will more than likely use a lockdown towards sewers.
Xander, he could actually help out a bit, and the flash doesn't hit. The paranoia right on, and can he actually help out with the lockdown? But another great paranoia coming out in the hands of Alan. Instead, here comes Tex holding it down. A couple of kills from M80 that they thought would be possible, but it doesn't happen. Nismo with his aftershock able to take it down. The knives do get recharged, but Nismo ends up getting the kill anyways. Koala Noob is down half HP for Nismo. Nismo finds the lineup, but doesn't find the kill. And now John QT, he's even vulnerable and needing to dance now. Now down to 96 HP. Trent, Jonah P, the young guns waiting for their opportunity.
The timing, swing it!
Is there. John QT potentially pixels away from getting that spray down and potentially running away and playing with time, but the guard do find the kill anyways.
I was hoping to God that John QT was gonna swing that, but I think being 0-7 might be hurting his confidence, and he's not, fully prepared to take that kind of fight. The guard punishing M80 in that lockdown attempt to break. There's an aftershock and 2 shocks that come in, but guard immediately push. As soon as that util comes out, they know they need to fight this. And M80 dumping as much as they can, but maybe over-investing into that fight. And 7-2, the guard have been one-upping M80 in these mid-round calls, making quick split-second decisions that are winning them these rounds.
Now M80 back down to pistols, forced to make yet another drastic decision early on in one of these rounds. All 4 players grouped up around A, but now hold on. We've seen plenty of early rotations from M80. We've seen plenty of reads go awry for them. But they finally make the hard read over towards A. That the guard were inching their way over, but they peek out maybe a bit too early. Hold on now again. A 3v3 with Koala Noob picking up a shot off the Marshall. Everyone else for the guard going up towards that mid side. There's no util here. Guard are going to be safe with this plant. For how long?
Toxin screen down.
Should be able to get away with this round here. I love this from Trent, getting aggressive, but he is by himself. Alan not too far. He can drop a smoke, maybe put a paranoia. You should know there's one towards heaven after hearing the updraft.
Yep, absolutely. Paranoia going in at the same time too from Valen, but Koala Noob is still fine, but this is chunked off a lot of time off the clock. John QT coming in again, no kills for John, and that's not gonna change it all going out of that play, but here comes Koala Noob.
Nismo, what the heck?
There you go, the Jedi and the Padawan come up big again.
Thrifty.
M80 finally get a round back in the half.
What just happened? I swear I looked away for half a second, and Nismo just finds a double on the Ghost. Once again, the individual plays are sometimes all you need in a matchup as close as this. And Nismo finding 2 on a Ghost. I have to see this replay back. He aftershock clears and forces a swing.
1 enemy remaining.
And Koala Noob with his swing. Look at the 1v1s they isolate. That was beautifully done by Nismo and Koala Noob. Koala Noob attracting the attention of Trent on that box. And Nismo swinging immediately off of that. And Jonah P, I think, just a little bit too far out to make a trade happen.
Toxins going up.
Happens here though, Xander is getting into a dangerous situation here. A couple of bullets getting rained in. It's going to be 2 over in C.
A retake possibly here for M80 on the C site. A lockdown, Rolling Thunder to get back into it, but they will be fighting Garage here.
Toxin screen
And Valen alone. Now accompanied actually in a second by Trent.
My word. The guard full here. They're going to establish these players in Garage. They can leave one of these guys here for a minute.
They're looking
try
for
to
the
go up
work.
into B.
They don't need to be here because they're smokes players, the controllers. They can back up and maintain Garage. This will limit M80 for their retake points.
Oh, Nismo, he no longer has the spike denial. He's going to go for the Rolling Thunder potentially to try to take away the
What a
spike.
flash.
But he instead gets isolated by Jonah P. Good stuff from Jonah P, like you mentioned. Good flash. But that lockdown is unreal.
And it's forcing them over in a fight Garage here, but there's no flash to set them up.
That's a crazy position. M80 now have B.
Alarm bot will go off here in a second. Wait, no, he's too far away. John QT slipped the net.
John QT taking down Trent, but still net in. Looking for another pick onto John. This was in the hands of M80, but it's quickly slipped into the hands of the guard instead. 8-3, and it's bound to get worse.
These post plants have been unbelievable from the guard. Backing up, and as soon as Net gets a kill, 3 heads spin his way, and they deal with them accordingly and fight back in the middle of sight. The guard in these post plants are good because of the fact that they are so aware and very quick to adjust. That's what's made these two teams decisive. But the guard here certainly having the better adaptations in these late rounds.
Wow.
And having so much positional space and advantages in these post plants is certainly helping them a lot. 8-3, this is not the way this half was supposed to go. This was supposed to be a close game, and it has not been that way.
Valen. Nah, this man isn't gonna go down. He's actually able to run away here off of the Rolling Thunder and see. There's a retake setup.
It just
is this
doesn't
a Hunter's
reach.
Theory?
Yeah, it just doesn't reach.
What? This is just unreal. The look that we're seeing from M80. And not in a good way. John QT is able to take one back. Tex goes down, and M80, they've just given themselves a chance. Jonah P does get the kill back, but EU, Koala, and Nismo, they're still
from
fresh.
Net here. Net not too far off of this. He's got maybe 3.
Oh, Net! Like you said, coming in from behind, he ends up taking down 1. He still has the opportunity for 2 more. EU and Nismo walk right into the crosshairs of Jonah P and the guard. What a debilitating first half.
Jonah P in the playoffs. He was so good during the Challengers playoffs, and he remains as good here in the Ascension playoffs. 9-3. This was a stomping from the guard. Once again, maximizing the fact that they know how M80 will play, know how they're going to rotate, and this mid-rounding calling from Valen absolutely stumping this M80 lineup. John QT and Happy have had no answers whatsoever. And not to mention, there's a lot of phenomenal individual plays coming out from the guard. Working together at times, but also when they need it. Kills like that from Jonah P. Plays like Trent will come up massive. And now on the defense, they put up quite the first half. The offense is where M80 have typically found their stride. So we'll have to see if they can make something happen, what their mid-rounding is going to look like. But right now, this is the guard fully in control.
M80. They don't have full clear objective of what they want to do at the end of this half. Yes, they are going to get this contact up into C. They still have Spike all the way back in spawn with a contact over towards A main. The guard, this will allow them to reposition back however they may.
They're playing a retake on the B and C site. Because of this alarm bot and how quick 3 players can get to garage, I'm pretty confident about their retake potential here. Trent does have a singular snake bite, a nanostorm as well to layer on a delay. They've just checked A and they're still rotating towards A, surprisingly. I don't know if we're going to see like a 5-man flank or what's going to happen here, but the noise is not going to be heard, and M80 will get this free spike plant to play a 5-on-5. They've been pretty good in post plants so far since their Union matchup. What have they got here?
I couldn't tell you what the tell actually was there, but this is massive here for M80. An equal chance, an even chance to get themselves back into this game. It's a full 5v5 retake coming in from the guard. It's about to get chaotic, and they've already started with a bit of a bang. There goes 51 HP left on Jonah P. Paranoia going in, but nobody can actually come out from it. That pick over towards Long was so important to get. Kuala and EU holding down Garage.
Yeah.
And Tex couldn't do anything in Long. It was a 5v5, and it ends up in a 5v-none. A Zenny flawless.
No, that was beautiful from M80 in that post. Just separating the focus of this retake from the guard. They sent a Paranoia, I think, towards Garage, and then immediately after a fault line as well, just pushing theirs back so they can fully focus towards defender spawn where Quality was already posted up. That was a very well-played post plan and a very, very much needed one from M80 to keep themselves alive in this map. Now you'll have to keep this next one clean to have a very strong bonus. And those are the win conditions here for M80. Clean round here, win the bonus, you're really back into this game. You don't have a lot of wiggle room to work with.
The guard pushing the situation a little bit. Everyone going in towards that mid area, or at least sitting on this side of the map, because the guard shifting 3 players immediately off of the push from Jonah P. 3 into C. And not only that, but they have full tracking now of the rotations. Jonah P is in spawn. He's actually... What?
And they're rotating towards A. I just don't know what the guard are doing with these early rotates.
I don't think they saw anyone over towards C long, but I think the ult orb was picked up. What is this call?
But you just have Jonah P here, which is why I'm not understanding this play. And I think they're anticipating a rotate. But it's just not going to happen. M80 were just waiting out the defensive smoke and back sight, and now they've gotten through, they've gotten control.
What are they cooking?
And M80 should be getting a 5th here.
All right, here comes Guard. They were just taking a measly mid-evening stroll. That's all it was, towards the A site. They now waltz their way back over towards C. Not a single player from M80 is even here. It's a nice little welcome mat.
They're just going to pop into the side, I imagine, here, Guard. In just a second, see if they can get exits. But with no weapon advantage, no man advantage. This one just doesn't seem possible. M80 making a very clean call here. They aren't a team that will do like those crazy rotates, so I wasn't surprised that they were just going to wait out that smoke and we'll cut noise and just rescale up, which is refreshing from this M80 lineup after the way that the first matchup against the Union went. They seem, again, a lot more confident. This is the attacking side of M80, the more favored side, their map pick. And once again, a map that they've never lost against the Guard. And they will have a very strong bonus. Moving into this next round, Nismo, who had a ghost, a hero for M80 yesterday. Multiple clutches, a 1 versus 4, 2 1v1s to close out split against 9Z. Oh, he actually doesn't buy the Vandal. He passed it over to Qual. I was hyping this guy up because he had the Vandal, but he just passes it over to Qual New. But still, rifles out for both of these sides. And this will be the big test for both of these sides. Can Guard actually keep the momentum from the first half?
This is big now, Tex. With a big early battle, but it's actually Xander. TP's back over towards this one. I thought it was maybe a cross TP, but it was just a fake. The Guard, they bite down on that piece of information because look at this. There's a player coming in from B Link already committing himself to the middle of A.
Set piece here. Looks like from M80 to set Qualinoob up to get garage control. I believe there's a fault line set up from Nismo over towards the C side as they try and re-clear this to maybe crunch, but they're just looking to bait out util, and M80 are not getting a lot of it. This Viper's wall is extremely difficult to deal with because it denies a lot of space and a lot of information.
It's just very tough for Net too. Net doesn't have a lot of info, doesn't have the turret, doesn't have alarm bot in the middle of B either. He has to hard peek if he wants the info, but over towards C. It is finally the take coming in from M80 and nobody holding on to it. The Guard are once again going into a 5v5 retake.
The #1 team though in these retake situations in Ascension, 46% win rate overall. And the Guard, 3 players towards spawn. Qualinoob is again going to get close and fight.
Qualinoob.
He's not blinded.
No, he gets slapped down immediately by Jonah P, and Jonah P does it again. 3 more players remaining here for M80, and they've gone all the way over towards long, and they're all going down. 1 5v5 goes completely the way of M80. This time, everyone from the Guard stay alive.
Jonah P in the playoffs, perfectly predicting these 2 backside players. Qualinoob had played that aggressive angle before in the pistol, and so he expected it there once again. Jonah P, 17 and 8. He has been exceptional on this first map of Haven. And the Guard, that's the strengths. Their retakes, so well coordinated in these team fights and working together. It's a 2-pronged attack. 2 players garage, 3 players defender spawn, and they understand the post-plant positions from M80, who have their rifles out off of their bonus. And this will be the Guard. What do they want to do? Will they get aggressive? They won't. They've actually used a guiding light that will force A control back. And the Guard will look to only re-clear with just John QT.
Uh-oh, Valen. Deep into long at the moment, and he still has support at the moment from Tax, but they are going to clear the angle first. Qualinoob takes down Valen. Tax has an opportunity to avenge his fallen comrade. He does pick up 1, but slowly backing up. He does take a little bit of damage, but he does have a rotation in alongside him. But this is different here from M80. Finally, they have some spread map coverage. John QT heading up into A, throwing off potentially the rotation as he has backed up all the way over towards the A main.
He's trying to set up for a nano storm to keep these rotates because he realized this is a retake setup, so he wants to keep these players back as long as he can, which he has done so for now. It's the Heaven play you have to watch out for. Jonah P not in a position to send flashes. They've even lost Valen, so this retake will have to, I think, wait a second to see what Jonah P can cook up.
Right.
They get into it naked? Are you kidding me?
He just goes right in. He just jumps on in without anything. Tex is there too to punish. And now Jonah P. Last one in a 1v2. Certainly possible, though. Both players don't have much to really work with. Double flashes here for Jonah too. May have just helped out his case a little bit. May have flashed DU. But he can't make it past the double coverage. M80 keeping themselves alive here on Haven.
That was certainly a surprise from the guard to go that quickly in with no flashes. Trying to catch M80 off guard, just dropping into the site. But John QT just underneath Heaven. Not an angle that will typically be cleared in these kind of execs. And I can't tell if there was a snake. I think he dropped the snake, but yeah, towards the front default. I wasn't sure if, you know, maybe my eyes were deceiving me. He tried to clear out John QT, but no one clearing that angle. And a little bit of a miscue on that drop as well. Both players coming out one by one. And now we'll see Tex with the operator and M80. An extremely heavy lean into this A side.
Tex is
Expecting
gonna have
the op?
the first taste, the first bite potentially, but nobody actually walking into him. Again, John QT, or not John QT, Jonah P. So one over towards that long side. But he's actually backed out immediately. It would have to be a flash alongside potentially the peek from Tex. But both players playing very defensively. Playing for the second angle where these players would have to walk into. But there's nothing else here for the guard either. All three players are still over towards that C area, hunkering down.
That flash is huge.
At least gives them the information.
Jonah P here for now, but the unfortunate thing is Tex has already backed away.
He's dead. Jonah P gone.
Jeez.
And that was the big one. Tex, he picks up a kill there. And the rest of this round is basically still wide open. Instead, we're looking at a 5v3 with the guard running for the hills. They are saving at the very beginning of this plant, and for good reason. A lot of cash. M80, good stuff finally.
Cutting noise and just re-execing into the site. Spotting as well and isolating that fight. They dropped a smoke and cleared out, I believe it was graffiti with that nanoswarm that John QT sent. And just fault lining under towards Heaven.
Here.
Catching Jonah P out in the open. And I mean, Tex had been in mid-rotation, so he wasn't really going to be there for the fight. And that will be M80 keeping themselves afloat. It's 7-10. Trent would love to get away with this operator, but he might not. Net losing his life here, some damage done as well. Trent does thankfully hold on to the operator, so we can pass that back over to Tex. Does have knives to work with here, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he pans it to another player, but he's certainly going to be the better one to hold on to it. With a timeout called for the guard, as they will now have to try and break down the mid-rounding of M80, something that M80 struggled with on their defending side. This map of Haven does open up a lot of opportunities for offensive teams to cut noise, make rotations, just because you have to cover 3 sites, and that's why KJ is such a vital agent on this map, because it allows you to just leave kind of the B site a little bit open, and you can prioritize lanes a little bit better without having to worry about like 2 other lanes, basically.
Yeah, still, we haven't really seen Jonah P really step up like that in terms of like the creative util, the creative flashes that we had seen before. We're looking at a guard team that still very much have the advantage, that still very much have some sort of control here on the attacking side, because we haven't exactly seen full exits get broken down immediately by the guard. They do at least get into an even scenario during their execs.
The guard coming out of this timeout, looking to utilize the op from Tex once more. They don't have any ults to work with really besides Seekers, whereas M80, we probably won't see many ults used in this round, but they'll be looking to charge up some. Capitalize on the ult orbs, Koala Noob as well, bringing out the offensive operator, something Tex did not do in that first half. M80 looking to punish any players out towards long, as Valen will be the solo anchor here. He's got the hero rifle. Quiet here from M80, eerily quiet. They're not prioritizing really anything, just looking for any punishing plays they could put onto the guard.
Again, they're all wrapping around this op for a good reason. So much utility to be able to answer with once Tex gets that first contact. M80
right here.
Very careful.
Yeah. Expecting aggression here from the guard, and EU will be looking to re-drone, re-clear. But if he doesn't see anything, he might want to get a little bit closer to sell a fake with this drone. But yeah, he is forced to re-clear just because of a lack of information. And the drone spotted as well. Trent might call for some backup, and it looks like he has.
Oh, yeah.
The flash getting nothing here. Never mind.
Oh, wow. It goes a lot deeper than I thought, and it does actually catch players over in A long. So M80, they opt to kind of play with the heartstrings here, with the minds of the guard. Yeah, they put over an owl drone over towards C, and that was the first call, but just a guiding light alone over towards A pretty much calls everyone back for the guard. Now Noob, he may isolate one, indeed he has.
Once again, M80 in pretty dominant control of this round. Forcing the guard. Oh my god, Noob. He literally just saw like the flesh of his elbow, and he finds that kill. M80.
I got your backs.
Great mid-round call there as well, knowing that the guiding light would definitely cue some rotates in a round like that where the guards just don't have the cash to play a spread default defense. M80 making a quick pivot back to the C site with such little time. You kind of have to gamble the guard as to what site's going to be hit, and that flash was kind of the key as to where they were going to go for, red or black. And M80, Hunter's 3, Rolling Thunder, there are those ultimates. What are they looking to do for John QT? An early duel out here towards A, though. A paranoia possibly set, or a smoke.
Oh, it's 4 players. Tax inching up with the stinger. And again, this is so much manpower here for the guard. Oh, there goes Tex. Oh no. Oh no. Everyone else from M80 is basically on this side. They're slowly, very slowly, making their way into B, into mid, just so they don't make a peep. And
taking back A control. They know there was aggression here. They're trying to punish these rotates.
Love that. Rolling Thunder coming in. They can still establish B if they want to. What? There comes Nets. Who catches 3, and there goes Tex to finish off the round. What just happened there from M80? They were scrambling.
Net was just so primed for those players to run through. He sits in the smoke. And M80 getting punished for trying to make a very fast switch up from the B site over towards C. And this barrel sticking out is what gives Tex that first kill. And that's what caused an instant reaction. But how quick does Net react here? And you can see how Paranoia was sent in that direction, but it was sent towards defender spawn where he expected Net to be. And they didn't anticipate for him to be sitting in the smoke of all places. 3 ults here still for M80 as they go fast towards garage.
Well, here we go. The guard, they do have one option all the way in the back of C, and it's an explosive
He's gonna
one.
punish? Are you kidding me?
No Tax. He's still gonna go down though. Xander, what a TP.
Sticking it all the way, and here's both lockdowns getting dropped in. Hunter Siri looking to break the defensive lockdown, and it does break at the air very end. EU aware as well of a flank.
EU is just gonna hold on to it. Everyone from the guard sitting on the edge of this lockdown, and EU
sees a flash.
Oh, that was such an important battle to win though for Valen. He goes all the way down to 30 HP. He actually redirects a pretty good way here. You could still help out with the rest of his team. John QT looking for Valen, and indeed he's found it. There goes the call out. Everyone coming out of garage basically. 2 more players, 1 in the back of sight. John QT with a big kill, and now Jonah P. He's ran out of time, he's ran out of space. The guard run out of time. It's 9-11.
There's again M80 isolating the fights, forcing the garage players to come out while keeping Jonah P back in defender spawn. Success once again in the post plant. And 11-9, the guard starting to run out of steam. This is a huge round for these 2 teams. M80, if they pick this up, you'll reset the guard here. They won't have a lot of cash to work with. And that smoke in the face of defender spawn, allowing John QT to isolate that fight and both players to swing together. This is everything, the guard. Op once more for Tex. Early Viper's Pit called out, and Jonah P through a smoke.
He's looking for a whole lot more. Guiding light right behind it. Viper's Pit right next to him. The guard have every option covered right now, but not for a dashing Koala Noob. Koala Noob comes in, sweeps away Jonah P. Again, they still have the pit to deal with, but Trent, look at the HP on Trent. 5 HP.
He's trying to get back into this quick because of the space.
But a shot, and he can go for more. Tex finally showing off his prowess with the op. And John QT is gonna go down in an instant. The guard, 1 away from closing out this map against M80.
And Tex attempting that very, very quick retake with the operator. Because of Trent's positioning, they knew that M80 would have to fight for some other map control. They lost short, so they have to fight for spawn. You can't just play a post plant all from long. It's so easy to funnel defensive players there and take players out with their util. And so M80 made the decision, we have to push somewhere. And Tex very ready to capitalize on any pushes M80 wanted. And M80 have some thinking to do in this timeout. The second and final one used in regulation.
Wow.
Decisions to be made here as M80. That was the swing round they needed, and it's put them in a pretty tricky position.
Just hurts to think, right? Just that one player. What small piece of utility could have shut that one man down? Instead, we're staring down the barrel. Again, one more round going the way of the guard for them to close out the map, and M80 have to utilize here.
We'll see in a second what their buy is going to look like. There aren't a lot of ultimates. But this mid-rounding decisions from both of these teams been extremely, extremely close. M80 just, I think, unfortunately catching the worst of the halves and not having a lot of room to make mistakes, whereas the guard have that confidence. And they've been able to build off of it in the very few rounds that they've won here. And the buy, very ready for M80. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big switch up and see a set piece from either of these teams.
What's going to be the adjustment from M80? They're spreading currently at the moment, but again, the guard. Throw in a look at M80. Where do they end up readjusting to? Again, 2 coming in that mid side. But it's that same peak coming in from Xander. The throw off presence over towards A.
The Trailblazer will re-clear A, but what is the timing on this? 2 players getting aggressive as well towards C long. An alarm bot placed in preparation. Same thing with Xander's positioning.
Again, this is completely unheard of for the guard. Tex going up this deep. He's gonna get the 1v1. There goes the pick from Tex, and immediately Valen is there, and Tex gets the trade. 2 more to go. Nismo does get the pick back onto Tex. And we have a chance here for M80 in the middle of C. It has to be a 2v3, though.
2 of the most clutch players yesterday will have to come up huge. The flash doesn't hit. EU spots him, but he loses it.
And Nismo has it all to do, but he just can't uphold any of it. The guard now 1 away from winners finals.
And this was an obscene map to win first. 13-11 is the 2 map scores that we've seen on the last 2 times these teams have played on Haven, and somehow, some way, the guard are able to spin the narrative back, and they take the first map of Haven, a map they've never beaten M80 on, and they start off 1-0 in this North American rematch.
Yeah, but what a strong way to do it. The guard, they had, what, 9-3 at the very beginning. M80, they just couldn't even respond. On the attacking side, we did finally see, thank you very much once again, we did see that return to form a little bit in that second half for M80, but we just couldn't actually see a full flow. The guard, the 9-3 lead, and the fact that we didn't actually see a fully confident M80 really throughout that half, we ended up really seeing the guard look pretty clean coming out of this game.
An exceptional first half from the guard with some great mid-round calling and a standout performance from Jonah P. Pushes guard across the line. Our analyst S will take a deeper dive to give you all the answers.
Knew that we were going to be getting a good series coming out from these 2 teams, and that definitely did not disappoint. A couple of really interesting things coming out from that first map, though, as the guard is able to take the first map. Shiv, you had some very interesting conversation points about the map, including the fact that the guard actually haven't taken M80 down on Haven yet.
Yeah, and it's an easy storyline to try to frame up for this entire series, but the thing about it is, like Sully just mentioned, it's 2 13-11s. Like, that's a simple, maybe misclick or bad piece of utility or just, I don't know what, away from an overtime. So these 2 teams have always been tremendously closely matched, but this was a very different look for a number of reasons, and it starts with the first half. The guard came out absolutely saucy on the first 3 rounds, and then they were able to build economy to a point where up until this pistol right here, you thought the guard was going to maybe be good for 8, maybe even 9 total rounds, which eventually they would be. So it's one of those things that for M80, it just felt like their defense was a bit out of sorts, and for the guard, it was all calm, it was collected. The mid-round adaptations that we saw from them, what we always expect to be their win condition, was chef's kiss. I mean, you just can't say enough about how complete this team is when they're making those late 30-second left in the round rotations like they often do.
We always talk about the IGLing from the guard. We always talk about the mid-rounding, but I feel like they went over and beyond the expectations for this map. We saw it towards the beginning, like Shift was saying, on that first half. All the mental games that ended up playing around, if it was going to be one player all the way in the lurk, then making that whole rotation. Valen given that information from the positions that he was able to get, but that second half was the most interesting when it gets a lot more challenging against M80. You're starting to lose those trends. You're starting to play a little bit more reactionary against this M80 squad, and then you have the last couple rounds super aggressive coming in. Tex really stepping up and making sure it'll go the way of the guard.
Yeah, and what a match it was. So as we get to dive a little bit deeper into this right away, I'm drawn Shift. I don't know if we're wholly in on the same thing, but the 13 first kills coming out from M80, but the guard's still having such a fantastic response to that.
Yeah, the mismatch in first kills, but then that's further influenced by how many post-plant opportunities the guard had with lower numbers. So that's where I'm immediately looked to first, was the 13 first kills for M80, but the 11 post-plant position moments for the guard. That's not something you would often see, and maybe there's something to be said on that defensive side where M80, yeah, they were doing fine getting first bloods, but they were, again, getting beat on rotation, where the guard could still get a post-plant put together in a 4v5 at worst and come out on top of it. That is a really surprising statistic, I think, just looking at the first kills versus how many post-plant situations the guard found themselves in. Definitely a key indication of how exactly that first offensive half went for him.
And I feel like the guard, I mean, they're such a good team and be able to hold the bunker down when things are going maybe a little bit awry, like a first kill maybe not going their direction. And I feel like I want to be giving credit to Jonah P specifically for a number of multi-kills that he was able to have, Dan. I feel like he was just like the pinnacle of consistency there.
Right and left, he was finding openings for his team in that first half to secure the 9-3, but also on that second half when he came to, in a couple scenarios, playing by himself towards that A side, and it was not easy at all because it was an M80 on the attacking side that very early on towards long, they were trying to play for contact. They were waiting for that util to be utilized from that defensive side. And so Jernapi had to be very careful on when that guiding light was going to come out, if he was in a good position, if he was going to be backing up and ready for that retake. There's a lot of things to take into account, but Jernapi just handled them to perfection.
And I think looking at Jonah P's execution, a lot of the moments that Dan's pointing to right now came in full gun rounds that, again, I thought were going to be a big difference maker in this series, and they were. There were 11 full buys for M80 in that game. They only won 4 of them. So you want to talk about the difference between 13 11s and 13 9s. Only winning 4 of your full buys is really going to hurt M80 and possibly live with them as they look towards map number 2.
And a couple of things as we're getting ready for that map 2 we wanted to highlight a little bit more, or a couple of the rounds, Dan, that were happening later on.
Yeah, this is specifically about that second half and something that I was talking about early on. Jonah P very up close with his positioning. There's nothing that he can hear right now. He knows he has to go for backing up, playing a little bit backside. And this is actually when things were going wrong for the guard on the second half. They started losing a bunch of rounds, and then you see how fast that execute from M80 ends up being. Everybody down, and the last couple players end up going for that save. So this is what M80 was doing on the second half that was so effective. But then we have a round like this one where the guard just pushes from the defensive side from A long. Then there is that reaction and those insane 3 kills that come from net to be able to turn things around. And that was really that round 19. That was the round they gave the map to the guard.
That was such an incredibly quick call too. There's the Rolling Thunder over on A link, to the instant response to the snakebite paranoia to push them right into the welcoming arms of Net on the other side in the smoke. So well played. I'm excited to see both of these teams coming out. Looking to that over on map 2 on Ascent. We're taking a short break, but make sure to be back for it.
That feeling of sacrifice within the team, kind of pushing away family, pushing away relationships with people, it's something you got to do to be at this level. But honestly, you kind of have that self-fulfillment with it as long as everyone around you is doing the same. And it's not easy, but we understand as professionals, and it's our dream to compete at the highest level, that this is something that's needed. Obviously, it's not nice. I text my mom all the time, yo, I miss you. But being away from home is hard. But at the end of the day, this is what I want to do, and this is what I want to be at the top level, and I know the sacrifice is needed.
They
kills are starting to come through. The weapons, or the plant, excuse me, has been found. Neto from head to head, he pops them all.
A flank maneuver will catch him. He might catch a lot more. They're all falling down with their knives out.
It's here inside A heaven. Jonah P also postured up on the angle. Finds an early kill. Showstopper picks up 2 for Trent.
As many people know, our org went through a tough time, and it was pretty nerve-wracking to go through that as a player, but luckily we all just stayed strong and just focused on doing our jobs and doing the best that we can.
There was a lot of hardships from the beginning, even dating to now. We were doing a lot of role swaps and trying to figure out what was, what's the best roles for the team here at the very beginning. Towards the midway, we lost in the mid-season face-off. We lost to G2 and M80, so we're like, we're not better than these teams, like what's going on, right? And then it all kind of came together towards the end, where all the hardship combined with the good came together, and now we're in prime form.
I think our team learned from Challengers that you can't take any opponent lightly, and you have to give each and every team the equal amount of respect and put equal effort into preparation for every match.
It's hard to summarize all the work that was put in to get here. We did a lot. We were practicing 6 days a week, 1 day off, 5 scrims a day with lots of VOD review. Josh RT loves his VOD review. So, man, just sitting there watching our mistakes. But and I'm not gonna lie, it was never easy, right? It is boring watching the VOD. It is frustrating watching you make these like boneheaded mistakes, like, oh, it'll never happen again. But really throughout all of that is what makes those mistakes never happen again, and what makes your team kind of unstoppable.
I think the biggest lesson I learned from Challengers is no matter how rough of a game you're having, if you just focus on doing your job and doing the little things right, that's the best thing that you can do to win your team the game.
I think the biggest lesson that we learned going into this event from all the matches played is just clear head. Like, believe in your team, believe in yourself. Just block out the noise. Don't think too much about what other people are saying. Don't think too much about the result even. Like, just focus on round by round. Just focus on that, and the result will take care of itself. Don't look too far ahead. And if we can keep that going into this event, I think we're gonna look dangerous. What the team has to do to win the whole thing, I think it boils down to, before the match, mental clarity, make sure we're in a very good mental state. We're not worried about the result. We're just focused on the task at hand. In the game, as long as we're micro-calming well, making sure we're updating each other, playing together, everything will then click. And lastly, I think at the end is, after you win the match, is just reset. We're a team that loves to celebrate, especially in the Challengers. You have about a week between matches, but now it's, you win your match, buckle down the next day, you got a match the next day. If we can hit all 3 of those things, I think we're gonna win the whole thing.
I just want to say thank you to the fans. Thank you so much for the overwhelming support throughout this entire season. It means the world to us. We wouldn't be able to be here without you guys. And I just want to say that we're gonna get this spot for Renee. Let's go.
Guard having some confidence in how this whole thing is going to be shaking up, saying that they are going to be claiming that spot. I'm not going to lie, Shift, well, from what we've gotten to see of them so far, I feel like there is some truth backing that a little bit.
What else could you say? I mean, they have been the most consistent team in North America outside of VCT squads ever, flat out, like, period. I don't know if I have to say anything more than that. Even in the midst of a couple of small roster things here or there, doesn't seem to make much of a difference. This is a team that trusts their process, I think, more than anything else. And that takes, I think, like Valen was mentioning, a lot of composure and a lot of patience. Because very regularly, someone's going to step up and just know the meta and just be a game changer based on whatever the agent composition seems to kind of favor, whether it's things like double initiators, double controllers, maybe a new sentinel gets added in. I think there was going to be a big adjustment period after Chamber was kind of out of the picture. But the thing about it is this team always comes back together with a clear head, and they're always going to bring their A game no matter who they're playing up against. So yeah, it's just so easy to sit here and just favor the Guard after that first map win, a convincing opening first half. They get it over the finish line on defense, and now they're going to their map selection, one of the best teams in the game on Ascent. I mean, come on, you just have to feel really good about what the Guard's putting out there this week.
100%, but they are going up against M80, and I mean M80, when we're looking at NA Challengers where, you know, the guard was making the same run they were doing, it was M80 that was coming out on top. It was M80 that was putting these reps and getting these wins, Dan. So we could talk all this good about the guard, and I believe everything of good about the guard, but this is still a squad they're going up again that has shown us what they're capable of.
And that's the rule, not underestimating M80. M80, again, has won against the guard multiple times, has been on top and know what it's like to get that victory. So that is kind of the mentality that the guard talked about that they're going to be in as we get to see this agent select for M80 and guard. I want to mention a little bit about M80. They brought this composition on Ascent that nobody else in North America actually was running towards the beginning. It came from Navi. That was the first time that got played all the way in Europe, and it's something that M80 got to implement, and they found some success in, but we know how good the guard is here too.
Yeah, they found some success versus Shopify, but here's the problem. They're starting on attack, and for the guard, it is 70% win rate on defense since the beginning of the calendar year. That's just all you have to say. These guys are unbelievable at it, and if you're M80, you need to come out and find a way to get at least 5 in my mind.
I mean, M80 has shown us that they're more than capable of taking teams distance and taking out these wins. We'll have to see if they have enough in the tank to get it done here as we're loading up Ascent, so it's time for Selling Not Mine to take it away.
This is certainly an interesting one. M80 losing their map pick, guys. This is not something that a lot of people expected. The Americans finding the first map win on the 4th of July must feel good for those of us watching at home, as the guard, they're now on their favorite map pick, and, you know, they've been pretty dominant thus far.
Yeah, at least from what we've seen recently, but now we focus in. We have to focus in on the fact that M80, not the best of starts on the attacking side. They have to be a lot better than the 9-3 that we just start. Again, USA versus Canada on the 4th of July. The guard, not exactly the strongest of defenses over towards A, but they do have a lot of delay potential.
And look how slow M80 have elected to play this round, looking for any set piece from the guard that will come out early on, but there's none of it. They're playing a full retake on the A site, looking to prevent players from getting in towards Under Heaven with the KJ setup. And 1:10 left. 30 seconds in this round. Not a single bullet has been shot just yet. Once again, that mid-rounding decision between these two teams will be very decisive in this match and in this map. As the M80 team will actually start to accelerate onto this A site, making a very simple exec.
Oh, wow. Net. He doesn't want to move, and there you go. He just utilizes his util. It's a bit of a throw-off for Qualanoob. He ends up getting the kill. Now here comes the rest of the team. 3 players over towards Heaven immediately for the guard. And there's one over towards Cat already. There goes Jonah P with a pick. Xander getting the retake back. But there goes Tex finally coming out of the Cat side. 2 players here for M80 here to collect the drop. Tex is still alive.
Wow.
It's still lurking. But it's Jonah P and Trent instead from above to take it down. What a retake from the guard.
Starting off strong, the guard in this retake, getting quickly back into this site. And that's what that KJ setup was for, to buy a little bit of time. It's very frustrating to flush a KG out of that back pocket. You can see the util that was dumped in, a knife, the C's as well, just to flush Net out of his positioning. And all that util and time spent in clearing him out buys time for that guard team to rotate in, and they were very quickly on that site. M80 struggling already in that pistol round. They've gotten the spike down, and they will go for a 5-stinger buy. This is a map where we're going to see a lot more set pieces and execs from both these teams. The guard love to get aggressive at times towards A main, and sometimes we'll do shark plays down towards mid. We're going to see a lot more of that than we did on Haven.
They don't know what to expect in this round, so they're just holding, hunkering down. But, oh, almost a better idea.
We've seen M80 buy up a couple of times, and they actually shoot that out with the Stinger. And I don't think anyone was in range to hear that, however. Nismo sets up a pop flash in here, or at least a nade, my apologies.
The util from Net not able to do much in terms of holding people back. It's Qualanoob on his lonesome, but he does have trade potential finally coming out. Net not able to do anything. And that's mission accomplished basically here for M80. All they wanted to do was get into sight and get the spike down, but they've taken quite a while. EU forced to come off, but Qualanoob and Xander, a bit of a gift. They're able to take 2 kills back. Everyone from the guard is currently in Heaven and looking for frags. There goes Xander picking up the frag back after Jonah P finds 2. A 2v2 now. Trent, he's still up top. He has eyes on the entire situation, and the recon bolt helps. Tex He could find and isolate Xander, and now it's a 1v2, excuse me, with Tex taking down John QT and giving the guard the second.
Very well played again from the guard. Just getting it out of the way, very quick to this retake. But the way they were fighting and isolating these fights, like the cloudburst being thrown from Tex towards A main, meant that M80 couldn't plant. They had 3 players on site, with a 4th being over towards A main. By isolating and getting rid of that A main player, you can't go for the spike plant if you're M80, because then you'll put yourself in a 2 versus 4 with 4 players towering over you in heaven with better guns. They are forced to fight in that situation, and with lesser guns, the guard are much better in team fights there with their weapons. And M80, off to an 0-2 start, will once again light by into this round.
Not exactly struggling to pick their target for this round. They have their mind set on A split at the moment, but they're running into that same KJ setup we just saw in the round before that only Koala Noob can get past. But hold on now. That setup was also almost pretty good. There goes the aftershock that almost covers up the angle. Xander does take back 2 kills. John QT picking up another off the frenzy, and now this one is just expensive.
He closes the door to try and isolate a fight.
No, wait a minute. John QT needing to run away. And he almost does so. Trent comes, cuts him off.
Why are they so
That was close. The guard now forced to reinvest once again.
And making it very expensive with those 4 players going down. That's 3 players that have to rebuy that were on like 250, 150 credits. So not the prettiest of buys here for the guard moving forward. You can see Net's not going to be able to get a Vandal up. And they've had to make some light purchases here with just light armor. Thankfully, the util, actually VALORANT won't have his paranoia, surprisingly. So M80 doing a lot of damage in that round, and they're going to head towards the B site. We're seeing set pieces early in these A execs. Expect something big here on the B site, where they've actually switched and moved to KJ here, the guard.
Dude, what is this lineup?
A cross-map lineup over towards the A side.
Nothing spotted whatsoever, but that is at the same time as a rush. That's a great setup from the guard, but M80, they collect a free B site and almost 2 free kills. Nismo through the smoke collects Trent, but Net is down all the way to 45 HP. Here's the rotation. The guard, 2 coming in towards spawn.
Jonah P does have an ultimate here. I want to see if maybe Xander wants to back away with his from the shadows, but he's not going to be able to now.
Big from EU as he picks up the first, and there's another man actually looking out for a wall bang. EU's gonna go down to the second man. There goes the flash, and there goes the pick coming out from Tex. This just gives guard a chance, though. Man advantage still in the hands of M80 at the moment. 3 players shifting around in sight, 1 sitting in the back.
They will save.
And for good reason.
Just too much util to go up against M80 when they've got none of their own to get back into it. We'll try and get these exits here. You can see they're trapping players in, holding the exits. And this is gonna hurt M80 in every single capacity. Xander being the only one that looks like will get away. And this is a costly round for M80 despite picking it up. That's 4 reinvestments back in.
As if M80 wasn't picking away at the economy of the guard a little bit earlier on, and now it's the guard's opportunity to do so. Everyone's sticking around the site to do so.
And some early set pieces called out from both of these teams. A cross-map recon bolt. We've seen 2 looks of an A hit from M80. Fault line in the back sight, just in their pistol, and that aftershock seize combo that we're seeing guard kind of pivot around. They don't want to get caught in these like triple initiator dumps. That's the power of this composition. Is you have so much util to set up and isolate fights. And so no one's playing around that switch anymore for the guard.
Oh. It's a very simple setup, I was about to say, for Jonah P. There's no way he just sends it at the wall. But he actually has found information, Nismo.
Selected, he actually switched it up. He was thinking about throwing it at the wall to catch players there, but he knew that his teammate had control regardless with Tex operator.
Look at the positioning here for the guard, though. This is such a big stack over towards Cat.
And nobody playing in that C's aftershock combo anymore.
Tex
there
has
it is again.
Tex has everything over in A, has the first pick, and now can back up with the knives. But that is Xander through the smoke, taking down Tex, eliminating the ulti. What?
He TP's a cloud. Are you kidding me? There's no way.
Valen coming up from behind, almost giving M80 the flip. Trent and Net, now the last 2 remaining. Surely they're done for. The work from the guard in the last few rounds to chip away at the economy of M80 may all be for naught.
I thought Trent is like chewing his gum, just spamming his LMG.
Need to replace the music somehow.
Yeah, he looks so calm, just like, oh, yeah, I'll just let go of my 100 bullet Odin. But M80, this exec looked a little bit disconnected for a second, right? Like there was a push towards Cat, and Tex, who was actually the A main player, isn't occupied with holding A main. He spins back towards Cat to find the first pick, which was surprising because it felt like M80 were trying to, you know, squash that player, isolate fights as well, have the 2v1s and 3v2s over towards Catwalk. Attacks, even despite getting that kill, was not enough to hold the site down as Valen was kind of isolated with the smoke in front of him that he dropped, which kind of kept him from the fight by TPing across as well. So M80 finding success here in the second round. And it will be a tactical timeout called by the guard to sort out their economy, it looks like. They don't have a lot to buy here, and will definitely have to find a way to deal with these multiple A splits that we've seen from M80. That's the third time they've done that.
Way that they've set up has pretty much been the exact same, whether they have a 1-man or 2-man hold over towards Cat, and they're still working around the KJ
Hold on. I speak sign language. I'll tell you what Josh RT is saying.
What is he saying?
He's saying we gotta push.
Yeah?
And trying to get Tex kills with the... I don't know, man. I don't know, Josh. It's not
no,
actually...
I think you're
for anyone at
though.
home, it's not actually sign language. He's just animated with his hands, I guess. I don't know.
But they do need to make potentially some ballsy calls. The guard.
Yeah. Huge props to Josh RT, who is mainly the orchestrator from what we know of kind of these compositions. Like, I remember Valen was in an interview talking about their comps, their setups. They take inspiration, and then Valen kind of just goes over it with Josh, and they figure out what works and what doesn't. And he's been a very key role or key player in the success of the guard, kind of refining this machine that is the guard and instilling reps into them so that they are coordinated. And you know, he's been as well has been a phenomenal IGL in the North American scene. And has definitely passed wisdom on to Valen with that mid-rounding style. This is a lighter buy here for the guard though. Odin and a Vandal. And they will put the singular rifle on this A site. This isn't the round where they're going to do, I think, that A setup, preparing for an A split. So I think we'll see M80 switch it up in the next round, actually. Get John QT onto the ult, seems to be the goal, and get Nismo his as well. A lot of ultimates from M80, actually.
It's really a waiting game to see if M80 are going to use any of them in net. Things a bit interesting, actually. Breaking down the gate. Down the switch over on A, and he's given himself an opportunity to spray through it. Actually takes down John QT.
And he calls out the null command of all things. They actually use it in this round.
This is very interesting. Here comes Koala Noob, who could shut it all the way down.
What a flash.
Oh, Nismo, he's the one to actually get the kill anyways. There goes Net. Man advantage no longer in the hands of the guard as Xander picks up a kill onto Net. You still have Valen trying to come out of the Cat side, but there's still pretty much two players looking at that. Nismo taking down Valen, but oh my goodness, it's only Nismo with a dash! And Trent jumps right into the mosh pit and takes down Nismo immediately. And the guard out of nowhere pick up the round.
You'll see some issues with its M80 composition. And one of them is the fact that there's no flank watch. And in this round, EU is forced to fight, or at least, apologies, check the flank, and keeping him out of the fight entirely. A smoke gets dropped into space, and he swings having no idea what's happening. You can see here in the replay, because you're down a player in a lot of these retake situations, you're forced to make these kinds of swings. And that's why the fight happened from Xander. That's why Nismo was forced to swing towards door, because they didn't have EU's backing, because he was smoked off. He's always going to be forced to check those flanks, and that will kind of inhibit M80 in these post plants a lot of times, because they're playing a man down.
Mega disconnected was EU at the very end there, but you still, again, going back into the next round.
3 ultimates here for M80 to work off of.
Big chance here. Tex around the corner, looking for potentially a lineup. Everyone from M80 coming out of either their B main or the mid side. There's a big split, but the guard have pretty much everyone here too. Net around the corner. Same thing with Trent. There goes the shock dart, pressuring out Nismo. Nismo is gone. And now there's only 2 remaining for M80. They do have decent positioning, to say the least. They have full B pressure.
And I think Xander's thinking about going for the plant and hoping that EU, who's been very Mr. Reliable, to try and catch something, but they all go the other way.
Everyone, all 4 from the guard, heading over towards B main. You said it, Mr. Consistency, EU, waiting for his opportunity.
And they know.
They know he's here.
How methodical is this from the guard?
But he's gonna have a line of sight. There is no smoke for him at the moment.
Oh, he's just TP'd onto the site, Val, and yeah, this is a free round. Just TP's onto it.
Wait
Can
a
they
minute.
punish?
Wait a minute. Xander's still alive, and Xander can still fight. What a TP from Xander. He can delay more time. Xander spraying away, picks up one. Can he pick up the second? That headshot was insane.
And he wins it. Are you kidding me?
How did M80 win that round?
The haunt from EU giving info and Xander TPing across back into sight to get that kill. And this looked like, you know, this was a brilliant round from the guard if you think about it in the util that they had and the way they played it. Flushed out EU, knew where he was, or at least revealed where his positioning was.
Even the TP?
But Xander taking that fight, yeah, Valiant as well, committing to that TP. This was a crazy round from the guard, but that haunt and getting Xander back into this fight and just buying time, he knew what his goal was. And M80 calling a tactical pause.
They called it?
I'm not surprised because despite that round going their way, they didn't win it because of their tactical prowess. They didn't win because they had a good core, had a good read on the game.
No. Guard waltzing up into that site, but goodness gracious, man.
And there were some mistakes from M80 leading up to that put them in those clutch situations.
Right.
M80, for a time, are getting bailed out by these individual plays. Like you think back to the mid play they had in that round. There's an aftershock pizza to clear out Tex, but Koala threw a smoke to cover his cross. An offensive smoke to cover an offensive cross. So there are some slight mistakes that M80 are making that are giving these opportunities to this guard team to capitalize on, and they very nearly did in that round. Thankfully, somehow, some way, in a 2 versus 4, they get it out.
Now M80, they pretty much find themselves out of nowhere in a possible situation. Of course, their economy is very weird. They had to think about it for a quick second. Now the guard. We haven't seen a lot of A main pressure, but we may just see it now. Jonah P on that front side.
An early shark play out towards mid here, and Texas looking to punish with his Hunter's Fury.
It's so much aggression coming out. Hunter's Fury coming out at the same time, like you mentioned, but it's 2 kills coming out from M80.
No flash from Jonah P to set up is surprising.
Net has positioned himself in a pretty good spot over in mid. The guard now, their extra few flashes, hopefully they can use it now to hold things down, because now the double shock and the double flash are here on A.
But they will know this is an A hit because of Net's positioning. So they're just playing the retake. The shocks to deny. Spike plant. Oh, even hold the cross.
Nice shot from Trent. Getting out of there cleanly.
And Nismo on low HP, he could be punished here by a shock. And thankfully he does suppress at least the Sova.
Oh, wait a second.
Did he
here,
just
Trent.
creep in the smoke? You gotta be kidding me.
No. Trent.
Swing.
Trent.
Oh.
Swing.
That's Jonah P.
Yeah, thanks for that. There's Jonah P picking up the one. There goes Trent. As I said before, still coming in. Mr. Consistency EU now in a 1v2. Has Net over towards Cat. Again, Trent is the one distracting. Trent is the one stomping away at Heaven and hopefully taking away the contact from EU. Now EU knows where both of them are. There goes the defuse. Trent just holding down the corner. Thanks. And the guard do take it away. Said Trent's name for good reason, though. He picks up 4 in the round.
Yeah, Jonah P just slipping through the door was crazy, by the way.
Wild.
Getting timing as well. No one checking the smoke. That smoke jutting out just a little bit too much. A misplaced smoke from M80 is what cost him that round. Not entirely misplaced, but normally you want that smoke to be flush with the door so that those kind of plays don't happen. So the guard will find their 5th round, recovering from a 4 versus, technically a 3 versus 5 actually. It was Trent's ult that did get 1 trade back, but it was 2 kills right off the rip for M80. And so the guard are very, this is what's been their strength, is recovering from these man disadvantage situations. They won 3 of 8 4v5s in the last map. It's
Unreal.
because of how good they are in, these mid-round calls.
Oh, Tex! Almost an unbelievable call out of Koala Noob. Koala Noob makes it into sight and still ends up getting taken out. Tex's tracking is unbelievable right now in M80. They can't do anything against the aerial ace.
They will get the ult orb at least for now, but the guard putting on a steadfast defense at this point in time. It was a lighter buy here for M80, so we'll see if they can get a kill, maybe pull a gun away, but you look at the setup that the guard have at the moment, and it just feels unbreakable on this A site. It's just Net maintaining this tree control, and so that they have a retake point. And that has been the key thing here in this guard defense, is how good that and how quick they are to these retake fights, right? Every single time the spike goes down, there's already a player in Heaven, 2-3 players in Heaven, or they've been very good at isolating fights in these retakes. And does bode, or at least show how and why their retake percentage is so high. They're very well drilled. They know exactly the weaknesses of this M80 comp.
30 seconds left.
See at the moment, readjusting with an advantage. Everyone backing up into safety, either playing in a pack, playing with a buddy system.
Spike down mid.
Overall, playing in a safe
standing.
position where their team needs them. Just like that, the guard start off the round in a flawless fashion, finish it off in as any flawless.
At least one of us. 3 ultimates for M80. And some coming online here as well for the guard. A little bit far off, Trent's ultimate. Tech's pretty close to his Blade Storm. That could be pretty big on a retake to get him into the fight very quickly. But M80, they need an answer here soon. They've had 3 successful post plants. The guard have been very, very good in their retakes. 38% on that first map of Haven. And that's a hard map to make retakes happen. Here they've been very successful, by the way. And even denying the spike as well. Here will be M80 with a faster set piece. That's a really good knife though to slow this push down.
Oh yeah, exactly. Koala Noob can't dash in. Jonah P, even though he goes down, his job was done for the round.
Here's what we'll see. The guard kind of reset in these 4v5s.
Oh, Koala Noob getting in, but Net's unstunned. Ends up only getting 2, but hold on now. He still had Valen. Valen in the back, not able to do much. But Tex, we're gonna bring back the round. M80 takes him away immediately, but that rolling thunder was the catalyst for M80.
That's still a scary round though. So let Net swing through and find a double is ridiculous. Jonah P going down very early to a spam Koala. I think expecting that there was gonna be a KO grenade coming out, he just spams in the general direction of where it was probably gonna come. And the guard, unfortunately this time around, not able to get the round on. That's a successful plant and post plant for M80 here. But it took a rolling thunder to re-exec into the site after getting stopped by Jonah P and his knife.
Valen getting pressured out already.
That will slow down the push.
Staying safe.
Getting caught by the fault line. So that's time for guard to set up here. But it's all a fake here. They did this play just the last round. And the guard have felt for it, hook, line, and sinker. But there's timing here, which is surprising.
There is util here too. Yeah, that's, like you said, surprising that there's even timing here for the guard to be able to come back into B, but M80 not committing to this whatsoever. Nismo spots the turret very late, taking it away, but now M80 cutting noise everywhere, forcing essentially some peaks, and Net almost gets punished for it. He goes all the way down to 22 HP.
If Net goes down, not only will they lose the player, but they will lose mid control. So it's crucial that he stays alive. So he's backed up all the way and will instead let Jonah P take first contact.
So much pivotal utility. That one piece of utility is allowing 3 to cover B at the moment.
That knife caught Koala Noob, so they should know where the hit's coming, and all that time all the time wasted, Tex got aggressive.
That's Xander alone picking up Tex though. He could get into a 1v1 right now.
That paranoia is so well timed to slow the push down, but it's only just Xander.
But he knows that Valen is here. Valen down to 22 HP. Still going down to Xander. Good stuff from Xander. But now it's all Trent. Trent picks up 1 and he backs up immediately. Good disciplined play from the young man. And he's still spraying away through the floor.
No way!
And the shock dart is there. Hook, line, and sinker. Trent picks out Koala Noob. Now 2 more to go.
He's got a Hunter's Fury, and he's actually going to use it. Back towards main, back towards Switch.
It was almost incredible. And he does pick up EU still, but it's not the kill. Trent now left, seeing his comrades go down, but now it's Trent again with it all to do. EU backing away, knows what he needs to do to win this round. Delay, delay, delay. The young man, he has no patience for this. Pulls out the classic, needing to run, need to push the situation, but it is not going to happen. EU has it all under control.
And in a crucial 1 versus 1, EU picking up a huge round for M80. That would have reset them here and put them on such a weird position for this last round. And M80 just barely staying alive. Despite how close this score has been, you do have to feel this has been guard dominating. That round played again very well, pushing, recognizing the play in towards B main with that knife. Tex gets aggressive towards Cat, finding a kill. But I think just a poorly timed paranoia from Valen gives an opportunity for M80 to slip through.
Jonah P gonna shut down some of this potential over towards B. 2 players getting suppressed. M80 playing a lot more spread in this round. Coverage over towards mid and coverage in A main at the same time.
Kwanu is buying a Bulldog despite having plenty to buy a Vandal here. And they're expecting aggression from the guard here.
Oh, and they don't call it out though. Koala Noob doesn't get the kill. That's a big trade from Jonah P. Everyone else from M80 is backing up over towards that position too. They're looking potentially for Jonah P.
A swing from net, maybe. And they're wanting to see if Jonah P had stuck around to maintain this control. See if they can clear him out. In the meantime, Nano will try and have to sell a fake.
Again! Calls out both of them.
There's just no way. They know this is a B hit as well. The alarm bot towards mid, the control that net currently has.
Oh! It's so wonderful here for Jonah P. He has it all. All of this under his control, just with the one suppression. He's able to let his teammates rotate in. But again, these two players here for M80, they have a lot of space to work with. Still a smoke in their face, but it's 3 players here, but now make it 2. One goes down, Jonah P looking for a whole lot more. He finally gets taken away. Net, however, from behind takes down Xander. EU trying to make the job a little easier by pushing early. But the guard finished the half off in spectacular fashion. Good stuff from Jonah.
Just breaking that defense, or apologies, that default from M80 by getting aggressive in the last round. We didn't see a lot of set pieces like that towards B main and A main. We saw it once towards mid, but here it catches. I mean, M80 are kind of prepared for it, but Kwanu was taking a very wide angle and not working with his teammate Nismo. Or apologies, not Nismo, Xander in this position, who is quite the ways away. And no trades happen either. Guard having a phenomenal read so far in this series. And it will be up to M80 on this defense with a triple initiator. This is where we'll see those set pieces, that aggressive play style. When Kwanu gets the up, and hopefully he does, because he's currently 3-12 of all things. He was 20-17 in the first half. We'll need a massive effort from M80 in this second half.
And scoreboard, it's still 5-7. Good stuff from Xander with the 18 kills in the first half, but he's already looking for more. It's going to be the 1v1 for him potentially over in mid. Valen trying to come out, but it's actually 2 players. Net alongside Valen here, looking to take up this position, and Koala Noob has it. The 2 players on A, they're playing very disconnected at the moment. They may need to start to worry a little too much about these players over towards the mid side. That's a huge kill to get with no information being picked up back by M80. Everyone from the guard currently cutting noise.
Here's this extremely annoying mid-round from the guard once more. They find a pick, but they don't do anything. They instantly shift their attention elsewhere. Jonah P will charge up his knife, get his flashes in, and sell a fake towards his A side. He did get tagged by the knife, though, so this exit will take, I think, a fraction of a second longer here for the guard.
Yeah, but nobody from M80 is committing.
There's that knife, and there's that flash he's just sent out.
That's a perfect smoke, too, to fake the crossover on A. B
30 seconds left.
Wide open. The player over there, Jonah P, he didn't even commit to the peak. He's just going all the way back to B. Try to play with his team. Oh, the turret getting covered. Actually, at the moment, Jonah P is going to have to man watch all the way back over towards B main. 4 players from M80 trying to recollect themselves back over towards mid and spawn.
Double flash here on a fault line for John QT. It'll have to get them back in now.
These positions are beautiful. 2 over towards short. 1 person in main. Net not able to do his job, though. Trent needing to back on out. And a reminder that there's still a flanker going down at the moment. Jonah P is coming in real late from main, and he's still helping out. The knife even catching Nismo. Nismo goes down at the end to Trent. Trent with the triple. Jonah P had an eye on this situation the entire round.
Guard. This is their favorite map, the map that M80 have never beaten them on. It was 13-8 the last time they played it. And the guard showing their prowess. That mid-rounding again will be something to watch out for. This should be where, again, we will see some more set pieces from both of these teams. We saw a little bit from the guard on their defense, maybe some more on the offense, but definitely M80 with theirs. They won't have the opportunity in this next round. They're going to be on an eco. And the guard in pretty dominant control. This will be an M80 defense that needs players like Nismo and Koala Noob to certainly step up, especially someone like Koala Noob, who isn't necessarily like the only star on the team, but is definitely the focal point in a lot of rounds that we talk about. It's always Koala Noob somehow pulling his team out.
I mean, Koala Noob called himself the best duelist in this tournament.
And then he got trashed on by Ascension against the Union, right? And then he bounced back, so maybe he is.
Maybe. Again, he drops 3 in the first half. God knows what he's going to do in the second half. But I don't know if we should rely on trends like that.
Yeah, exactly, right? Koala Noob. He is, at times, when you can definitely tell that a game isn't going the way of M80, when they're not in control like they should be. QualiNoob definitely, his performance is not taking a toll, but a lot of it is because the util isn't perfect to set him up. He thrives off of his team and their insane util, and the reason why he's so good is because, of course, that util, but also because he knows the exact routing he has. When it feels like the team isn't clicking and they're trying to improv things, that's maybe where M80 fall behind, because QualiNoob isn't used to those kinds of entry plays.
M80, pretty systematic player if he has a system in place. But round is finally coming to a bit of a climax. Nismo, okay, good spray from Trent. Couple of players from M80 actually able to get some kills back. That's QualiNoob picking up the right click at the very end. You still have Jonah P and Valen incredibly low. I don't like the sound of that. Here comes QualiNoob. Stepping up into a weird situation now. Again, that Sheriff could do a whole lot of damage.
And if there was ever a round to do anything, it's this one.
Stepping up, 2 players incredibly low, but they could be looking for the 3-2-1 swing. Out of Jenny, QualiNoob.
Oh.
Was looking for a body shot. It doesn't happen.
He tried to time his drop with the Guardian spam, but he was unfortunately not able to time it there. And that will be 9-5, the guard. This next round is the round to watch. M80. They lose this round, not a lot of cash left over. It'll be like a light armor, half scrappy buy, maybe not even a full buy. Would be the guard finding 11 in that instance. And that's a number that if you're not even on double digits, it's kind of a death sentence in a lot of instances. Trent won off his Hunter's Fury. See if maybe they're going to establish some orb control here. And it looks like M80 have elected to fight pretty heavily for both these orbs to deny that opportunity.
Oh, the knife though. It only caught Xander. Nismo can respond with flashes alongside his own knife.
They need to be prepared here. John QT's got to quickly spin pivot with his fault line.
What's the movement here from Nismo? There goes the nade. Okay, that does actually stop things over towards Cap, but this is at the same time Tex. Tex is coming. Tex is here. Over in heaven. Tex takes over. Trent takes down Nismo, and now the site is theirs. 2 players from M80. They rotated relatively quickly, but they're just not in on time.
Aftershock not in a position where it can deny. Just too many walls to go through. And Trent will back away. He got the spike plant, so he'll have the Hunter Siri to work with here. And EU's looking to punish that play, expecting it.
This is going to take forever. This player over towards A main. 2 players actually, they're actually committing to this.
They need to get in now. They can't just wait for EU to do everything.
Exactly. EU's going to take forever getting through this. Valen! He holds it all down in the back, and EU's job is impossible. Double digits confirmed for the guard, and potentially a whole lot more.
And just not enough cash for M80 to muster a full buy here. 2 players are going to be working with light guns. No, not full rifles here. EU as well. Valen, this play was everything, because they were trying to isolate him, and look at the smoke that he dropped. So well played from Valen, forcing these players to swing in, and the flash is 50-50 wherever you drop it.
He likes that. He
love
likes
that.
Whoa!
I don't know if you saw the net tweet, but he's like, it's all love at the end of the day. This does not feel like love, I'm not gonna lie. He's talking a lot, and I respect it.
The seeds of rivalry being planted, I love it.
I mean, these are 2 teams that have matched up 3 times domestically, and this is the biggest stage internationally. Here they are, face to face. And so here's the perfect moment to talk some trash after, losing 2 times to this team.
Get it out now while you can. Here we go, M80. Again, down to the pistols. We aren't expecting too much out of this round. QualiNoob does try to make things at least a little bit entertaining. Dashing out in the middle of the mosh pit. Everyone is here for M80 though, and look at this repositioning. Oh my goodness, they're actually trapping 2 players on site. Xander has a Vandal, but he is gonna go down in an instant. And Nismo doing the same, John QT doing the same. EU is gone too. The guard, now 2 away.
Not ready yet.
M80 having no answers whatsoever. This must be a frustrating map to play. 4 rounds in a row, and M80 a much needed tactical timeout. What's the play? QualiNoob has got the operator. Where are those set pieces that we see from many? Where is that confident, refined, drilled M80 lineup? Because the guard have got answers to a lot of these plays. At times they're playing back and passive when they are expecting these kinds of pushes, being extremely proactive as well in their post plants. I think if you're happy, you just, I don't know what words you give here. There's not a lot. It's this guard mid-rounding that is so difficult for M80 to play against. And you can't just tell your team to get aggressive because it's not a style that M80 are entirely used to on the defense. So you're playing to your comforts here right now, M80. And unfortunately, I just don't think there's an answer you can make at this point in time.
This attack being perfect, especially after such a tight half, man. You gotta be kicking yourself. So many situations where QualiNoob has been placed to kind of succeed in the early round, getting shut down by KO utility. A lot of the off-the-gun play scenarios for the guard have been very, very good so far in this half. And again, it just shows in the score line, and now it might potentially show in this next round. The guard, they're not going for anything.
Passing, or at least a glance towards this ace orb, seeing if they can maybe deny the lockdown play. You can see a ping here as well from the guard, kind of recognizing that might be the play here. As M80 do get aggressive, they won't make that. They typically will do a TP with Xander, fault line, and a QualiNoob jet dash. But they don't do that here.
You're waiting for the util now. John QT still has his stun and still has flashes. You still have the paranoia from Xander.
Risky.
Paranoia comes out, but no, they didn't stun one of the players. QualiNoob waiting for the swing. That's
the spike. He swung with the spike.
Why is that the spike? Okay, that's all the way out in the open though. They could just pick it up from under smoke. M80, we could have seen maybe a harder battle there for the spike, but now the guard, they backed up all the way over towards B.
That's also, the smokes play are gone, and they don't have much to work with. This net trying to dry swing. VALORANT giving up his life has made this entire round fall apart because smokes go away. You've got nothing else.
But now A site is completely free. It doesn't even matter if they don't have a smokes player or not.
But look at the way that M80 are playing. They've gone all the way back towards A main, knowing Trent has a Hunter's Fury. And that's more than likely where he's going to play.
To reposition back over in Cat.
Would they expect this? I don't know. I don't think Trent would. He's not. He's reloading.
Absolutely not. They don't. There goes QualiNoob. But it's John QT instead that gets the kill.
I got the spike.
Zax now, a 1v3, still has the spike to play and 20 seconds left. He doesn't know at all about the player above him. And it's EU that puts a bullet in the back of his head. 6 back for M80, but more importantly, M80 is still in this game.
VALORANT giving his life up was probably the biggest hurt in this round for the guard. Losing that smokes player, forcing Net's hand to try and get aggressive on the B side and take space elsewhere. And M80's awareness that Trent will always play this A main area for his post plant. When he gets caught off guard, mid-reload, not allowed to get the spike down and play the post plant for Tex. And a huge, huge round for M80 to stay afloat in this series. We'll see if the call is to, again, get more aggressive. They will get more aggressive. A shark play, it looks like, but not with a jet. They're sending a flash over, and I think a smoke to get the... I'm curious what this play will be, because it doesn't look like you can make that fast play unless you want to TP for Xander, and that will be the play, surprisingly.
Exactly that. So there goes the TP from Xander. Xander now has full control of that mid side. The guard not making too many moves elsewhere, but look at this positioning. This positioning for QualiNoob is everything. He's looking for one, maybe two out of this.
Xander.
And to dash away. This is unbelievable. There goes the Nightfall, and there goes 2 from QualiNoob. He could have gotten a third, but Ballad shuts him down. But this is a huge advantage for M80. Finally, 2-man advantage for M80. VALORANT and Net looking for so much more to do. But hold on now. Hold on now. Net coming up from behind. VALORANT has made it possible. Do they know about Net? Net. No!
He shoots!
Why did he shoot? Net throws it all with one click of a mouse.
And he was hoping to punish Xander on that jump. And M80 with a set piece get mid-aggression to play retake on both B and A. And he wasn't waiting for a flash. QualiNoob was waiting for the Q. Double ultimate into this round. And VALORANT did everything he could. He actually took fights instead of dropping his smoke.
Oh.
And Net just nearly catching his head, but that double face is just way too much to deal with. What a round from M80. And a crucial one at that. This next one is a huge momentum swinger. No ults left for M80, and some building for the guard. So this round could be decisive with their ultimates.
Real quiet now as QualiNoob is waiting. First contact, the hum of the owl drone making its way towards him. EU spraying away at the middle of the B main area, but again, the guard, they're still thinking about repositions. There's still a player over towards top mid, waiting for the flank, and he may be rewarded.
No, he's not going to be because the alarm bot's going to stop him first. So
Here.
And they've pinged it out as well. Xander, Nismo, tucking in A main to try and win this round out because these three players are so far away and the guard are not feigning, it looks like. Fake TP, actually they are gonna fake it. This is, again, a weakness of this comp is not the mid control. So guard will rework back up mid.
Yeah, the guard have pretty much, actually, they found a red carpet here. It's only one person in the middle of B. It could be helped out here by EU, but it's only through the smoke. It's all on Koala Noob. What can Koala Noob do here? Hunter's Fury trying to sweep him away, but it doesn't happen. But he's finally gone. Jonah P bursting in, taking in one. EU does get the trade back. This lockdown is going to crunch away some time on the clock, but M80, they're able to reposition themselves now. One over towards B main and both in spawn. Two more in spawn.
Just enough time as well to get the spike down. Xander needs this fight, and he needs to win it.
What an angle. That is so close for Xander. Xander with a point-blank paranoia. Trent still looking for the battle, but he's gone. There goes the knife.
Still waiting.
Man advantage for M80, but they don't know about these positions. And Tex is able to take down the first. Same thing with Net. One more to go. But hold on. Tex needs one bullet to actually hit. Xander making his way through. He's making this possible. Still, Tex, he picks up a rifle, and this actually gives him a much better chance. 43 HP remaining. Xander finally gets the right click in. But Net!
He gets it!
No!
There's no time!
Net out in the open. Chunks away the final few seconds that the guard needed to close out the round.
And Xander's actually able to get away just barely with an Odin. So they have another buy in their back pockets.
It's actually very important. Look at their cash.
And there's so much on the line in this next round. And that lockdown actually won them this round. Those 4 seconds after they got the plant left on that lockdown, keeping the retake from happening, wins the guard a massive round. Match, series, an upper final advancement point here. And M80, it's just enough to get a buy on. It's not a strong one, but it is a buy.
Paranoia in, here comes Tex, trying to blow it all away. The first dash into sight, but look at this hold from M80. It is non-existent. A is gone. 5v5 retake.
His double shock lineup found one, or single shock.
4v5 instead. M80, they still have a Marshall to work with.
And the guard are reflanking back towards Catwalk, and no one in M80 is looking. This is not a play guard have done ever in this map.
This might just shock M80. This might be the frosting on top, the fireworks that we were expecting here on the 4th of July. Here we go over towards Cat. The flank coming in. The retake from M80. Net bouncing in the bullets. John QT goes down. And the bragging rights go to the guard as they move on to winners finals.
And in 2-0 fashion, guard maintaining their dominance from group stage to playoffs. They have the #1 seed, but they are the #2 from NA, and they have a date with Brazil's best. Would you believe it? The guard dominating the first map and dominating this map of Ascent. We are seeing a team that is in tip-top form. A team that understands what they need to do, how to play the map, and that mid-rounding, I think, throughout the entire series was perfect from Valorant.
That felt like a masterclass against a team. Also showed the same exact levels in a lot of the same categories that you just mentioned. The adaptation, the mentality of M80 coming into this game were pretty top tier, to say the very least. This is a massive win for the guard, and like you said, again, it is North America against Brazil in the winners finals, and that's already tomorrow.
And it's surprising because we expected M80 to be the ones to take them on. That was their mentality, is that we just want the rematch against the Union. And EU said in his interview that if they lost here today, they were expecting, or they were like, oh, we're down to basically beat the Union at a later point in time. So for now, the guard advanced with an upper bracket final matchup against the Union. That will be an extremely exciting one, as now NA's best up against Brazil's best. We're going to things to our analyst desk, as they've got probably a lot to say about this sweeping from the guard.
It sounds like M80, they're so ready to face off against the Union that they forgot that they had to go up against the guard first and to best their NA counterparts to be moving on. And the guard, I mean, this was just such a great day for them, Dan. Truly America's Day for the squad, but wow, they came ready to play and they've just looked so clean.
Celebrating the 4th of July all the way from Brazil is the guard with a 2-0 as well. The one match that we thought, hey, this one is the most likely to go the distance because of the history between the two. But no, the guard had a different story to tell, and I think it was a beautiful story. The way that the mid round was looking every single time for Valen, the plays as well individually from Trent, from Net, it was all on point, and it goes back to the narrative that we talked about. Is this kind of the LAN buff that the guard has, the LAN experience that they had last year all the way back in Masters, that is helping them out in a situation like this one?
I'd 100% believe it here, Shiv, because honestly, they did not need any time to be warming up when we're looking at Ascension. They did not need time to adjust to their environment, being in this live setting. They just look so comfortable in this situation.
I think the bigger statement is they didn't make many mistakes. There were a couple of rounds here or there where, yeah, sure, you let M80 get away with more than you would have liked to, but in the macro sense of how M80 were trying to play this game, the guard were beating them at their own game, essentially. Perfect reads, great adjustments. I think especially on Haven, I could not say enough about how offensively the guard looked. Super, super strong. And then even here with the set, a map that we said the guard defensively super, super good. One of the best retake teams in Challengers, maybe even in VALORANT when it comes to retaking on this map. But M80 came out and actually did what I asked them to do. Take 5 rounds on the offense. Thing about it was the guard never fully allowed M80 to get involved economically when they were on defense. You know they want QualNoob to have a scope. He wasn't really able to get it out all that often, not only just on the defensive side, but really ever. And that's super, super key, I think, to shutting down a huge X factor for this M80 squad. So the guard came out firing on all cylinders. They had M80 held off from full buys. They only got to purchase full 6 times that map. So that's extreme when you talk about how the guard was able to manipulate economy throughout the entirety of that second map.
And you mentioned Shift as well, the retakes that we get to see, but also something that caught my attention quite a lot was how the retakes were playing out for the guard, because we know how good they are, but they went one extra step to make sure that they were going to work out for M80. A lot of lurks, a lot of flanks happening, and playing into kind of the first, second, and third time after the spike gets planted. That's when Net and a lot of rounds was getting activated to go all the way across the map, getting some good timings towards Heaven. I mean, even the duelists, even that Jet was doing the same, and they were completely surrounding M80 into a position that they thought they were comfortable with.
Well, we've definitely had a lot of praise for the guard and, of course, the IGL in it. So we're going to go ahead and pass to an interview with Valen, get a little bit of thoughts about the matchup after that 2-0 over M80. It honestly was such a great match to be watching out coming from y'all. And there was a couple of words exchanged near the end of that second map. Just having fun, or is things getting a little heated with M80?
No, it's all fun. We love M80. I mean, we've been hanging out with them like almost every day, fellow NA members. So it was all in just the heat of the moment, having fun. Nothing was bad said. It was just friendly banter. You know, let's go. Just kind of hyped up. But yeah, no bad blood between us.
And then, of course, you've gone up against M80 so many times at this point throughout Challengers. In the last couple of times, they have bested you. So what was different about today and this performance? Because this was a clean 2-0 coming out from the guard.
I mean, we're on LAN, right? The other matches were all online. I think that definitely favors them a little bit. We have the experience on LAN, and I think they've been performing great. Not to, you know, some people like to say onliners. We had the same narrative last year. I'm not trying to say that, but experience definitely matters a lot. And I think, you know, with us having prior experience at Masters Reykjavik last year, playing the Ludwig LAN this year, and now this, I think we just had the edge going into it. And I think our game plan has been solid. Yeah, those 3 things, you got to win.
As well, your calling for today was just absolutely phenomenal. So without any spoilers of things, you just feel like for yourself in this environment, like you're ready to take that next step. You're ready for that next level.
Oh, 100%. I think calling wise, I've been hitting my top form right now. Not to say that I'm not trying to cap myself, but I think as much as I know at the moment, I think I'm hitting my top form. I think I've been putting more kind of mental energy into the calling as well, which kind of makes me like play worse individually. But when I look at all the top IGLs in VALORANT, they're not known as like crazy good players, right? So I just been like hard focusing on just making sure my team
has the best round possible, and they're all closers. You know, I don't have to get kills for us to get wins, right? So I just been kind of on the back foot on that and just hard calling, like staring at my mini map, making sure all the pivots are correct. That's why you see a lot of the time we're kind of baking one side, doing the extra pivot, the 1-2-3 step, as I like to call it. And I think it's just because my mental energy, like I said, has been in the calling, and I'm hitting the flow state in the match. Pretty ecstatic with the result.
It's definitely exciting to see for us and everyone viewing at home. And you have a big match coming up next too, because when there's been two teams that we've talked about taking that spot, it has been the Guard and it's been the Union. How are you feeling ahead of this matchup?
I'm super excited. I would say I'm even more excited for the Union than M80, just because they're kind of Brazil rivals. Everyone thinks they're going to take this thing home, and I want to show them that it's not going to be that easy. There was a lot of smack talk to my fellow NA members after they won, literally the first match. So let's see if they keep the same energy when they play us.
We'll have to see. Congratulations again on this 2-0.
We'll have to see.
Best of
Thank you.
luck and have a good night. Okay, Valen?
Thank you. You too. Thank you to all the fans. Much love. See you guys tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow. Ooh, some strong words. I was already excited for this matchup, Dan, but it's going to be a long night waiting for tomorrow's match.
I can't wait to see what's gonna happen. I feel like when everybody was talking about Ascension, because we've been talking about Ascension since the beginning of the year. We were talking about the Guard, the Brazilians, we were talking about the Union because they knew this team a lot and what they were capable of. And now we're finally living it, right? It's finally happening, and this is a matchup that you don't really know what's gonna happen, right? Because M80, they lost 0-2 against the Union, and now the Guard won against them. So I know Valen in an interview back then was saying kind of how the math works for those kind of scenarios isn't gonna favor them. We don't really know, but it does get closer to what we've been waiting for, right? When are we gonna be seeing those 3 maps?
Hey, even after talking to Valen and him talking about, hey, at this point with his IGLing, he feels like he's hit like a really strong point, which is the perfect timing considering the tournament we have on. Yeah. So Shift, if that is the case too, going up against the Union, this should be really exciting because looking at our bracket, this is our top bracket final that we're about to witness.
Yeah, look, here's the thing is the Union's going to get tested in map fluency. I think that's the first and foremost part. I think both teams are very, very evenly matched when it comes down to how they approach the game. It just comes down to, will there be enough of a playbook there for the Union to be able to diversify their map pool and take on a very strong Guard squad? I'm not putting it past them. I know it sounds like I'm coming across as like super NA biased, but I'm really curious, I think, to see what the Union's going to be able to cook up for the Guard going into tomorrow. Whereas, don't sleep on these lower bracket matchups, by the way. I think 00 Nation had a very sloppy game yesterday. I think they play a lot cleaner, shoot a little bit straighter coming into tomorrow, so I wouldn't sleep on them if you're M80. And then that bottom side bracket, I still feel really strongly about Fusion, so that matchup with 9Z I think could be a really tight one as well.
Especially tomorrow, Dan. We're going to be having our first elimination matches here.
I don't want to talk about it.
We have to talk about it. We're ready for some heartbreak over here.
It's elimination, and the two, or I guess the region, right, that is in that lower bracket already, it is Latin America, and there's no easy way to saying it, right? 9Z and Fusion, both of the teams that lost in different parts of the tournament, but it's still a region that has given us a lot of greatness, a lot of cool ideas, a lot of players that we talked about individually from these teams, but only one can move forward.
It's gonna be a heartbreaker of the day, but I hope everybody is ready for it. But that, of course, is everything for today. Make sure that you're here tomorrow. We're gonna have 3 fantastic matches. But until then, good luck in your ranked games. Have a great night, everyone.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.